What's poppin', my little sleepy buddies? I know you guys use these episodes for sleep, so let's snuggle up. You are about to experience the most elaborate daily ritual of middle-class Victorian life. You'll step into a London townhouse as dinner approaches, feeling the weight of propriety, the warmth of gaslight, and the careful choreography of a meal that says everything about who you are. Let the sounds of the day fade as we settle into this slower world together. So if you're new here, as always, joining the community is super easy. Just tap subscribe, like the video, and let me know where in the world you're watching from and what time it is for you. Now, get comfortable, and let's begin. The afternoon light has that particular amber quality that makes dust motes visible in still air. You've been aware of the approaching dinner hour since about 4 o'clock, when the household's rhythm shifted almost imperceptibly. The parlourmaid appeared with fresh coals for the drawing room fire. The kitchen below stairs grew louder with purposeful activity. Even the house itself seemed to straighten its posture. You're upstairs in your dressing room now, and the act of changing for dinner feels less like vanity and more like suiting up for a performance. Your day clothes, perfectly respectable for receiving morning callers or writing correspondence, won't do for the evening meal. That's simply not how things work. The woman who helps you dress 3 times daily is already laying out your dinner attire with the practiced efficiency of someone who could do this blindfolded. The fabric she's selected feels heavier than your afternoon dress. Darker too. There's a practicality to this that nobody discusses openly. Evening clothes hide stains better under gaslight, and the richer colours photograph well if someone important drops by with a new camera. But mostly the weight of the fabric itself reminds you to move differently. Slower, more deliberately. You become a slightly different version of yourself in dinner clothes. Your corset gets tightened again, though not as severely as it would be for a ball. You need to breathe well enough to eat multiple courses without looking distressed. There's an art to this. Tight enough to create the fashionable silhouette, loose enough that you won't need smelling salts before the fish course. The woman dressing you knows exactly where that line falls. She's been doing this long enough to recognise the difference between your sharp inhale of discomfort and your sharp inhale of I actually cannot breathe. The house smells different now than it did 2 hours ago. Cooking odours are rising through the floorboards despite everyone's best efforts to contain them. You can detect roasting meat, something sweet and caramelised, bread warming, and underneath it all the ever-present coal smoke that defines London air. These smells don't offend you the way they might if they appeared in the drawing room. Here, in the private process of dressing, they're almost comforting. They mean dinner is happening. The household is functioning as it should. Your hands get special attention. They'll be visible all evening holding utensils, lifting glasses, and gesturing politely during conversation. The woman helping you dress produces a small dish of almond paste mixed with honey and rose water. You work it into your palms while she fastens the seemingly infinite row of buttons up your back. Your nails have been cleaned with a small brush. Any ink stains from letter writing have been scrubbed away. Your hands now look like they've never done anything more strenuous than needlework. The jewellery you wear tonight is real but not ostentatious. A simple gold brooch at your collar, small earrings, your wedding ring if you're married, or perhaps a family ring if you're not. The massive jewels stay locked away for actual social events. Dinner at home, even a formal dinner at home, doesn't call for anything that might be mistaken for showing off. That would be vulgar. The Victorians have very specific ideas about vulgarity, and they're more than happy to discuss them at length behind closed doors. Your hair has been dressed since this afternoon, but it gets refreshed now. A few pins repositioned. Any loose strands tucked back. The style itself is elaborate enough to show you've made an effort, but not so elaborate that it looks like you're trying to impress your own family. There's a sweet spot here too, and finding it requires the kind of social mathematics that everyone pretends doesn't exist, but everyone absolutely practices. From somewhere below, you hear the dining room door open and close. The butler is doing his final inspection. He'll be checking that every glass is spotless, every fork aligned, and every candle trimmed to the proper height. He approaches this task with the gravity of a general inspecting troops before battle. In his mind, he probably is preparing for battle, against disorder, against impropriety, against anything that might suggest this household is less than perfectly managed. You can hear your husband in his dressing room across the hall. The sounds of male dressing are different, sharper, quicker, less fabric rustling, more drawer closing. He's probably struggling with his collar studs. He struggles with them every evening, and every evening he refuses to admit he finds them annoying. Men's formal wear in this era seems designed specifically to test patience. The high starched collars, the multiple waistcoat buttons, and the cufflinks that never want to cooperate. But he'll emerge looking effortlessly dignified, as though these clothes assembled themselves. The clock on your mantel shows 6:30. Dinner is at 7. This gives you just enough time to finish dressing, compose yourself, and descend to the drawing room where you'll wait the final minutes before the meal. Nobody arrives in the dining room early. That would suggest you're too eager to eat, which would suggest you're not quite in control of your appetites. Self-control is everything in this world. Your dress is finally fastened. You stand and feel its weight settle around you. The skirt is heavy enough that you'll need to think about doorways and furniture corners. The bustle at your back creates a silhouette that photographs beautifully, but sits awkwardly. You've long since stopped noticing this. It's simply how clothes work. A last look in the mirror shows you transformed from your afternoon self into your evening self. Same face, different presentation. Your expression has changed too, though you haven't consciously adjusted it. You look more composed now, more formal, ready for the small theatre production that is a proper Victorian dinner. The drawing room serves as a staging area. You're here now with your husband, waiting for the butler to announce that dinner is served. Neither of you has much to say. This isn't uncomfortable silence. It's expectant silence. You're both mentally preparing for the performance ahead. The drawing room fire has been built up to combat the autumn chill settling over London. Outside your windows, the street is growing dark. Lamplighters are making their rounds. You can hear their footsteps on the pavement and the small whoosh of each gas lamp igniting. In a few minutes, your street will glow with that particular yellowish light that makes everything look slightly unreal. Your husband is pretending to read the evening newspaper, but he's really just holding it. You're pretending to examine some needlework, but you're really just holding that too. These are the props of waiting. Everyone knows you're both simply marking time until the formal part of the evening begins. The butler appears in the doorway with perfect timing. He doesn't speak, he simply stands there with a slight incline of his head. This is the signal. You set down your needlework. Your husband folds his newspaper with audible crispness. Together you process the 12 feet from drawing room to dining room with the solemnity of a wedding march. The dining room hits you first with temperature. It's warmer than the drawing room, warmer than anywhere else in the house. The fire here has been burning longer, and the kitchen below is radiating heat through the floorboards. But it's not uncomfortably warm. It's the kind of warmth that makes you relax slightly, loosening muscles you didn't realise you'd tensed. Then comes the light. The dining room is dimmer than you'd expect, lit primarily by candles on the table and in wall sconces. There's gaslight too, but it's been turned down low. The Victorians have discovered that dimmer light is more flattering, more mysterious, and more forgiving of imperfect household maintenance. In this light the silver gleams. The crystal catches and multiplies flame. Even the wallpaper looks richer. The table dominates the room like an altar dominates a church. It's not a large table. You're not hosting tonight, just dining en famille. But it's been set with the full formal service anyway. This is how things are done. The white tablecloth is so heavily starched it could practically stand up by itself. Later in the evening, if you accidentally brush against it, you'll hear the fabric crackle. Your place settings are elaborate enough to confuse a modern person. Multiple forks on the left, multiple knives and spoons on the right, and glasses arranged above the knives in a specific pattern. There's a logic to the arrangement, but it's not immediately obvious. You start with the outermost utensils and work inward as the courses progress. Everyone knows this, just like everyone knows you don't discuss knowing this. The rules are meant to appear natural, not learned. The china is your second best set. The actual best set only appears when you're entertaining guests who might notice the quality. Tonight's pieces are still lovely, white with a delicate floral border, but they're meant for regular use. Regular use in this context means formal family dinners. The plates are warmed. You'll discover this when you first touch one. The Victorians hate cold food with a passion that borders on irrational. Crystal water goblets stand at attention above each knife. They'll remain largely decorative. You'll drink from them sparingly if at all. Wine glasses wait nearby, different shapes for different wines. The red wine glass has a rounder bowl. The white wine glass is taller and narrower. The sherry glass is the smallest. There's a science to glassware that people study seriously. The shape apparently affects how the wine tastes. Though you suspect it's mostly about having the right equipment to demonstrate, what the right equipment is. The centrepiece is a modest arrangement of autumn flowers, chrysanthemums and some greenery. Nothing too tall, nothing too fragrant. Tall centerpieces block conversation across the table. Fragrant ones compete with food smells. This arrangement is exactly tall enough to be decorative and exactly neutral enough to offend no one. It probably took the parlour maid 15 minutes to arrange it this morning, adjusting and readjusting until it achieved perfect mediocrity. Silver salt cellars sit at intervals along the table. Tiny spoons rest in them. You'll use these to transfer salt to the edge of your plate, then pinch the salt from there to season your food. Shaking salt directly onto food from a cellar would be crude. These are the kinds of distinctions that separate your class from the ones below and above you. The room's wallpaper is dark red with a subtle pattern. In candlelight it looks almost burgundy. The Victorians favour dark colours in dining rooms because they don't show soot stains from candles, and they create an intimate atmosphere. The walls seem to absorb sound too, making the room feel hushed even when conversation flows. You could whisper here and be heard clearly across the table. Heavy curtains frame the windows, already drawn against the night. They're made from the same deep red fabric as the wallpaper's base colour. During the day, these curtains stay open to show the street that this is a respectable household. During dinner, they close to keep the private theatre of dining away from public eyes. The sideboard against one wall holds the evening's supporting cast of serving pieces. Covered dishes wait there, keeping food warm. A crystal decanter of wine. Extra napkins in case of spills. The butler will move between table and sideboard throughout the meal with choreographed precision. The fire in the dining room fireplace burns with a different quality than drawing room fires. It's more purposeful, more utilitarian. It's not trying to be cosy. It's trying to keep the room at the proper temperature for digestion. The Victorians have theories about digestion and temperature. Most of these theories are completely wrong, but everyone believes them with absolute confidence. Your chair waits behind you. It's a heavy piece of furniture with the arms and a padded seat. It doesn't slide easily on the carpet, which is intentional. Furniture that's difficult to move appears more permanent, more established. Light furniture that shifts around suggests you might leave at any moment, which suggests instability. The butler stands ready to assist with seating. This is a choreographed moment that happens the same way every evening. Your husband will be seated first, at the head of the table. You'll take your place at the foot. Even though you're only 2 people, you'll sit at opposite ends of this table as though commanding a dinner party of 12. The distance between you and your husband, probably 8 feet, is standard for formal dining. It allows servants to move freely around the table. It creates proper space for food presentation. It also makes conversation slightly difficult, which is either a feature or a bug depending on how you feel about your spouse on any given evening. The butler pulls out your chair. The sound of wood legs on carpet is muffled but substantial. You approach from the left side, always the left, and wait until the chair is positioned correctly before sitting. Then you sit in one smooth motion, while the butler pushes the chair forward. It's a small dance you've done hundreds of times. Sometimes you wonder what would happen if you just pulled out your own chair and sat down like a normal person. But you know what would happen. The butler would be quietly horrified. The entire household would sense the disruption. The evening would feel slightly off, like a picture frame hanging crooked. Your napkin sits folded on your plate in an elaborate shape. A bishop's hat, maybe, or a fan. The parlour maid spent actual time folding these this afternoon. You pick it up and unfold it in your lap with deliberate movements. The napkin is enormous, large enough to protect your entire dress front if necessary. It's also starched just enough to stay where you place it. Across the table, your husband is performing the same napkin ritual. His napkin is identical to yours because equality in napkin size is apparently important. You catch his eye, and he gives you a small smile. This is the moment you both acknowledge the absurdity of sitting so far apart while dining alone. But acknowledging it doesn't mean changing it. The ritual matters more than the efficiency. The first thing you notice after sitting is how different the room looks from this position. The centerpiece now blocks your direct view of your husband. You can see him around the flowers, but you have to make the effort. Every conversation across this table will require you to lean slightly to one side or the other. Your hands rest naturally on the table edge, but not too far forward. Elbows never touch the table, everyone knows this. But hands can rest lightly on the tablecloth between courses. Your posture is straight without being rigid, comfortable but not casual. You'll maintain this posture through 7 courses and roughly 90 minutes of dining. The butler has taken his position near the sideboard, standing at attention. He's not exactly watching you, but he's aware of your every movement. He'll know the instant you're ready for the next course. He'll notice if you need water. He's developed a 6th sense for anticipating needs before they are expressed. This is what makes him excellent at his job and probably exhausting to live with. The room settles into its dining configuration. The fire pops softly. Candle flames waver in some invisible draught. You can hear kitchen sounds from below, muffled clattering and a voice giving instructions. These sounds don't disturb the dining room atmosphere. They're evidence that everything's working as it should. Your husband clears his throat gently. This is the unofficial signal that dinner may begin. The butler responds by moving toward the sideboard to collect the first course. Until this moment, everyone has been in position but frozen. Now, the evening can actually start. You adjust your seating slightly, settling in for the long performance ahead. Your corset presses against your ribs at this angle. You breathe carefully, finding the rhythm that will work for the next hour and a half. Shallow breaths, but steady. You learned this years ago. Fight the corset and you'll be miserable. Work with it, and you barely notice it's there. The chair's arms provide a place to rest your wrists between courses. You'll use these strategically throughout the meal. Arms provide stability for cutting meat. They offer a resting place when conversation pauses. They're possibly the most useful part of dining room furniture, though nobody ever mentions this. Your feet touch the floor solidly. Dining chairs are lower than drawing room chairs, and the table height is calibrated exactly. Your arms can rest comfortably on the table edge. Your plate, when it arrives, will sit at the perfect distance for eating without hunching forward. Someone calculated these measurements decades ago, and everyone since has simply replicated them without question. The temperature at table level is perfect. Too high and you'd feel stuffy. Too low and the food would cool too quickly. The Victorians have worked out the thermodynamics of dining rooms, the way engineers work out bridge construction. There's an ideal temperature zone, and considerable effort goes into maintaining it. From your position, you can see the fire directly. It's been built in layers, coal on the bottom producing heat, with some wood on top producing ambience. The flames are energetic but contained. Later in the evening, someone will add more coal. You'll barely notice when this happens. The servants are ghosts when they want to be. The butler returns from the sideboard carrying a covered silver dish. He moves with the deliberate pace of someone carrying something valuable. His footsteps on the carpet are silent. He could be floating for all the noise he makes. This is the beginning. Everything before this moment was preparation. Now you're actually dining. The butler places a small plate before you with practiced precision. The plate is warm, noticeably warm, heated in the kitchen before food touched it. On the plate sits something that looks delicate and carefully constructed. It's the first course, and first courses are always about restraint. They announce that this will be a civilized meal, not a feeding frenzy. Tonight's first course is oysters, 6 of them, arranged on the plate with geometric precision. They're sitting in their half shells, already opened in the kitchen. A small fork rests beside the plate. This wasn't part of your original place setting. It appeared with the oysters, as if by magic. The oysters glisten in the candlelight like they're made of pewter and silk. Each one is different. Slightly different size, slightly different shape, but they've been arranged to look uniform. Someone in the kitchen spent time selecting these, making sure none were too large or too small. The first course sets the tone. Nobody wants to set the tone with a massive, frightening oyster. Thin slices of lemon sit between the shells. A tiny dish of mignonette sauce, vinegar, shallots and pepper, appears at your plate's edge. The smell reaching you is mostly brine, that distinct ocean scent that means the oysters are fresh. Not yesterday fresh, today fresh, possibly this afternoon fresh. Afternoon. You pick up the small fork and look across the table at your husband. He's examining his own oyster plate with the expression of a man who would rather be eating beef. He doesn't dislike oysters exactly. He dislikes that oysters are fashionable. He dislikes that fashionable things must be eaten even when you'd prefer something else. But he'll eat them because that's what the first course is. The technique for eating oysters has been explained to you many times, though you learned it so long ago that the explanations feel like something you were born knowing. You use the small fork to detach the oyster from its shell, cutting the muscle that holds it in place. Then you're supposed to lift the shell and let the oyster slide into your mouth. You're definitely not supposed to chew it. Let it rest on your tongue, maybe compress it slightly against your palate, then swallow. Chewing oysters is what people in restaurants do. Proper people simply receive oysters. You squeeze lemon over the first one. The juice runs down into the shell's curve, mixing with the oyster's natural liquid. The smell intensifies, more citrus now, cutting through the brine. You add a tiny amount of mignonette sauce with the miniature spoon provided for this purpose. The Victorians have specific utensils for everything. Somewhere in London, there's probably a factory employing dozens of people to make nothing but tiny spoons for mignonette sauce. The shell is rough against your lips, cold from the oyster, slightly sharp along the edge. Then the oyster itself slides into your mouth and you understand why people either love these or hate them. The texture is like nothing else, silky and firm at the same time. The taste is intensely ocean, not fishy, but definitely from water. Salt, yes, but also something mineral, something that reminds you of rocks and tides. You let it rest on your tongue for a moment. The lemon brightens everything. The mignonette adds a sharp vinegar note that cuts through the richness. Then you swallow, and the oyster is gone, leaving behind just flavour and a faint memory of texture. Your husband has eaten his first oyster while you were contemplating yours. He's reaching for his second. The meal has officially begun. You're both eating now, both committed to the evening's progression. The second oyster is slightly larger than the first. More lemon this time, less sauce. The third one you eat without any additions at all, just to taste the oyster itself. It's sweet underneath the brine, almost buttery. These are good oysters. Someone at the fishmonger did their job well. Eating oysters creates a rhythm: detach, lift, receive, swallow. Detach, lift, receive, swallow. It's meditative in its way. Your mind can wander while your hands perform this simple sequence. You think about the oyster's journey to this table, harvested somewhere on the coast, probably this morning, packed in ice, transported by train to London, sold at market, carried to your kitchen, and opened by someone whose hands are probably cut from years of oyster shells. All this effort to produce 6 small bites of food that take maybe 3 minutes to eat. The butler appears silently to refill your water glass. You didn't notice it was low, he noticed. This is his gift, noticing things before anyone else realises they need noticing. 4th oyster. The rhythm continues. You're eating slowly but not too slowly. There's a pace to first courses that everyone understands without discussing. Fast enough to show you're not afraid of food, slow enough to demonstrate you're not desperately hungry. The performance of eating is sometimes more important than the eating itself. Your husband finishes his oysters before you finish yours. He sets down his fork with a soft click against his plate and waits. He could start a conversation now, but he doesn't. You're still eating. Talking while someone is eating oysters would be poor form. Oysters demand a certain amount of concentration. 5th oyster. You're developing favourites now. This one is particularly briny and particularly firm. The lemon juice you add seems to make it sparkle somehow. Chemistry you don't understand is happening on this shell. The 6th and final oyster feels almost disappointing. First courses always end too quickly. You've barely settled into the meal's rhythm, and already the opening act is over. You eat this last oyster slowly, trying to extend the experience. More lemon, more sauce. Hold it in your mouth a moment longer. Let the flavours develop fully before swallowing. Your plate is now decorated with 6 empty shells arranged in a circle around the edge. The centre is clean white porcelain. The visual effect is surprisingly pleasing. These organic, irregular shells against the perfect manufactured plate. It looks like an art installation you'd see in a gallery, if galleries existed for dinner courses. The butler has been waiting for this moment. The instant you set down your fork, he moves forward to collect your plate. Your husband's plate is lifted at the same time. Both plates disappear toward the sideboard. The oyster forks vanish too. In 10 seconds, all evidence of the first course is gone except the taste lingering in your mouth. A pause now, maybe 2 minutes of nothing. This is intentional. The break between courses gives your stomach time to register that food has arrived. It lets conversation resume if anyone has something to say. It builds anticipation for the next course. The Victorians understand that eating is about timing as much as taste. The butler returns carrying 2 plates that are noticeably larger than the first course plates. These are dinner plates, proper dinner plates, the kind that could hold a reasonable amount of food, and they do hold a reasonable amount of food, arranged, of course, with the precision of a military formation. Your plate arrives first. On it sits a portion of a roasted lamb, sliced thin and arranged in an overlapping pattern. Beside the lamb are small roasted potatoes, their skins crisped and gleaming with butter. Green beans run alongside the potatoes, arranged in a parallel line. A small pool of gravy sits in the plate's curve, dark and glossy. Everything is positioned with geometric intentionality. The smell hits you before you've even registered all the visual details. Roasted meat, rosemary, garlic, butter, and the deep savoury scent of gravy made from pan drippings. This is the smell that makes your stomach suddenly remember it's hungry. The oysters were interesting. This is food. Your husband receives his plate simultaneously. His portion is noticeably larger than yours, about half again as much meat, more potatoes. Nobody mentions this discrepancy because the discrepancy is expected. Men get larger portions. Women get portion sized for their supposedly smaller appetites, and definitely smaller stomachs compressed by corsets. Whether you're actually less hungry than your husband is irrelevant. New utensils have appeared beside your plate. A proper dinner knife and fork, larger and heavier than anything used in the first course. The knife has real weight to it. The fork tines are sharp. These are serious eating implements. You arrange your napkin slightly, making sure it's positioned to catch any potential drips. Gravy has a way of finding shirt fronts and dress bodices through some kind of malicious navigation system. The napkin is your primary defence. The lamb has been cooked properly, pink in the middle, grey at the edges. You can see this in the sliced portions on your plate. The outside has that desirable crust where herbs and heat combine to create something more delicious than the sum of its parts. You select a piece from the middle of the arrangement and cut it carefully. The knife slides through with just the right amount of resistance. Too easy would mean the meat is overcooked. Too difficult would mean it's tough. This is exactly right. The first bite combines lamb, gravy, and a small piece of potato. You've learned that food tastes better in combinations than in isolation. The lamb is tender and rich, with the distinctive slightly gamey flavour that separates it from beef. The gravy adds salt and depth. The potato provides textural contrast and soaks up the gravy like an edible sponge. Your mouth is suddenly very happy. Across the table, your husband is cutting his meat with the focused attention of someone performing surgery. Men are taught to cut meat decisively, one firm motion per cut, women are taught to cut more delicately, with multiple small sawing motions if necessary. These gendered cutting techniques are apparently important enough that people write etiquette books explaining them. The green beans are still slightly crisp, dressed with butter and possibly a touch of almond. You weren't expecting the almond. That's a nice surprise. The beans taste green and fresh despite being cooked. Someone in the kitchen understands vegetables. You eat methodically, working your way around the plate. A bite of lamb, a potato, some beans, another bite of lamb with gravy. The pattern doesn't matter exactly, but having some pattern to your eating looks better than randomly attacking whatever appears closest. Even eating alone with your husband, appearances matter. The potatoes have been roasted in duck fat if your palate is correct. They have that particular richness that butter alone doesn't provide. Their outsides are crispy, their insides fluffy. They're possibly the best thing on the plate, though you'd never say this out loud. Admitting you prefer potatoes to lamb would suggest your priorities are wrong. Your husband speaks for the first time since the main course arrived. The lamb is very good tonight. You agree that the lamb is very good tonight. This exchange covers all necessary conversation about the food. Going into more detail would suggest you're overly focused on eating. Not commenting at all would suggest you're ungrateful. This brief acknowledgement is the sweet spot. You're about halfway through your portion when you realise you're eating too quickly. First courses should be eaten at a leisurely pace. Main courses should be eaten at a pace suggesting you're enjoying the food, but not obsessed with it. You deliberately slow down, setting your knife and fork on your plate between bites. This is the proper resting position. Knife and fork in an X pattern on the plate. Setting them parallel would signal you're finished, and you're definitely not finished. The wine glasses have been filled, red wine for the main course. You didn't notice when this happened. The butler is a magician when he wants to be. The wine is a Burgundy, you think, or possibly a claret. The Victorians aren't as fussy about wine as the French, but they do understand that red wine goes with red meat. You take a small sip. The wine is dry and slightly tannic, with fruit notes that complement the lamb's richness. Your husband is eating more quickly than you, but not rapidly. His larger portion requires more efficient eating to finish in a reasonable time frame. He's about 3/4 through when you're still navigating your halfway point. This is normal. These proportional timing differences work out naturally if everyone eats at their proper pace. The gravy is becoming more important as the meal progresses. It started as an accent and has now become the element that ties everything together. You find yourself deliberately saving some for the final bites. Running out of gravy before finishing your meat would be a small tragedy. The room's temperature has increased slightly from the hot plates and the continuing fire. You're warm now, but not uncomfortable. The wine helps. Everything is slightly blurred at the edges in that pleasant way that good food and low light create. A small piece of lamb resists your knife. You have to saw at it slightly more than elegantly. These moments happen. Nobody has invented meat that cuts perfectly every single time. You manage to separate the piece without anything sliding off your plate or making dramatic knife-screeching sounds. Small victories. The potatoes are gone. You ate them strategically, spreading them throughout the meal instead of consuming them all at once. Now you miss them. The plate looks emptier without their golden presence. Your husband sets down his utensils in the finished position, parallel across his plate. He's done. You're not quite done, but close enough that finishing won't take long. You work through your final few bites with the knowledge that the butler is probably preparing to clear plates. The last bite of lamb swirled through remaining gravy, accompanied by a single green bean. You chew slowly, tasting everything one last time. Then it's gone. Your plate is clean except for smears of gravy and butter. You arrange your knife and fork in the finished position. The butler materializes beside you. Both plates are lifted simultaneously. Your wine glasses remain. Wine carries through multiple courses. The empty plates vanish toward the sideboard. Another pause now, longer this time. You've eaten the substantial part of the evening's meal. What comes next is supplementary. The break after the main course feels different from the break after oysters. Your stomach is genuinely satisfied now. The slightly frantic edge that hunger creates has vanished. You're in that comfortable state where more food sounds pleasant but not necessary. Your husband adjusts his position in his chair, settling back slightly. This is as casual as he'll get during dinner. He's not sprawling or anything undignified. He's still upright, still proper, but the ramrod posture has softened. You do the same. Nobody mentioned this shift, but you both felt it happen. The wine gets attention now that food isn't competing for your focus. You lift your glass and really look at the wine, examining its colour in the candlelight. It's a deep red, almost purple at the edges. The Victorians have opinions about wine appreciation that they've absorbed from French culture. Holding wine up to the light and contemplating it seriously is part of the performance. You take a sip. The wine has opened up since you first tasted it. Whatever tannins were sharp before have mellowed. The fruit flavours are more prominent. You're not a wine expert by any stretch, but you can tell this is decent wine. Not spectacular, but certainly good enough for a family dinner. Your husband is looking at you with the expression that means he's about to start an actual conversation. The earlier comment about lamb was ritual. This will be real. I spoke with Matthews today about the property. Matthews is your solicitor. The property is a small house you're considering purchasing as an investment. This is the kind of discussion that happens during the post-main course lull. Business talk is acceptable now. It wouldn't have been during oysters, and it won't be during dessert. But right now, in this break, practical matters can emerge. You ask what Matthew said. Your husband explains some detail about deeds and surveys and structural assessments. You're listening, but also thinking about how strange it is that major financial decisions get discussed across 8 feet of dining table, over dirty plates and wine glasses. But this is when husbands and wives often have uninterrupted time together. The dining room becomes an office by default. The conversation continues for several minutes. You offer opinions about the property's location. Your husband mentions concerns about drainage. You both agree that Matthews should proceed with the structural assessment before any offer is made. This is partnership in Victorian marriage. Collaborative decision-making conducted with formal politeness. The butler is waiting somewhere in the periphery. He can hear every word of this conversation. Servants always can. Everyone pretends they can't, but they absolutely can. Your private discussions about property and money are being absorbed by a man who will repeat nothing but remember everything. You finish your wine. The butler appears instantly to refill the glass. This timing can't be coincidence. He's been watching without appearing to watch. Your glass is never empty. Your husband's glass is never empty. This is the standard the household maintains. The conversation shifts to social obligations. There's a dinner party next week at the Hendersons. You're expected to attend. Neither of you is particularly enthused about this, but attendance is mandatory. The Hendersons are connected to people who matter. Not attending would be noticed. Being noticed for absence is never good. Your husband mentions that Henderson's son is apparently courting the Thompson girl. This is gossip, which is technically beneath formal dinner conversation, but you're only 2 people and nobody's keeping score. The Thompson girl is perfectly nice but not well connected. The Hendersons can do better. You both agree on this without saying it directly. The Victorians have perfected the art of judgmental implication. More wine appears in your glass. You're surprised to realise you've finished the previous serving already. The wine is working its way through your system, creating a pleasant warmth that has nothing to do with the fire. Everything is slightly softer now. The candlelight seems warmer. Your husband's face across the table looks younger somehow. The discussion meanders to household matters. The carpets in the morning room need replacing. There's a persistent draft in the upstairs hallway that nobody can locate. The coal delivery man has started arriving at inconvenient times. These are the mundane details that fill actual marriages behind all the formality. You're not just discussing property investments and social obligations. You're figuring out how to keep a household running. Your husband smiles at something you said about the coal delivery man. A real smile, not the polite dinner smile. These moments of genuine connection happen in the spaces between formal behaviour. You're performing dinner, but you're also just 2 people talking about your lives. The butler shifts position slightly. This is the signal that the kitchen is ready for the next course. The social interlude is ending. You feel it without anyone announcing it. The evening's rhythm is pulling you forward. You straighten slightly in your chair. Your husband notices and does the same. The brief relaxation is over. Dessert is coming, and dessert requires its own form of attention. The butler approaches with 2 smaller plates. Dessert has arrived with the formality of a diplomatic envoy. The plates are clean white porcelain, different from any used so far this evening. The Victorians believe that courses deserve their own dishes. Using the same plate for multiple courses would be like wearing the same shoes to a wedding and a funeral. Tonight's dessert is trifle. You can see it constructed in a small crystal bowl. Layers of sponge cake soaked in sherry, custard, jam and whipped cream. The bowl itself is possibly more valuable than the food inside it. The cream on top has been smoothed with the flat edge of a knife, creating a pristine white surface. A single candied violet sits in the centre, purple and delicate. A dessert spoon appears beside the bowl, small and elegant with a rounded bowl instead of the oval shape of soup spoons. The Victorians have different spoons for every possible eating scenario. There's probably a specific spoon for eating trifle that's distinct from the spoon for eating custard directly, though you can't imagine what the difference would be. You lift the spoon and break through the whipped cream surface. The layers reveal themselves as you dig down. The custard is pale yellow and the jam is dark red, possibly raspberry. The cake at the bottom has absorbed sherry and turned slightly soggy in exactly the way trifle is supposed to be soggy. The first bite is intensely sweet. After the savoury lamb and mineral oysters, the sweetness is almost shocking. Your palate needs a moment to recalibrate. Then the flavours sort themselves out. The cream is rich and barely sweet. The custard is vanilla heavy. The jam provides tart fruit notes, and the sherry-soaked cake adds boozy depth. This is not subtle food. This is a celebration in a bowl. Your husband is eating his trifle with the focused attention of someone who genuinely enjoys dessert. He's not performing for enjoyment. He actually likes this. You can tell by how carefully he's constructing each spoonful, making sure to get some of every layer. The candied violet on top of your trifle turns out to be completely edible. You expected it to be decorative, but when you taste it cautiously, it's actually quite nice. Floral without being perfume-like. Slightly crunchy from the sugar coating. You eat it slowly, letting it dissolve on your tongue. Eating trifle creates a kind of archaeological dig in reverse. You're deconstructing the layers with each spoonful, working your way down through cream and custard and jam, until you reach the foundation of sherry-soaked cake. The cake is almost pudding-like now, barely holding its structure. It dissolves in your mouth more than being chewed. The sherry flavour becomes more prominent as you go deeper. Someone in the kitchen was not shy with the bottle. This trifle could probably get you slightly tipsy if you ate enough of it. Combined with the wine you've been drinking all evening, you're definitely feeling warmer and more relaxed than you were at the meal's beginning. Your husband finishes his trifle before you finish yours. This is becoming a pattern. He sets his spoon in the empty bowl with a satisfied expression. You're still working through your bottom layers, savouring the last few bites. The dining room feels cosier now than it did earlier. The candles have burned down slightly, creating softer light. The fire has settled into steady warmth rather than active heat. Outside the curtained windows, London is fully dark. You're isolated in this warm bubble of food and light. The final spoonful of trifle is mostly just soaked cake and jam. The cream and custard are long gone. You eat it slowly, knowing that finishing this bite marks the end of the formal meal. Once the dessert is gone, dinner is officially over. What comes next is a different part of the evening entirely. You set your spoon in the empty bowl. The butler has been waiting for this moment. Both dessert bowls are cleared. The wine glasses remain, still half full. The table is now clear except for these glasses and the centrepiece that's been presiding over the meal like a small floral dignitary. Your husband stands first. This is the signal that dinner has concluded. You stand as well, carefully navigating the weight of your skirts and the slight wine-induced unsteadiness in your legs. You've been sitting for nearly 90 minutes. Standing feels strange. The butler has already moved to the door, ready to open it for your exit. Nobody says the meal is over. The meal is simply over because people are standing and moving toward the door. The butler understands this language perfectly. You process out of the dining room with your husband, returning to the drawing room where the evening began. The fire here has been maintained during dinner. Someone came in while you were eating and added coal and adjusted the logs. The room is warm and inviting. This is the hour for coffee and after-dinner drinks. The drawing room has been set for this purpose. A coffee service on a side table, small cups and saucers, sugar and cream. A decanter of port sits nearby for your husband. Brandy too, probably, though you can't see it from where you're standing. You settle into a chair near the fire, a different chair than before dinner. That chair was for waiting. This chair is for digesting. The distinction feels important even if you can't explain exactly why. The parlour maid appears with coffee. She pours it silently and adds sugar and cream according to your preferences without asking. Everyone in the household knows how you take coffee. This information is apparently filed away in servant memory banks and retrieved whenever necessary. The coffee is strong and hot just below scalding. You hold the cup carefully, letting the heat warm your hands. The coffee's bitterness cuts through the residual sweetness from the trifle. Your palate is resetting, preparing for the evening's next phase. Your husband takes his port to a chair across from you. Port is what gentlemen drink after dinner. It's sweet and fortified and probably completely unnecessary after wine and sherry-soaked trifle, but tradition demands it. He'll sip it slowly for the next half hour, possibly reading the newspaper again or simply staring into the fire. This post-dinner time is quieter than the meal itself. The performance pressure is eased. You fulfill the day's formal dining obligation. What you do now is more flexible. You might do needlework, read, write letters, have actual conversation, or simply sit in companionable silence, digesting and thinking about nothing in particular. The house is settling into its evening routine around you. You can hear distant sounds, servants clearing the dining room, washing dishes in the scullery, and preparing tomorrow's breakfast items. The household runs on a schedule that never stops. While you're resting, other people are working. This is simply how things function. Your corset is noticeably uncomfortable now. It was fine during dinner, fine even during dessert, but now that you're sitting quietly, it's pressing against your full stomach. You shift position carefully, trying to find an angle that provides relief without looking like you're squirming. This is the price of fashionable silhouettes. The coffee cup is empty. You consider a second cup but decide against it. Too much coffee this late will keep you awake. You have that slightly overfull feeling that comes from eating a proper multi-course meal. Not uncomfortable exactly, but definitely aware that your stomach is occupied. Your husband has set aside his port glass and picked up a book. He's not really reading it. He's just opened to a random page and is staring at words without absorbing them. This is his version of winding down. Let the food settle. Let the wine metabolize. Transition slowly from the formal evening to actual night time. The clock on the mantel shows 8:30. 2 hours ago you were upstairs dressing for dinner. Now dinner is over and the evening is settling into its final phase. In another hour you'll begin preparing for bed. The day's formal activities are complete. You close your eyes for a moment, listening to the fire crackle and the house breathe. The evening has been exactly what every evening is, a careful performance of propriety and routine. Nothing exciting happened. Nothing was supposed to happen. The success of the evening lies precisely in how ordinary it was. The drawing room fire is dying down to embers. The room has taken on that late evening stillness where even movement feels like it should be slow and deliberate. Your husband has closed his book. You've set aside your needlework. The evening is winding down through mutual unspoken agreement. This is the time when the formal parts of your personas fall away. You're both tired from the day, comfortable from the meal, and slightly fuzzy from the wine. The need to maintain perfect deportment has faded. You can slouch slightly in your chair. He can loosen his collar just a bit. Nobody's watching anymore except each other, and you've seen each other at far less dignified moments than this. The house is quieter now. The kitchen sounds have ceased. The servants have finished their dinner service duties and moved on to their own evening routines. Soon the downstairs will be locked up for the night. The routine is so established that it happens without anyone needing to coordinate it. You think about the meal in retrospect. The oysters that started everything, the lamb that formed the heart of it, the trifle that concluded it, the wine that accompanied it all. This same pattern repeats most evenings with variations. Different first courses, different meats, different desserts. But the structure remains constant. The ritual doesn't change just because the specific foods do. Your husband stands and stretches slightly. This is his signal that he's ready to retire for the evening. You stand as well, feeling the full weight of your dinner pressing against your corset. Tomorrow you'll face these same rituals again. Dressing for dinner, the procession to the dining room, the careful choreography of eating. It's exhausting in its way, all this performance. But there's also comfort in it. You know exactly what to expect. The boundaries are clear. The rules are established. You don't have to wonder what comes next or how to behave. The script is written. You just have to follow it. Together you leave the drawing room and climb the stairs to your respective dressing rooms. Tomorrow night you'll do this again. And the night after that. And the night after that. Dinner at 7. Multiple courses. Proper utensils. Perfect posture. This is life in a Victorian household. This is what dinner really feels like. The gas lights in the hallway cast long shadows as you walk. Your footsteps are muffled by carpet. The house is preparing for sleep, and so are you. Behind you, the dining room stands empty, the table already cleared and reset for tomorrow's breakfast. The cycle never stops. The performance simply pauses until the next meal. You reach your dressing room, and the woman who dressed you for dinner appears to help you undress. The buttons get unfastened in reverse order. The heavy evening dress is lifted away. The corset loosens with blessed relief. Your breathing deepens immediately. You put on your nightdress, soft cotton, comfortable, completely unpresentable. This is who you are when nobody's watching. In bed finally, the day's formal activities recede. The dinner becomes just another dinner in an endless series of dinners. But while you were in it, while you were sitting at that table with candlelight and warm plates and wine, it was the entire world. That's the strange thing about routine. Each iteration feels both insignificant and somehow important. You close your eyes and let the evening fade. Tomorrow will bring the same patterns, dressing, dining, performing, being the proper Victorian person you're supposed to be. But for now, you're just tired and full and ready for sleep. The house settles into complete quiet. Even the servants are still now. Outside, London continues its noisy existence, but in here, everything has stopped. The dining room waits in darkness for tomorrow's breakfast. The drawing room fire burns down to ash. The whole elaborate structure of Victorian domesticity pauses to catch its breath. This is what dinner really felt like. Not just the food, though the food mattered. Not just the wine, though the wine helped. It was the weight of expectation, the comfort of ritual, the performance of propriety, and underneath it all, the simple human need to eat and be together. Dinner was theatre and necessity combined. It was exhausting and reassuring in equal measure. And tomorrow evening at 7 o'clock, you'll do it all again. Close your eyes and imagine a time before forks existed, before napkins, before anyone ever told you to keep your elbows off the table. We're going back roughly 300,000 years to when your ancient ancestors were just trying to figure out this whole being human thing, and table manners ranked somewhere below avoid being eaten by large cats on their list of concerns. Picture early humans gathered around a fire as the sun sets, casting orange light across the landscape. There's no table, obviously. That innovation is still tens of thousands of years away. Instead, people crouch or sit on the ground, probably on whatever flat rock seemed most comfortable that day. The meal is simple. Perhaps some roasted meat from the day's hunt. Maybe roots or berries gathered from the surrounding area, all eaten with the original utensils, your hands. There's a certain poetry to this simplicity. No one worried about which fork to use because forks didn't exist. No one stressed about proper posture because there were no chairs to slouch in. The biggest etiquette concern was probably making sure everyone got their fair share, which is actually a form of table manners when you think about it. Just the most fundamental kind. The fire crackles softly. Someone tears off a piece of meat and passes it along. Fingers get greasy, and that's perfectly fine because the concept of finger bowls won't be invented for another several millennia. When you're done eating, you might wipe your hands on grass or simply lick them clean. The evening air is cool and bellies are full, and that's really all that matters. As thousands of years drift by like lazy clouds, humans start developing small rituals around eating. Not rules exactly, but patterns. Maybe the eldest person eats first. Maybe certain foods are shared while others are claimed individually. These aren't written guidelines, writing hasn't been invented yet, but they're the seeds of what will eventually become table manners. The rhythm of communal eating develops its own gentle cadence. There's something deeply soothing about eating together, sharing food prepared over the same fire. You can almost hear the soft sounds of prehistoric meals, the crackle of flames, the murmur of voices in early languages we'd never recognise, and the simple satisfaction of full stomachs and warm companionship. In caves across Europe, Africa and Asia, similar scenes play out night after night. The details vary. Different foods, different landscapes, different faces around different fires. But the essence remains constant. Humans eating together, developing the first social bonds that would eventually lead to civilization. Table manners, in their most primitive form, are really just the codification of respect and sharing. There's no stress in these ancient meals. No wondering if you're using the right spoon, or whether your napkin should go on your left or right. Just the simple act of eating, together, as darkness settles in around the fire's warm glow. Let that simplicity wash over you like a warm bath. Now we're going to fast forward, and you can feel time flowing like honey, slow and sweet, to around 3000 BCE, when civilizations in Mesopotamia and Egypt started getting fancy with their eating arrangements. This is where things start getting interesting in a wonderfully drowsy sort of way. The Sumerians, those clever people who invented writing and the wheel and beer, truly humanity's greatest hits, also began developing the first real dining customs. Imagine a wealthy Sumerian household where low tables appear for the first time. People still sit on the floor or on cushions, but now there's a designated surface for food. It's a small change that makes a big difference, like the first time someone decided beds were better than sleeping on bare ground. In these early Mesopotamian homes, bread served as both food and plate. You'd tear off a piece of flatbread and use it to scoop up stews, vegetables and meats. When you finished eating, you could eat your plate. It's brilliantly efficient and remarkably tidy. No dishes to wash afterward. The warm bread in your hands, slightly oily from whatever it had scooped, still radiating gentle heat from the oven. Egyptian dining customs evolved along similar lines, but with their own special flourishes. The wealthy Egyptians loved a good feast, and they developed elaborate protocols around these meals. Servants would bring water and natron, a naturally occurring salt, for guests to wash their hands before eating. It's the first recorded instance of pre-meal hand washing, which means somewhere around 2500 BCE, someone decided clean hands made for better dining. Picture yourself at an Egyptian banquet. The room is cool despite the desert heat outside thanks to thick mud brick walls. Palm fronds wave gently overhead, creating shifting patterns of shadow and light. You're seated on a low stool, and before you is a small table laden with food. Roasted duck, fresh figs, bread still warm from the oven, and beer in a clay vessel that stays surprisingly cool. A servant approaches with a bowl of water and a clean cloth. You dip your fingers in the water. It's been infused with flower petals, and it smells faintly of lotus blossoms. The cloth is soft linen, woven so finely it feels like a whisper against your skin. This is civilization's way of saying, before we eat together, let's be clean together. It's a small gesture that carries enormous meaning. The Egyptians also pioneered the concept of dining in courses rather than having everything presented at once. First might come fruits and vegetables, then fish, then meat, each course arriving with its own subtle ceremony. There's a rhythm to this kind of eating, a gentle progression that mirrors the flow of the Nile itself, steady, predictable, soothing. In ancient China, around the same period, entirely different dining customs were emerging. The Chinese developed the use of chopsticks around 1200 BCE, and with them came a whole philosophy of eating. Chopsticks required patience, precision, and practice. They slowed down the eating process, which the Chinese sages believed was healthier for digestion and better for social interaction. Confucius, that wise teacher whose thoughts would influence Asian culture for millennia, had strong opinions about dining. He believed that the way you ate revealed your character. Food should be cut into small, manageable pieces in the kitchen, never at the table, where knives might suggest violence. Meals should be eaten slowly, with attention to flavours and textures. Conversation should be gentle and thoughtful. Can you feel how these ancient practices were already moving toward mindfulness? The Egyptians with their ritual hand-washing, the Chinese with their deliberate chopsticks, and the Mesopotamians with their orderly progression of courses, all of them were discovering that eating could be more than just fuel consumption. It could be meditation, ceremony, or art. In ancient Greece, symposiums became the height of civilized dining. Men would recline on couches, yes, lying down while eating. The Greeks really knew how to relax and enjoy course after course of food while discussing philosophy, poetry, and politics. Wine was mixed with water in special vessels called craters, and there were specific protocols for how much water to add depending on the seriousness of the discussion. The gentle clinking of ceramic cups, the soft rustle of robes as diners shifted on their couches, and the murmur of thoughtful conversation punctuated by laughter. Greek dining rooms must have had a wonderfully peaceful energy. Even the occasional heated debate would eventually smooth out into philosophical contemplation as the evening wore on and the wine-to-water ratio shifted. Romans, never ones to be outdone by Greeks, took the concept of elaborate dining and expanded it to almost absurd levels. A wealthy Roman dinner party, called a convivium, could last for hours, featuring dozens of courses, entertainment between dishes, and social rituals that made modern etiquette look simple by comparison. But here's what's lovely about Roman dining customs. Despite all the elaborate protocols, the underlying goal was comfort and pleasure. Couches were cushioned with the softest fabrics. Rooms were designed to catch cooling breezes in summer and retain warmth in winter. Servants moved silently, ensuring guests never had to reach for anything. The entire experience was engineered to help diners relax completely. Imagine reclining on one of those Roman dining couches, propped up on your left elbow as was customary, leaving your right hand free for eating. The cushions beneath you are stuffed with wool and covered in linen that's been washed so many times it feels like silk. The room smells of olive oil, herbs, and the faint smokiness of the kitchen fires. Someone is playing a lyre in the corner, very softly, just loud enough to fill the silence between conversations. These ancient civilizations were discovering something profound, that how we eat together shapes who we become together. Table manners weren't just arbitrary rules, they were frameworks for connection, opportunities for artistry, and pathways to peace. As you drift deeper into relaxation, let that understanding settle over you like a warm, gentle blanket. We're moving forward now through time like a slow river, arriving in medieval Europe around 1000 CE. This is when table manners started becoming truly codified, written down in manuscripts that nobles would study with the same seriousness we might apply to learning a new language. The medieval period is fascinating for table manners because it represents a kind of bridge between ancient informality and modern refinement. Castles and manor houses had great halls where dozens or even hundreds of people might eat together, creating a need for clear social rules about how to behave when you're sharing a trestle table with everyone from knights to kitchen staff. Picture a great hall on a winter evening. Torches and candles provide flickering light that makes shadows dance on stone walls. The fire in the central hearth crackles and pops, sending occasional sparks upward. Long wooden tables run the length of the hall, and people are beginning to gather for the evening meal. The air smells of wood smoke, roasting meat, and the musty scent of the rushes scattered on the floor. You're seated on a wooden bench. Chairs with backs are still mostly reserved for the very important people at the high table. Before you is a trencher, which is a thick slice of stale bread that serves as your plate. It's going to soak up juices and gravies from your meal, and by the end of dinner, it will be thoroughly saturated and delicious. Sometimes trenchers were given to the poor after meals, other times they were eaten by the diners themselves. Waste not, want not. Medieval table manners were spelled out in texts with wonderfully specific instructions. One 13th century guide advised, "Do not touch your ears or nose with your bare hands while eating." Another suggested, "Refrain from picking your teeth with your knife." These instructions tell us something important. They wouldn't need to write these rules down if people weren't doing these things. Medieval dining was clearly a work in progress. The concept of sharing was central to medieval eating. You didn't have your own cup, you shared one with your neighbour. Large serving dishes called messes were placed along the table, and groups of 4 to 6 people would eat from the same mess. This required cooperation and a certain amount of consideration. Taking too much meant your messmates would go hungry. Hogging the shared cup meant thirsty neighbours. Etiquette manuals from this period emphasise cleanliness, with an almost desperate urgency. Wash your hands before eating, they insist. Wipe your mouth before drinking from the shared cup. Don't put food back into the communal dish after you've bitten it. Reading between the lines, you can sense medieval people trying very hard to make communal dining more pleasant, while working with limited resources. Forks were virtually unknown in medieval Europe. They wouldn't become common until the Renaissance. Instead, you ate with a knife and your fingers, which required a certain delicacy. You were supposed to eat with your thumb, index and middle fingers only. Using all 5 fingers was considered boorish. It's oddly specific, but when you think about it, eating with just 3 fingers does require more precision and care than grabbing food with your whole hand. The rhythm of a medieval meal had its own soothing quality. First, servants brought basins of water around for hand washing. Then bread was placed on the table, not just the trenchers, but fresh bread for eating. Then came the first course, usually something in a sauce that could be scooped up with bread. Between courses there might be entertainment, a minstrel singing, a juggler performing, or simply conversation flowing up and down the long tables. Drinking customs had their own gentle ceremony. When you wanted wine or ale, you didn't just grab the shared cup and drink. You were supposed to wipe your mouth first, so you wouldn't leave food residue on the rim. Then you drank, wiped the rim clean, and passed the cup to your neighbour. It created a rhythm. Wipe, drink, wipe, pass. The cup was making its way around the table like a slow, companionable dance. One particularly charming medieval custom was the voider, a bowl placed on the table for bones, shells, and other inedible scraps. The name itself is wonderfully descriptive. It's where food goes to be voided from the meal. Servants would periodically empty the voiders and bring fresh ones, keeping the table relatively tidy despite the absence of individual plates. As the evening progressed and the meal moved through its courses, the great hall would grow warmer from all the bodies and the fire, louder from wine and conversation, and somehow more intimate despite the crowds. There's something about sharing food from communal dishes and drinking from shared cups that breaks down social barriers, even in hierarchical medieval society. The highest-ranking people sat at the high table, which was literally elevated on a platform so everyone could see them. This created a theatre of dining, the noble family eating in full view, while the rest of the hall watched and tried to emulate their manners. It was etiquette as performance art, teaching by example rather than lecture. By the end of a medieval feast, the trenchers would be soggy with gravy, the voiders full and the shared cups well circulated. More water would be brought for hand washing, even more important now than before the meal. Herbs might be chewed to freshen breath. Some households provided finger bowls scented with rosewater, a small luxury that made the clean-up process feel less like a chore and more like a ritual. As you imagine all of this, the warm hall, the friendly chaos, the shared dishes and cups, the gentle rhythm of medieval dining, let yourself relax into the communal nature of it all. There's something deeply comforting about eating together like this, connected by shared vessels and shared spaces, all of you experiencing the same meal in the same moment. Drift forward with me now through the 1400s and into the 1500s as Europe awakens from its medieval slumber into the Renaissance. This is when table manners transformed from practical guidelines for group eating into an elaborate code that signalled education, status and sophistication. It's also when dining becomes genuinely beautiful, in ways that would have seemed impossibly fancy to our medieval ancestors. The Renaissance began in Italy, and so did many dining innovations. Italian nobles, flush with wealth from trade and banking, began competing to host the most impressive dinner parties. This competition drove innovation in everything from table settings to menu planning to the physical act of eating itself. Imagine being invited to a dinner at a Florentine palazzo in 1550. You enter a room that's been transformed into a work of art. The walls are hung with tapestries depicting classical scenes. The ceiling has been painted with clouds and cherubs. Candles, expensive wax candles, not smoky tallow, provide warm, steady light from silver candelabras. The table itself makes you pause. It's covered with white linen so fine you can almost see through it, and the cloth drapes to the floor in perfect folds. On this pristine white canvas, an entire landscape of dishes has been arranged. Silver platters, ceramic bowls painted with intricate designs, and glass vessels that catch the candlelight and throw rainbow sparkles across the tablecloth. And here's something new. Each guest has their own plate. Not a bread trencher, but an actual plate made of pewter or ceramic. Individual plates were a Renaissance innovation that changed everything about how people ate. Even more revolutionary, you have your own cup, made of glass perhaps, or silver if your host is particularly wealthy. It sits to your right, and it's yours alone for the entire meal. No more wiping and passing. You can drink whenever you want without coordination or consideration for others. It's a small change that represents a massive shift in dining philosophy, from communal to individual, from shared to personal. But the most significant innovation sits beside your plate, looking innocent but carrying revolutionary implications. A fork. The fork had existed for centuries in the Byzantine Empire and parts of the Middle East, but it was Catherine de' Medici who really popularised it in Western Europe when she brought the custom from Italy to France in 1533. At first, people thought forks were pretentious, even sinful. After all, God gave you fingers for eating. But slowly the fork's practicality won out. Using a fork required learning entirely new skills. You couldn't just stab at your food randomly. There was a right way and a wrong way. The fork went in your left hand, the knife in your right. You used the knife to cut and the fork to spear and lift to your mouth. It was a kind of dance, a coordination of both hands working together. Mastering it marked you as educated and refined. Italian etiquette manuals from this period are wonderfully detailed. They explain not just what to do, but why. Don't blow on your food to cool it. Wait patiently for it to cool naturally. Don't make noise when you eat. Chew quietly and deliberately. Don't gesture wildly with your hands while talking. Keep your movements controlled and graceful. Every action should demonstrate restraint, patience, and consideration. The Renaissance obsession with classical antiquity extended to dining. Wealthy hosts tried to recreate Roman banquets, with similar reclining couches and elaborate courses. But they also added new elements, printed menus describing each course, decorative sculptures made of sugar or marzipan, and even mechanical devices that moved dishes around the table. Dining became theatre, spectacle, and art. Picture yourself at one of these elaborate Renaissance dinners. The first course arrives, a delicate soup served in painted bowls. You notice everyone picking up the bowl carefully, bringing it to their lips to sip rather than slurping from a spoon. The warmth of the soup, the subtle flavours of herbs and cream, the gentle clink of ceramic against the table, it's all very refined, very controlled. Between courses, servants appear with water and cloths for hand washing, even though you're using utensils and theoretically not getting your hands dirty. It's become more ritual than necessity, a pause in the meal that allows for conversation and digestion. The water is scented, perhaps with lavender or lemon, and the cloths are warmed. Even the practical aspects of dining have become luxurious. The French court took Italian refinement and elevated it further. Under Louis XIV, dining at Versailles became so elaborate that it required guidebooks. The Sun King dined in public like a medieval lord, but with such ceremony that watching him eat was considered entertainment. There were officials whose only job was to carry the king's napkin, others who tasted his food, and still others who managed the progression of courses. French etiquette introduced the concept of service à la française, French service, where all the dishes for each course were placed on the table simultaneously, creating an impressive display. You didn't simply eat. You surveyed the options, made choices, and constructed your own meal from the available dishes. It required both decision-making and restraint. You couldn't try everything without appearing greedy. Napkins evolved during this period into something approaching what we use today. Renaissance napkins were large squares of linen, often embroidered with family crests or decorative patterns. They had multiple uses: wiping your fingers and a mouth, protecting your clothing, and even being tied around your neck like a bib for particularly saucy dishes. Some etiquette manuals suggested elaborate napkin folds that could take servants hours to perfect. The seating arrangement at Renaissance dinners followed strict protocols. The most important guests sat to the host's right, the second most important to their left, and so on down the table in descending order of rank. Where you sat announced your social status to everyone present. This created a physical representation of social hierarchy, with the table itself becoming a map of power and prestige. Music often accompanied these elaborate meals, but it was carefully chosen to be soothing rather than stimulating. Soft lute music, perhaps, or a small ensemble playing gentle madrigals. The music filled the spaces between conversation without overwhelming it, like a sonic tablecloth underneath the sounds of dining. Even the music was refined, controlled, and perfectly pitched to enhance rather than dominate. As you imagine yourself in this Renaissance dining room, the candlelight, the music, the careful choreography of utensils and courses, notice how much more deliberate everything has become. Medieval dining was communal and energetic. Renaissance dining is individual and contemplative. Both have their charms, but there's something particularly peaceful about this new approach, where every movement is considered, every gesture meaningful. Let the refinement of it all wash over you. The careful placement of forks and knives, the gentle rhythm of courses, the soft candlelight reflecting off polished silver. This is dining as meditation, eating as an art form. Close your eyes and breathe in the lavender-scented water from the finger bowl, feel the smooth linen of the napkin, and hear the quiet clink of silver against ceramic. Everything is designed to create peace, beauty, and harmony. Now we're moving into the 19th century, and if you thought Renaissance dining was elaborate, just wait. The Victorian era took table manners and transformed them into something approaching rocket science. This was the peak of dining complexity, when knowing which fork to use could make or break your social standing. Settle deeper into your comfortable spot, because understanding Victorian table manners requires a kind of relaxed attention. If you try too hard to follow all the rules, you'll just get confused. Better to let them wash over you like a gentle, very particular wave. In Victorian Britain and America, the middle class was expanding rapidly. Suddenly, people who had grown up eating simple meals from simple dishes found themselves with enough money to host dinner parties. But having money wasn't enough. You also needed to know how to behave properly. This created a massive market for etiquette books, which multiplied like rabbits and filled pages with increasingly specific instructions. The Victorian dinner table was a marvel of organisation. At a formal dinner, you might have 6 or 7 different forks, each designed for a specific course. There was the fish fork with its slightly wider tines. The salad fork is smaller than the dinner fork, the oyster fork tiny and specialised. The placement of these utensils communicated the menu. You could read the table like a map of the meal to come, But forks were just the beginning. You also had multiple knives, a butter knife, a fish knife, a dinner knife, and a cheese knife. Multiple spoons, soup spoon, dessert spoon, and demitasse spoon for coffee. Multiple glasses, water goblet, red wine glass, white wine glass, sherry glass, and champagne flute. A fully set Victorian table could have 20 pieces of silverware and glassware per person. The rule for using all these utensils was actually quite simple, though memorising what went where was complex. Start from the outside and work your way in. The outermost fork was for the first course, the next one in for the second course, and so on. This meant you didn't need to know what each utensil was called, you just needed to know the sequence. Picture yourself at a Victorian dinner party. You're wearing formal clothing that's slightly uncomfortable, corsets for women, tight collars for men. The dining room is elaborately decorated with heavy curtains, ornate furniture, and multiple layers of table linens. The table itself is a landscape of china, crystal, and silver, all gleaming in the light from a chandelier overhead. The meal begins with soup served by gloved servants who move silently around the table. You pick up your soup spoon, the largest spoon at your place setting, and here's where it gets specific. You're supposed to spoon soup away from you, not toward you. This prevents drips from falling on your clothing. You sip from the side of the spoon, not the tip. You never, ever blow on the soup to cool it, no matter how hot it is. When you've finished your soup, you place the spoon on the plate beneath the bowl, handle pointing to the 4 o'clock position. This signals to the servants that you're done and they can clear your place. Every position of the utensils communicated something. Resting position meant you were pausing, and finished position meant they could clear. Between each course, servants would change not just the plates but also the utensils. What you'd eaten fish with would be replaced with fresh implements for the next course. This created a rhythm to the meal. Eat, pause while the table is cleared and reset, eat the next course, pause again. The pauses were for conversation, which was as choreographed as the eating. Victorian conversation rules were elaborate. You were supposed to talk to the person on your right during some courses and the person on your left during others. Topics were carefully circumscribed, nothing too political, religious or personal. The weather was safe. Recent books were acceptable. Garden design was perfect. The goal was pleasant, uncontroversial conversation that helped digestion rather than hindering it. Napkin use had evolved into an art form. When you sat down, you unfolded your napkin and placed it across your lap. Never tucked into your collar like a bib. You used it to dab your mouth, not wipe vigorously. If you needed to leave the table temporarily, you placed the napkin on your chair. Only when the meal was completely finished did you put the napkin on the table, and even then, you didn't fold it neatly. That might suggest you expected to use the same napkin again, implying your host didn't have enough clean napkins for every meal. The Victorian era introduced what the French called service à la Russe, Russian service, which replaced the French style. Instead of all dishes appearing at once, Russian service brought one course at a time, already plated. This was more practical for homes without large staffs of servants, and created a more controlled, sequential dining experience. The meal became like a story unfolding chapter by chapter. Women's etiquette books had additional rules. You were never supposed to appear too hungry. You should eat slowly, in small bites, showing restraint and delicacy. Foods that required messy eating, lobster, artichokes, whole fruits, should be approached with extreme care, or avoided entirely in formal situations. The goal was to eat sufficiently without appearing to actually need food, which is quite the mental gymnastics when you think about it. Alcohol consumption was carefully regulated by social rules. Gentlemen could drink more freely, but even they were expected to maintain perfect composure. Ladies might have a glass of wine with dinner, but were encouraged to dilute it with water and sip rather than drink. Toasting was a complex ritual with its own protocols. Who could propose toasts, when, and how everyone should respond? The length of Victorian formal dinners could be astonishing. 7 or 8 courses spread over 3 or 4 hours wasn't unusual for an important dinner party. This required enormous stamina from both hosts and guests. You had to pace yourself, eating enough to be polite, but not so much that you would be uncomfortably full before the meal ended. Imagine how these long dinners must have felt. The initial excitement of arriving and seeing the beautifully set table. The careful attention required for the first few courses, making sure you used the right utensils and followed all the rules. The gradual relaxation as wine and conversation flowed. The slight fatigue set in around course 5 or 6. The gentle relief when dessert finally appeared, signalling the approaching end. What's interesting about Victorian table manners is how much they were about demonstrating control over your appetite, your emotions, your movements, and your conversation. Every aspect of dining became an opportunity to show that you were civilized, educated, and refined enough to belong in polite society. It was exhausting, but it was also strangely meditative. When every action is prescribed, you stop worrying about what to do and simply follow the pattern. As you drift in that pleasant space between waking and sleeping, imagine the soft clink of fine china, the gentle murmur of appropriate conversation, and the gleam of candlelight on crystal. Victorian dining rooms must have been peaceful in their own formal way, everyone following the same elaborate choreography, moving through the meal like dancers who all know the steps. Let that formality relax you rather than stress you. There's something soothing about knowing exactly what's expected, about moving through prescribed patterns. Victorian table manners might have been complex, but they created a framework that made social interaction predictable, and therefore, in its way, peaceful. As we move into the 20th century, something wonderful happens to table manners. They start absorbing influences from around the world. The elaborate European rules that had dominated for centuries begin mixing with customs from Asia, Africa, the Middle East, and the Americas, creating a richer, more diverse understanding of how people can eat together. Let your mind drift across the globe now, visiting different dining traditions, each with its own beauty and logic. We'll travel gently, like a slow boat on a calm sea, stopping at various ports to observe and appreciate. In Japan, table manners revolve around respect, for the food, for those who prepared it, and for your dining companions. Before eating, you say "itadakimasu," which roughly translates to "I humbly receive this food." It acknowledges the plants and animals that gave their lives, the people who prepared the meal, and the natural forces that made it all possible. This single word turns eating into gratitude. Chopstick etiquette in Japan is wonderfully specific. Never stick chopsticks vertically into rice. That's how food is offered to the dead. Never pass food from chopstick to chopstick. That resembles a funeral ritual. Never point chopsticks at people or wave them around while talking. The rules aren't arbitrary. They all connect to deeper cultural meanings about respect and awareness. Picture a Japanese meal. You're sitting on a tatami mat, perhaps with a low table before you. Multiple small dishes are arranged beautifully, each one a miniature work of art. There's rice in a lacquered bowl, miso soup steaming gently, carefully arranged vegetables and perhaps some fish. You pick up your chopsticks, hold them correctly, which takes practice, and begin eating slowly, appreciating each flavour separately. The pace of a traditional Japanese meal is beautifully meditative. Small portions mean you eat slowly. The variety of dishes means you're constantly experiencing new flavours and textures. Slurping noodles is not just acceptable, but encouraged. It cools the noodles and enhances the flavour. The sound of slurping noodles in a Japanese restaurant is the sound of appreciation, pleasure, and enjoyment. Travel with me now to India, where eating with your hands is not only common but also considered preferable for certain foods. There's a technique to it. You use your right hand only, and specifically your fingers, not your palm. You mix the rice or bread with curry or dal, forming a small ball, and lift it to your mouth with your thumb pushing from behind. This isn't careless or messy, it's actually quite precise. The temperature of the food, the texture, the way flavours combine, All of this is enhanced by the tactile experience of eating with your hands. Western utensils create a barrier between you and your food. Indian eating customs remove that barrier, making the meal more intimate and immediate. Indian dining etiquette emphasizes hospitality above almost everything else. Guests are served first and encouraged to eat their fill. Refusing food is considered insulting to the host. There's a phrase in Hindi, Atithi Devo Bhava, which means the guest is God. This philosophy shapes everything about how meals are served and shared. Drift now to Ethiopia, where communal eating reaches a beautiful extreme with the practice of eating from a shared platter. Injera, a spongy flatbread, covers a large plate, and various stews and vegetables are spooned onto it. Everyone eats from the same platter, tearing off pieces of injera to scoop up the food. There are no individual plates, no personal portions, just shared abundance. There's even a practice called gursha, where you tear off a piece of injera with food and feed it directly to someone else at the table, usually a guest or someone you want to honour. This intimate act of feeding another person is a gesture of love and respect. It breaks down barriers between people more effectively than any formal etiquette rule could. In the Middle East, hospitality and generosity define dining customs. Coffee service becomes an elaborate ritual involving multiple rounds and specific protocols. Meals often begin with mezze, small dishes of appetizers that encourage lingering tasting and conversation. The pace is unhurried. Rushing through a meal would insult both the food and your companions. Traditional Middle Eastern dining often happens on floor cushions around a low table, or cloth spread on the ground. The posture itself, sitting cross-legged or with legs to the side, creates a relaxed atmosphere. You can't eat formal course after formal course when you're lounging on cushions. The environment encourages ease and comfort. Mexican dining customs blend indigenous and Spanish influences into something unique. The concept of sobremesa, the time spent lingering at the table after a meal, is central to Mexican food culture. The meal itself might last an hour. The sobremesa could last 2 or 3. This isn't wasted time. It's when real conversation happens, when relationships deepen, and when the community strengthens. Chinese banquets introduced the Lazy Susan, a rotating platform in the centre of the table that makes sharing dishes effortless. Everyone can access everything without reaching or asking for things to be passed. It's both practical and symbolic, representing the circular nature of community and the idea that everyone has equal access to shared resources. Korean dining brings side dishes called banchan, small portions of kimchi, vegetables and other items that accompany the main meal. These are communal and replenished throughout the meal. The number of banchan reflects the formality of the occasion. More banchan means more honour to the guests. It's a quantifiable demonstration of respect and care. What's beautiful about experiencing all these different traditions is realising that table manners aren't about arbitrary European rules. They're about creating frameworks for connection, respect, and community. Japanese chopstick etiquette, Indian hand-eating techniques, Ethiopian communal platters, and Middle Eastern hospitality, they're all saying the same thing in different languages. Eating together matters, and how we do it shapes who we become together. The 20th century saw these traditions increasingly interact as travel became easier, and immigration brought new communities to new places. A child growing up in London might experience chopsticks at a Chinese restaurant, eat with their hands at an Indian friend's house, and use a knife and fork at home. This mixing created people who were fluent in multiple dining languages and able to move comfortably between different food cultures. What emerges from this global exchange is a kind of meta-etiquette, the understanding that different situations call for different manners, and that being polite means adapting to the customs of your hosts rather than insisting on your own habits. If you're invited to a Japanese home, you remove your shoes and sit on the floor. If you're eating Ethiopian food, you share from the communal platter. Flexibility becomes the highest form of good manners. This also means that the rigid Victorian rules start loosening. Yes, there are still formal dinners with specific protocols, but they're increasingly seen as one option among many rather than the only correct way to eat. A casual meal with friends might involve pizza eaten with hands straight from the box. A business lunch might be salad at a desk. A celebration dinner might be an elaborate multi-course affair. Each context has its appropriate customs, and navigating them successfully requires awareness rather than memorization. As you imagine yourself moving between these different dining cultures, the tatami mats of Japan, the cushioned floor of a Moroccan home, the communal table of an Ethiopian restaurant, the formal dining room of a European-style dinner party, feel how each environment invites a different kind of presence. Some are meditative and precise, others are warm and communal, and still others are formal and structured. All of them are valid. All of them have something to teach. The blending of global influences also brings new foods to new places, and with those foods come new challenges for table manners. How do you eat sushi politely? Is it okay to use your hands for tacos? What's the proper way to approach po, with its complicated combination of noodles, broth, herbs, and condiments? These questions don't have single answers. They depend on context, company, and cultural sensitivity. What's delightful is watching how different cultures handle the same practical problems in different ways. Everybody needs to clean their hands before and after eating. The Japanese use oshibori, hot, damp towels. Middle Eastern cultures offer rose water in beautiful bowls. Europeans provide finger bowls with lemon. Americans might just gesture toward the bathroom. Same need, different elegant solutions. Similarly, every culture has developed ways to show respect for food and those who prepared it. Saying grace before meals, offering the first portion to elders, complimenting the cook, and leaving a small amount on your plate to show you've been well fed. These customs vary in detail but unite in purpose. They all acknowledge that eating is more than just a biological necessity. It's a spiritual and social act. Let yourself relax into this beautiful diversity. There's no single right way to eat, no universal code of table manners that applies everywhere. Instead, there's a rich tapestry of customs, each reflecting the values, environment, and history of the people who practice them. Understanding this can be liberating. You don't need to know every rule, just the willingness to observe, adapt, and show respect. As we drift into the 21st century, your time, the present moment, table manners find themselves in an interesting position. The elaborate Victorian rules still exist in certain contexts, but they're no longer the default assumption for every meal. Instead, modern table manners are situational, flexible, and increasingly focused on practical considerations rather than arbitrary status markers. The pace of modern life has changed how we eat in fundamental ways. Quick lunches at desks, grabbing dinner between activities, eating while commuting. These weren't options in previous eras. This creates tension between traditional notions of proper dining and the realities of contemporary schedules. The result is a kind of bifurcation. Some meals are formal and traditional, others are pragmatic and casual, and navigating between them requires a different kind of social intelligence. Think about your own meals over the past week. Probably some were eaten quickly, maybe while doing something else. Perhaps you had breakfast standing at the counter, lunch at your desk, and dinner in front of the television. These meals have their own informal etiquette, not the kind written in books, but the kind that emerges from shared understanding about what's acceptable. But then maybe you also had a meal that felt more significant. Dinner with family, where everyone sat down together, lunch with a friend at a restaurant, a holiday gathering with extended family. For these meals, different rules applied, not necessarily formal rules, but rules nonetheless. You probably put your phone away, engaged in conversation, and paid attention to your eating pace relative to others. This is the dance of modern table manners, knowing when to apply which standards, understanding the unspoken expectations of different situations, and being able to shift gears smoothly. It's actually more complex than Victorian etiquette in some ways, because at least Victorians knew the rules were always the same. Modern diners need to read contexts and adapt constantly. The smartphone has introduced entirely new etiquette questions. Is it okay to check your phone during dinner? To photograph your food? To scroll through social media between courses? The answers depend on who you ask and what the situation is. A casual lunch with close friends might include phones on the table. A formal business dinner definitely wouldn't. We're still collectively negotiating these norms. Food photography has become its own phenomenon. Millions of people photograph their meals and share them online, turning every plate into potential content. Traditional etiquette would probably faint at this practice, taking pictures of food before eating it, delaying a hot meal to get the right lighting. But modern manners are evolving to accommodate this new reality, with some restaurants even designing dishes to be photogenic. The rise of dietary restrictions and food preferences has also changed table manners. Vegetarians, vegans, people with allergies, and religious dietary requirements, all of these create situations that require new forms of consideration. Good hosts ask about dietary restrictions before planning menus. Good guests communicate their needs clearly and appreciate efforts made on their behalf. It's old-fashioned consideration applied to new situations. Environmental consciousness is influencing table manners too. Reducing food waste has become a form of politeness. Using reusable containers instead of disposables. Choosing sustainable foods. These might seem like personal choices rather than etiquette, but they're increasingly seen as part of being a considerate diner and community member. The concept of mindful eating has introduced meditative practices to mealtime. Eating slowly, paying attention to flavours and textures, and being present with your food rather than distracted by devices or thoughts. These practices borrow from Buddhist traditions and contemporary wellness culture. They're not quite table manners in the traditional sense, but they're definitely etiquette for how to relate to food and the act of eating. Tipping culture creates its own complex etiquette, varying dramatically by country and even by city. In some places, tipping is essential and expected. In others, it's insulting. The amounts vary, the situations where it's appropriate vary, and even the method of tipping varies. It's a minefield of social expectations that somehow everyone is expected to navigate without explicit instruction. Family dinner tables have changed dramatically. Where Victorian families might have formal dinners every night, modern families are lucky to gather everyone for meals a few times a week. This scarcity makes shared meals more precious but also less practiced. Children might grow up with fewer examples of table manners, learning them in fits and starts rather than through daily repetition. Yet there's also a counter-movement toward reclaiming the dinner table. Slow food movements, farm-to-table restaurants, cooking classes, and meal kit services, all of these represent people trying to make eating together more intentional, more valued, and more ceremonial. It's as if, having gone through a period of extreme casualization, we're collectively realizing that something important was lost and trying to get it back. Restaurant etiquette has evolved too. The rise of casual fine dining has created spaces where you might encounter amazing food without formal dress codes or elaborate protocols. You can eat Michelin-starred cuisine while wearing jeans. This democratization of fancy food has made high-quality dining more accessible, but also more confusing. How formal should you be in these spaces? Food delivery and takeout have created new situations with their own unwritten rules. Do you tip delivery drivers the same as restaurant servers? How do you tip for pickup orders? What's appropriate when ordering through apps versus calling directly? These questions didn't exist 20 years ago. Now they're part of everyday dining life. The pandemic added another layer of complexity, introducing concepts like outdoor dining, takeout cocktails, and virtual dinner parties. Some of these innovations will probably fade, others might become permanent parts of how we share meals. Table manners are adapting in real time, and we're all participating in creating the new norms. What's interesting about modern table manners is that they're more democratic than they've ever been. Victorian etiquette was explicitly about class distinction. Knowing the rules marked you as upper class. Not knowing them marked you as an outsider. Modern etiquette is more about context and consideration. The goal isn't to demonstrate superior breeding, but to make everyone comfortable and show respect for the situation. This shift reflects broader social changes. We're less hierarchical than Victorians, more global than medieval Europeans, and more diverse than Renaissance Italians. Our table manners need to accommodate all of that complexity while still serving the fundamental purpose of making shared meals pleasant and meaningful. As you think about your own relationship to table manners, notice how much unconscious knowledge you actually have. You probably know when to use formal manners and when to relax. You likely adapt your behaviour based on who you're eating with and where you're eating. You've internalized thousands of small rules without ever explicitly learning them. This is how etiquette has always worked, really. The written rules are just the tip of the iceberg. Beneath them is an ocean of unspoken understanding about consideration, respect, and social harmony. Modern table manners might seem chaotic compared to Victorian rigidity, but they're actually quite sophisticated in their flexibility and adaptiveness. Let that understanding settle over you like a soft blanket. You already know how to navigate these situations. You've been doing it your whole life, learning and adapting and reading social cues. Table manners aren't a test you need to pass. They're a dance you already know how to do, even if you've never formally studied the steps. As we approach the end of our journey through the history of table manners, let's pause to consider what all of this reveals about human nature. Because table manners, when you really think about them, are about much more than knowing which fork to use. At their core, table manners are about transforming a biological necessity, eating, into an opportunity for connection, beauty, and meaning. Every culture that has ever existed has developed some form of dining etiquette, which suggests that this transformation is something humans fundamentally need. We're not content to simply fuel our bodies. We want to make the process meaningful. Think about what table manners actually accomplish. They slow us down, making us eat more deliberately. They create predictable patterns that reduce social anxiety. When everyone follows the same rules, there's less uncertainty about how to behave. They demonstrate respect for food, for those who prepared it, and for our dining companions. They turn eating from a solitary act into a communal ritual. The evolution of table manners mirrors the evolution of civilization itself. As societies became more complex, table manners became more elaborate. As global connections increased, table manners absorbed more diverse influences. As social hierarchies shifted, table manners became more democratic. The history of how we eat together is, in miniature, the history of how we've learned to live together. There's something deeply comforting about this continuity. Your medieval ancestors worried about table manners. Your Victorian great-great-grandparents memorized fork placement. Your parents taught you to chew with your mouth closed. This chain of transmission, stretching back thousands of years, connects you to every human who has ever shared a meal and wondered about the right way to do it. The anxiety many people feel about table manners, worrying about doing something wrong, feeling uncertain in formal dining situations, is actually evidence of how much we care about connection and belonging. We worry because we want to show respect, because we want to be included, and because we recognise that how we behave at the table signals something important about who we are. But here's the beautiful secret that becomes clear when you study table manners across cultures and centuries. The specific rules matter much less than the spirit behind them. Victorian silver arrangements and Japanese chopstick protocols look completely different, but they're both expressing the same values: respect, consideration, mindfulness, and community. You can follow every rule perfectly and still be a terrible dinner companion if you lack those underlying values. This means that good table manners are ultimately about awareness of the food, of your fellow diners, of the context, and of your own behaviour. Whether you're using a fork or chopsticks or your hands doesn't matter as much as whether you're being thoughtful, considerate, and present. The most important table manner, the one that transcends all cultural variations and historical changes, might simply be this: pay attention. Pay attention to what you're eating, savouring flavours rather than mindlessly consuming. Pay attention to who you're eating with, engaging with them rather than being distracted. Pay attention to the moment, recognizing that this meal, like all meals, is temporary and therefore precious. When you think about it this way, table manners become a form of meditation. The careful placement of utensils, the deliberate pace of eating, and the mindful conversation, all of these create a structured opportunity to be fully present. In a world that constantly demands our attention and fragments our focus, mealtimes offer a rare chance to be completely here, now, engaged with the physical and social reality immediately in front of us. This is perhaps why so many spiritual traditions include ritual meals. The Jewish Sabbath dinner, Christian communion, Islamic iftar, and Buddhist monks' meals. All of these use food and communal eating as vehicles for something transcendent. Table manners, at their best, point toward this same transcendence. They elevate the ordinary act of eating into something sacred. Even casual modern meals can carry this quality if we let them. That quick lunch with a colleague becomes an opportunity to strengthen a relationship. That family dinner, even if everyone's slightly distracted and someone's checking their phone, still creates a moment of togetherness. That solo meal, if eaten mindfully, becomes a practice of self-care and presence. The future of table manners is still being written. Will we return to more formal dining as a reaction against modern casualness? Will new technologies create entirely new eating situations that require new etiquette? Will global integration create a universal set of table manners, or will we maintain our beautiful diversity of customs? Probably all of these things will happen in different ways, in different places for different people. Table manners will continue to evolve because they've always evolved, adapting to new circumstances while maintaining their fundamental purpose, making the act of eating together more meaningful, more pleasant, and more human. As you lie there in comfort, full of new knowledge about how humans have tried to make eating civilized across the millennia, let yourself appreciate the simple fact that you're part of this long tradition. Every meal you share with others, whether formal or casual, whether you follow every rule or make it up as you go, connects you to every human who has ever broken bread with another person. Your table manners, whatever they are part of an ongoing human conversation about how we should live together. And that conversation, that continuous attempt to transform biological necessity into social art, is one of the things that makes us most human. Let's end where we began, imagining a meal, but now with all the accumulated wisdom of human history informing our vision. Picture the perfect meal, combining everything we've learned. It takes place at a table, maybe high, maybe low, maybe not a table at all, but a cloth spread on the ground. The setting is comfortable, whether that means formal chairs or floor cushions or something in between. The important thing is that you feel at ease, able to relax into the experience. The lighting is gentle, candles perhaps, or natural light filtering through windows, or the soft glow of a setting sun. Nothing harsh or clinical, just enough light to see the food and your companions clearly. The temperature is perfectly comfortable, not too hot or cold, with just enough air movement to feel fresh without being drafty. Before you is food that someone prepared with care. Maybe it's simple, maybe elaborate. Maybe it came from across the world, maybe from just down the road. The specifics don't matter as much as the attention that went into it. Someone thought about what would nourish and please and then made it happen. You have the right implements for eating, whatever those are for this particular meal. Fork and knife, chopsticks, a piece of flatbread, your hands. It doesn't matter, because you know how to use them and they feel natural in your grasp. The table is set appropriately for the occasion, with everything you need within easy reach. Around the table are people you care about. They might be family, friends, colleagues, or even strangers who will become friends by meal's end. Their presence makes the food taste better, the experience richer, and the moment more complete. You can see their faces clearly, hear their voices easily, and feel their presence without crowding. The meal begins with some acknowledgement, perhaps formal grace, perhaps a simple toast, perhaps just a moment of shared appreciation before the first bite. This brief pause creates a threshold, marking the transition from ordinary time to mealtime, from scattered activity to shared focus. You eat slowly enough to taste what you're eating. The flavours register fully, salt and sweet, bitter and sour, and the complex middle notes that make food interesting. Textures matter too. Crisp and soft, smooth and rough, and the way different foods play against each other in your mouth. You're not just consuming calories, you're experiencing something. The conversation flows naturally, with space for both talking and eating. No one dominates, everyone contributes. Topics range freely, but stay pleasant. This isn't the place for argument or stress, though real discussion is welcome. Laughter comes easily, along with the comfortable silences of people who don't need to fill every moment with noise. The pace is unhurried. If there are multiple courses, they arrive with enough time between them for digestion and conversation. If it's a single course, everyone eats at roughly the same speed, with no one feeling rushed or held back. Time becomes elastic, expanding to fill whatever space the meal needs. You're present, not thinking about what comes next, not dwelling on what came before, just here in this moment with this food and these people. Your phone is somewhere else, or at least silenced and ignored. The outside world can wait. Right now, there's only this table, this meal, this company. When the meal ends, and all meals must end eventually, it ends gently. There's no abrupt transition, no rushed clearing of plates. Perhaps there's coffee or tea, perhaps just a lingering at the table, extending the experience a few more precious minutes. The acknowledgement that it's ending makes the last moment sweeter. You leave the table satisfied but not overstuffed, nourished in body and spirit and grateful for the food and the company and the time. The memory of this meal will settle into you, becoming part of the accumulated experience of all good meals you've ever had. All the moments when eating together created something larger than the sum of its parts. This perfect meal doesn't require perfect manners in the Victorian sense. It doesn't need elaborate settings or expensive ingredients or impeccable protocol. What it needs is attention, consideration, and presence. Everything else, the specific customs, the particular foods, the exact setting, are just variations on these fundamental themes. And here's the wonderful secret. You can create this perfect meal, or something close to it, almost any time you choose. It doesn't require wealth or special knowledge or ideal circumstances. It just requires deciding that this meal, this moment, matters enough to give it your full attention. As you drift now towards sleep, let yourself hold the image of that perfect meal. Feel the contentment of a good meal shared with good company. Taste the flavours, hear the gentle conversation, and feel the warmth of connection. Let it all settle into you like satisfaction after eating, that sense of being well fed in every way that matters. All around the world at this very moment people are gathering to eat together. They're using different utensils, following different customs, and eating different foods. But they're all doing the same essential thing, transforming the act of eating into an opportunity for connection, beauty and meaning. You're part of that global community of eaters, that vast human family that has always gathered around fires and tables and floors and picnic blankets to share food and lives. Your table manners, whatever they are your contribution to this ongoing human project of making eating together matter. Sleep well, knowing that tomorrow there will be more meals, more opportunities to practice presence and consideration, and more chances to turn the simple act of eating into something approaching art. The history of table manners is still being written, and you're one of its authors. Dream of feasts and quiet dinners, of perfect moments around imperfect tables, of all the meals yet to come and all the ways they'll connect you to yourself and others. Dream of humanity's long journey from eating raw food with our fingers around prehistoric fires to whatever beautiful new dining customs the future will bring. And when you wake, remember, the next meal is a fresh opportunity to make that history just a little bit more peaceful, a little bit more mindful, and a little bit more human. Sleep well, the table is always waiting. Imagine New York City in 1904, when the tallest skyscrapers hardly reached the skyline and horses continued to clip-clop along cobblestone streets with the occasional car. Julius Robert Oppenheimer, though everyone would call him Robert, or simply Oppie to his friends, was born into this world of gaslight and escalating ambition. Though Robert's early years were depicted in more general terms, you might think that future atomic scientists come from childhood spent staring at telescopes and chemistry sets. Julius, his father, had come from Germany with little more than a keen sense of style and a passion for textiles. By the time Robert was born, the family business had become successful enough to buy an apartment with a view of the Hudson River, furnished with impressionist paintings, Persian rugs, and the kind of cosy quiet that comes with having money. Ella, Robert's mother, was an artist who saw the world through light and shadow compositions. As young Robert played quietly close by, she had set up her easel by their Upper West Side home's tall windows and began painting watercolours, displaying the thoughtfulness that would define his entire life. Even as a young child, he had an eye for the world that seemed older than his years. It wasn't precocious in the way that adults find it unsettling, but it was genuine curiosity about how things fit together. Though deeply intellectual, the Oppenheimer household was not particularly religious. Every wall was adorned with books like old friends waiting to chat, and topics discussed at the dinner table included literature, art, and difficult philosophical issues. Like a tiny sober sponge, Robert took in all of this, cultivating the kind of all-encompassing curiosity that would eventually enable him to discuss Hindu philosophy with the same ease as he would quantum mechanics. Robert found school to be almost too easy. He was quietly working his way through books that most adults would find difficult, while other kids were having trouble with spelling and math. By the age of 10, he was reading translated Plato and penning poetry that was surprisingly sophisticated for someone whose voice had not yet changed. This thin, pale boy who could talk about literature like a graduate student, but still required assistance getting to books on high shelves, left his teachers unsure of how to interpret him. An alternative form of education was offered by the family's Long Island vacation house. Robert developed a contemplative love for the outdoors here. He was a child who collected rocks with the methodical attention of someone who saw stories in their crystalline structures, not the kind who built forts or caught frogs. An early indication of the scientific mind growing beneath his literary interests was the meticulous labelling and cataloguing of each specimen. Among family friends, Robert's rock collection became legendary. He could spend hours studying a single mineral sample, turning it in the light to reveal various features, reading about its geological formation, and comprehending its significance in the grand scheme of things. He first learned to think in deep time, to envision forces that could reshape continents and processes that took millions of years, thanks to geology. Later on, this sense of scale would enable him to understand physics concepts that other bright minds found difficult to understand. By his early adolescence, Robert had developed into a young man who appeared to be a little different from his contemporaries. He was amiable enough, but his passions and the ferocity with which he pursued them had an unearthly quality. Robert had become enthralled with Hindu philosophy and wanted to read the original texts, so he was teaching himself Sanskrit while other boys his age were learning baseball and the first hints of romantic interest. Although Robert was undoubtedly not exempt from the joy of intellectual achievement, the Sanskrit study was more than just academic boasting. The philosophical issues these ancient writings addressed, such as what the nature of reality is, truly captivated him. How do we make sense of our position in the vast, seemingly uncaring universe? For him, these were pressing personal issues rather than abstract riddles that would shape his views on everything from moral responsibility to subatomic particles. His parents were both proud and perplexed as they observed their son's intellectual growth. Robert appeared to be developing into a person whose mind worked on frequencies they weren't always able to pick up. Despite their desire to raise a thoughtful, cultured child, they realised they were raising someone very special when he casually mentioned over breakfast that he had started a small literary magazine at school, or that he had been communicating with professional geologists about his rock collection. For Robert, the passage from childhood to adolescence wasn't totally seamless. Social situations were occasionally awkward due to his intellectual prowess. He would make references that were too complex for his peers to understand, or get so engrossed in a book that he forgot he was meant to be taking part in group activities. But instead of growing resentful or conceited over his differences, Robert acquired a kind of mild disinterest that would benefit him for the rest of his life. He discovered how to live in two different worlds at once. The world of scientific facts and the world of artistic beauty. The world of teenage worries and the world of adult ideas. Robert had already started to consider the issues that would shape his adult life as he neared graduation from the Ethical Culture School, a school that placed equal emphasis on moral growth and academic success. How can we strike a balance between social responsibility and personal success? What responsibilities do we have to serve others with our gifts? In a universe that appears to be controlled by impersonal forces, how do we find meaning? These weren't the usual worries of a college-bound 18-year-old, but then Robert Oppenheimer had never been normal. With interests ranging from poetry to geology to philosophy, he was getting ready to enroll at Harvard University with a mind that was already beginning to recognize connections that others had overlooked. The young man who had begun by gathering rocks was preparing to contribute to the discovery of the atom's mysteries. For someone with Robert's thirst for knowledge, Harvard in 1922 was like an intellectual candy store. As the majority of freshmen were learning how to organize their own laundry and deal with the social complexities of living in a dorm, Robert was taking courses from a wide range of academic specialties, much like a person at a fancy buffet who is unable to choose between the main courses and the appetizers. Do you know how some people discover their calling early on and pursue it assiduously? Robert wasn't like that. Rather, he went into college like a passionate adventurer charting a new continent. He enrolled in classes in languages, literature, philosophy, history, and almost as an afterthought, chemistry and physics. His transcript appeared to be the work of multiple students whose schedules had been inadvertently combined. During this time, Harvard was still mostly a finishing school for young men from well-to-do families, but it was also starting to draw serious academics who believed that the university was a place where genuine intellectual work could take place. Between these two realms, Robert found himself privileged enough to be at ease in social situations, but too inquisitive to be content with merely academic credentials. This intense young man would ask questions that showed he had read far more than the assigned materials, leaving his professors unsure of how to respond. Robert might tangentially bring up a Sanskrit text in a literature class to clarify a point regarding Western poetry. He would relate molecular structures to philosophical inquiries concerning the nature of existence and matter in a chemistry lab. Some faculty members felt uneasy about the interdisciplinary thinking, while others were genuinely thrilled about it. For students who shared his diverse interests, Robert's room in his Harvard dorm turned into a sort of salon. Robert would lead casual conversations that could range from quantum theory to TS, while other undergraduates were preoccupied with football games and fraternity parties. Eliot's most recent poems are about the Russian Revolution's political ramifications. Robert was genuinely interested in what other people thought about the big questions and genuinely curious about everything. So these weren't performances or attempts to flaunt himself. The academic work was almost too simple. In a fraction of the time required for his peers to master the assigned material for most courses, Robert was able to read independently about topics that went well beyond any syllabus. He found that he had a special talent for physics, not only for manipulating numbers, but also for using his imagination to picture how the invisible realm of atoms and energy might truly function. However, despite his academic success, Robert was having trouble answering more introspective questions about his life goals. In his social circle, it was expected that intelligent young men would pursue respectable careers in business, law, or medicine, which would enable them to continue living the comfortable lives they had known as children. These traditional routes drew Robert in, but in some way they seemed too narrow for the questions that captivated him. Something clicked in his junior year. A professor who had trained in Europe and brought back tales of the groundbreaking discoveries being made in physics labs across the Atlantic was teaching Robert an advanced chemistry course. For the first time, Robert realized that science was about asking basic questions about the nature of reality itself, not just about learning facts and doing calculations. The moment was ideal. In the 1920s, physics was going through a revolution that only occurs once every 100 years. Quantum mechanics and relativity theory discoveries were upending everything scientists believed they knew about matter, energy, space, and time. Robert wanted to be involved because it felt like he was witnessing the development of a new perspective on the cosmos. Robert had discovered his calling by his senior year. He would pursue a career in physics, but he wanted to focus on the fundamental issues that were changing how people perceive reality. This was more of a calling than a career decision. It was the same kind of intense dedication that might inspire someone to pursue a career in philosophy or poetry. After earning a summa cum laude degree in 1925, Robert had to make a decision that would affect the rest of his life. He had the option to remain in America and pursue graduate studies at one of the reputable universities, which would provide him with a secure and reliable route to academic achievement. He could also travel to Europe, where the giants of theoretical physics were working out the implications of quantum theory in coffee shops and labs from Cambridge to Göttingen. That's where the real action was in theoretical physics. The choice to travel to Europe wasn't made solely for academic reasons. In addition, Robert was fleeing from a complex romantic circumstance that had left him emotionally damaged and unsure of his own discernment in private affairs. Europe provided him with both geographical separation from issues he wasn't yet prepared to handle and intellectual adventure. Thus, in the fall of 1925, Robert found himself on a ship travelling across the Atlantic with letters of introduction to some of the world's most renowned scientists, and a ton of questions concerning atomic structure, quantum mechanics, and the bizarre new reality that physics was unveiling. He was 21 years old, bright, a little gullible about the world outside of academia, and on the cusp of one of the most exciting eras in scientific history. The young man was travelling across the ocean to contribute to the understanding of the true nature of the universe. He had begun his college career by reading poetry and collecting rocks. Someone with Robert's ambition and curiosity had been unconsciously preparing for this kind of intellectual adventure all his life. Imagine getting off a train in Cambridge, England in 1925 with a head full of physics equations that you hope will impress the great Ernest Rutherford, and a suitcase full of clothing that suddenly seems too American. This was Robert's first introduction to the Cavendish laboratory, where men who viewed the fundamental nature of reality as a problem to be solved by meticulous experimentation and astute intuition were making some of the most significant discoveries in atomic physics. Back then, the Cavendish resembled the most exclusive workshop in the world, with scientists discussing atomic nuclei and electrons the way others might discuss the weather, and equipment that looked like it belonged in the basement of a Victorian inventor's home. Robert was in the odd position of being fully unprepared for the practical experimental methods that British physics placed such a strong emphasis on, but intellectually prepared for sophisticated theoretical work. You know how it feels to believe you are proficient at something until you observe a true expert in action? Those were Robert's initial months at Cambridge. He was able to explain quantum mechanics with mathematical precision, but he was unable to handle the delicate manipulations needed for experimental work without causing minor catastrophes. His attempts to construct equipment frequently ended in shattered glassware and outcomes that left his supervisors wondering if theoretical physics would be a better fit for this driven young American. Robert worked with the same methodical intensity he'd brought to everything else, so it wasn't a lack of intelligence or effort that was the issue. However, experimental physics necessitates a distinct way of thinking, a tactile comprehension of material behaviour, and an intuitive sense of when something is functioning correctly. The concrete world of laboratory equipment was almost alien to Robert, whose mind was already functioning at such abstract levels. In fact, Robert's growth as a scientist depended heavily on this difficult time. He had to face the possibility that his intellectual gifts might be limited, and for the first time in his academic career something wasn't coming easily. Instead of giving up, Robert took this setback as an opportunity to reflect more thoroughly on his career goals as a physicist. In contrast, the theoretical work fulfilled all of Robert's expectations. In the 1920s, the physics community was small enough for informal seminars and one-on-one discussions to quickly spread revolutionary ideas. Robert found himself at the centre of debates concerning quantum tunnelling, wave-particle duality, and other ideas that went against everything people had previously believed to be true about the physical world. Robert decided to transfer to Göttingen, Germany, where Max Born was spearheading some of the most advanced work in theoretical physics after a year at Cambridge. This choice would influence the remainder of Robert's career. This was part of a revolutionary movement that was rewriting the laws of nature, not just a change in universities. The quantum revolution began in Göttingen in 1926. When bright people realize they're making discoveries that will forever alter human understanding, the university town is filled with the kind of intellectual excitement that results. When Robert arrived, he was surrounded by young physicists from all over the world, who were all interested in working with Born and his colleagues on problems that had never been solved, because they had never been properly formulated before. In a way that Robert had never encountered before, the work was highly collaborative. In coffee shop conversations and seminars, ideas were freely exchanged, and progress toward understanding was more important than credit. Robert flourished in this setting and found that, rather than detracting from his physics thinking, his wide cultural background and philosophical interests actually strengthened it. Robert started working on quantum mechanical problems under Born's tutelage that called for real physical intuition about the behaviour of atoms and molecules, in addition to mathematical expertise. The quantum mechanics of molecular rotation was the subject of his doctoral dissertation, which he finished in an exceptionally short amount of time. This technical work showed his command of the new theoretical tools and opened up research avenues that would occupy other physicists for decades. What Robert discovered about the true nature of science, however, may have been more significant than the particular study. He learned in Göttingen that the best discoveries frequently result from identifying which questions are worthwhile to ask, rather than from resolving predetermined issues. He developed the ability to think like a theoretical physicist, which included being at ease with ambiguity, adept at mathematical abstraction, and constantly aware of connections that others might overlook. Robert's knowledge of politics and culture was also expanded by his time in Europe, which would have an impact on his future. This was Weimar Germany, a country struggling with economic instability and escalating political tensions as it attempted to reconstruct itself following the destruction of World War I. Robert saw firsthand how political forces could quickly jeopardize academic freedom and scientific collaboration, but he also saw firsthand how intellectual life could thrive even in turbulent times. Robert had changed from a bright but unfocused college graduate to one of the rising stars of theoretical physics by the time he finished his doctorate in 1927. He had acquired research techniques that would benefit him throughout his career, learned to think in the mathematical language of quantum mechanics, and cultivated connections with scientists who would influence physics in the 20th century. Once a hobbyist rock collector, the young man was now prepared to contribute to the discovery of the fundamental laws governing everything from star behavior to atomic structure. He would, however, first go back to America to assist in creating a physics community that could rival the intellectual stimulation he had encountered in Europe. Robert was carrying more than just a doctorate as he got ready to set sail again across the Atlantic. He was introducing a fresh perspective on physics that would contribute to the transformation of American science from a primarily regional endeavour into a global leader in basic research. The young man who had enjoyed reading Sanskrit was coming back as a man who could decipher nature's own hidden grammar, in contrast to the intellectual oasis he had encountered in Europe. American physics appeared to be a desert when Robert returned to the United States in 1927. The majority of American physics departments were still concentrating on real-world applications and conventional experimental methods, while European universities were humming with discussions about relativity theory and quantum mechanics. Everyone was still playing simple folk tunes, which was like coming back from a symphony concert. However, Robert viewed this as an opportunity rather than a letdown. Even though American physics was theoretically underdeveloped, there was still an opportunity to develop something new and establish an intellectual community that could compete with the major European learning hubs. It only required someone who was prepared to sow the seeds and then patiently and enthusiastically tend to their growth. The physics department at the University of California, Berkeley, where he held his first job, was searching for someone who could introduce graduate students to the theoretical work that was transforming the field in Europe. When Robert got there were a few bright students who wanted to learn about quantum mechanics but didn't know where to start. It was similar to asking someone who had never heard the language to teach them a foreign language. What followed was one of those understated revolutions that alter everything but are rarely reported in the media. Robert started constructing the Berkeley School of Theoretical Physics, turning nearly nothing into a research program that would eventually compete with the best in the world. However, he accomplished this in a manner that was distinctively American, fusing European sophistication with a more open, cooperative, and democratic method of scientific inquiry. Robert's teaching style was the key because it was different from anything his students had ever encountered. Rather than giving polished lectures while standing at a blackboard, Robert would solve problems aloud as his students observed the process of discovery. It was similar to being permitted to watch a master craftsman in action, witnessing not only the final product but also the methods and ways of thinking that enabled excellence. The physics community came to revere Robert's seminars. He would be deep in conversation with whoever had arrived early, explaining connections between quantum mechanics, statistical mechanics, and astrophysics that most professors would treat as distinct subjects, while drawing equations on the blackboard. Everyone was expected to contribute, and the environment was more akin to a salon than a classroom. Do you know how some educators tend to oversimplify difficult subjects? Robert possessed the opposite talent. He was able to make even the most difficult theoretical physics ideas seem not just understandable, but inevitable. His seminars would leave students with a fresh perspective on physical issues as well as new knowledge, as if they had been given access to secrets about the true workings of the universe. Students from all over the nation were drawn to the Berkeley program because they had heard about this young professor who was making a significant contribution to the teaching of physics in America. They arrived hoping to learn quantum mechanics, but instead they found a whole new way of doing science, one that valued depth as much as breadth, philosophical insight as much as mathematical skill, and teamwork as much as individual success. Robert's impact went well beyond his official teaching duties. For a whole generation of American physicists, many of whom would later make important contributions to the discipline, he served as a mentor and intellectual mentor. More significantly, though, he was not merely teaching them to solve problems, he was teaching them how to think like scientists. Robert's interdisciplinary approach and wide range of interests were reflected in the research that came out of Berkeley in the 1930s, working on issues ranging from nuclear theory to astrophysics to atomic and molecular physics. His students frequently discovered connections between these ostensibly disparate fields that more narrowly focused researchers would overlook. Although Robert himself made significant contributions to the fields of quantum tunneling, cosmic ray showers, and neutron stars, his greatest accomplishment was establishing a scientific community capable of confidently and creatively addressing any issue. Robert's genuine excitement for the process of discovery, in addition to his mastery of physics, was what made him such an effective teacher. He tackled every new problem with the inquisitiveness of someone who was learning physics for the first time, and this enthusiasm was infectious. In addition to learning how to solve problems, students also discovered how much they enjoy the intellectual journey that is scientific research. The Berkeley School was one of the top hubs for theoretical physics research worldwide by the late 1930s. The collaborative, interdisciplinary approach that Robert had taught them was being carried by his former students as they dispersed throughout American universities. American physics was starting to compete with European science by creating its own unique research and teaching methodology rather than by imitating European techniques. However, Robert's career and the interaction between science and society were about to change as a result of the intersection of his teaching success with more significant historical forces. Soon, the same theoretical discoveries that made his seminars so fascinating would serve as the basis for weapons with previously unheard of destructive potential, and the educator, who had dedicated his professional life to fostering intellectual community, would be called upon to lead an unprecedented scientific endeavour to put an end to a conflict. All of Robert's interpersonal and intellectual leadership abilities would be put to the test, as he went from being a university professor to a scientific administrator. However, the groundwork had been established during his time at Berkeley, where he discovered that the most significant scientific breakthroughs frequently result from groups of gifted individuals collaborating to achieve shared objectives rather than from lone geniuses. Imagine being tasked with creating a brand new city in the middle of a New Mexico mesa, assembling a team of some of the most talented and erratic scientists on the planet, and organising them to tackle the most difficult technical problem in human history, all while keeping everything you do completely secret. In 1942, Robert was offered this task by the US government, and he accepted it somehow. At 7,300 feet above sea level, on a plateau encircled by mountains that seemed to go on forever beneath a vast sky, Robert's first impression of Los Alamos was hardly more than a boys' school. It was remote, harsh, and totally unfit for the kind of scientific work that would have to take place there. But it was also beautiful in the way that barren landscapes can be. After seeing the website, the majority of people would have recommended going somewhere more affordable. But when Robert looked at that mesa, he noticed something different. He saw a setting that might motivate the kind of extraordinary effort that extraordinary times required, a space that could support quick expansion, and an isolation that would offer security. More than that, he realised that developing the atomic bomb was a human challenge that would necessitate the establishment of an entirely new type of scientific community. The Manhattan Project marked a significant change in the structure and financing of scientific research. Los Alamos would unite hundreds of scientists and engineers to work on a single, well-defined goal under military security and government guidance, rather than having individual professors work with small groups of students on problems of their own. With Robert conducting, it was like attempting to turn scientific research from chamber music into a symphony orchestra. Just the logistical difficulties were astounding. Without knowing exactly what they would be working on, scientists and their families had to be recruited. The closest major city was hundreds of miles away, so housing, labs, and support facilities had to be built there. Equipment had to be transported to an unofficial site via mountain roads, and it had to happen fast enough to change the course of a global conflict. The human problems, however, were even more intricate. In addition to representing various physics and chemistry specialties, the scientists who arrived at Los Alamos also represented various cultures, research methodologies, and viewpoints on the best way to structure scientific endeavours. American scholars who had never left their homelands collaborated with European refugees who had fled fascism. Engineers who had to construct real devices that would function in combat environments worked alongside theoretical physicists who thought in abstract mathematical terms. Although he undoubtedly helped solve technical problems, Robert's genius during this time was more organisational and social than scientific. Somehow he was able to maintain scientific standards under extreme time pressure, balance the conflicting demands of scientific openness and military security, and foster a sense of shared purpose among individuals who had spent their careers working independently. There had never been a community like the one that grew up at Los Alamos in the history of science. Not because they had to, but because they were engrossed in the thrill of group discovery. Scientists put in more hours and worked harder than they had ever thought possible. Suddenly, Robert's theoretical knowledge, which he had been imparting at Berkeley, was being applied to real-world issues with immediate consequences. During this time, Robert's leadership style was a reflection of all he had learned in his years as a teacher about scientific creativity and human motivation. He concentrated on fostering an environment where talented individuals could produce their best work, rather than attempting to micromanage technical details. He made sure his scientists had the tools and assistance they required while shielding them from bureaucratic meddling. He promoted the kind of casual conversations and interdisciplinary cooperation that had been so fruitful at Berkeley. For someone with Robert's wide range of cultural interests and vast personal network, the security requirements at Los Alamos presented unique challenges. His previous affiliations with leftist and communist groups, which had not seemed significant during his academic career, suddenly became issues of national security. When he was attempting to coordinate the most significant scientific endeavour in American history, FBI agents looked into his background. Maintaining his own moral equilibrium and sense of perspective while overseeing work that was specifically intended to produce WMDs was perhaps the most challenging task Robert had to undertake. After years of studying philosophical issues regarding the nature of reality and human responsibility, the man was now directly faced with the applications of scientific knowledge. The technical work moved along remarkably quickly and effectively. The kind of concentrated cooperation that only the urgency of war could foster led to the resolution of issues that might have taken years to resolve in peacetime in a matter of months. Scientists who had never held a job outside of academia were now managing intricate engineering projects and designing industrial processes. The precise blueprints for nuclear weapons were developed using the theoretical insights of quantum mechanics. Robert started to wrestle with issues that would follow him for the rest of his life as the project came to a close. What moral ramifications did what they were producing have? What effects might nuclear weapons have on human civilization and international relations? What obligations did scientists have regarding how their findings were used? These were pressing real-world issues that would soon require solutions, not abstract philosophical conundrums. When he first agreed to build a laboratory in the desert, the quiet, bookish professor who had once taught Sanskrit for fun was about to become one of the most powerful people in modern history, and the weight of that influence was starting to weigh heavily on him. Robert stood in a bunker in the New Mexico desert on the morning of July 16th, 1945, anticipating whether 3 years of the most rigorous scientific endeavour in human history would yield the outcome that theory had predicted. 20,000 yards away on a tower was the gadget they dubbed Gadget, far enough away that, in the worst-case scenario, they might live to lament their errors. You know how you feel when you've studied everything you can before a final exam, but you're still unsure if you'll be sufficiently prepared? The stakes were a little higher than a course grade, but that was Robert's mindset in the pre-dawn darkness of the Alamogordo Desert. They were on the verge of the first artificial nuclear explosion in Earth's history, if their calculations were accurate. If their calculations were incorrect, the repercussions could be anything from a regional disaster to an embarrassing failure. With the same mechanical accuracy that had defined the Manhattan Project as a whole, the countdown began 10, 9, 8, 7. At 0, a flash of light brighter than the sun blazed across the desert, visible from 150 miles away, transforming the mountains into bleak silhouettes against a man-made dawn. Even from a distance, observers could feel the heat on their faces. Then, like an unseen tsunami, the shockwave rolled across the desert floor. It was precisely the kind of literary illusion that had defined Robert's thinking throughout his career. But this time, the ancient poetry carried a weight that no classroom discussion could have prepared him for. Robert later claimed that a line from the Bhagavad Gita came to mind as he watched the expanding fireball rise into a mushroom cloud that would become the iconic image of the nuclear age. Now I am become death, destroyer of worlds. In addition to being Robert's greatest scientific achievement, the Trinity test marked the start of his most trying time as a person. However, the successful detonation also meant that Robert and his colleagues had succeeded in creating something that could potentially destroy human civilization, proving that the theoretical work done at Los Alamos had been correct and that the massive investment of talent and resources had produced the weapon that military planners believed could end World War II. The weeks after Trinity were a curious jumble of joy, fatigue, and mounting fear of what they had let loose. Though many of the scientists at Los Alamos were starting to realize that their achievement would fundamentally alter human perceptions of power war and the natural world, they had achieved something unprecedented in the history of science and engineering. Robert was in the odd position of receiving praise for accomplishments that made him feel more and more uncomfortable. It was a practical illustration of how humans could use the basic forces of nature for destructive ends, based on the same theoretical insights that had made his Berkeley seminars so intellectually stimulating. It was similar to receiving recognition for resolving a sophisticated mathematical puzzle while being aware that the solution would result in great suffering. Robert and his colleagues discovered, along with the rest of the world, what their theoretical work looked like when applied to real cities with real people, when the bombs were dropped on Hiroshima and Nagasaki in August 1945. Photographs of destroyed buildings, reports of radiation sickness, and death tolls that reached the hundreds of thousands replaced the abstract calculations about energy release and blast effects. Like Robert's own emotions, the public's response to the atomic bombs was complicated. The weapons may have saved hundreds of thousands of American and Japanese lives by bringing an end to World War II without the need for an expensive invasion of Japan. However, they had also brought a new class of destructive power into human history, making earlier conflicts seem almost archaic in comparison. As the man who had enabled nuclear war, Robert was both feared and hailed as a hero. Everyone who had worked on the Manhattan Project found it difficult to make the shift from the urgency of war to contemplation in peace. But Robert found it particularly difficult. The immediate objective of bringing the war to a close before Nazi Germany could create its own atomic bomb had taken precedence over the ethical concerns surrounding nuclear weapons during the conflict. Now that the war was over and the US was the only country with nuclear weapons, those ethical issues needed to be addressed. Robert started discussing the ramifications of atomic energy in public, contending that a disastrous arms race could only be avoided by international collaboration and civilian control of nuclear technology. Some of his detractors would later view his support for international control of nuclear weapons and the sharing of atomic secrets with other countries as naive or even treasonous. However, Robert's worries were more grounded in his knowledge of the relevant science than in political ideology. He understood that a world with multiple nuclear powers would be far more dangerous than one where nuclear energy was managed cooperatively by international institutions, that the fundamentals of nuclear physics could not be kept secret forever, and that other countries would eventually develop their own atomic weapons. After learning Sanskrit out of curiosity and collecting rocks for fun, the man now found himself at the centre of discussions about the future of human civilization. In order to decide whether his scientific accomplishments would be regarded as humanity's greatest achievement or its ultimate error, the theoretical physicist, who had previously preferred the company of books and ideas, was now conferring with generals, politicians, and diplomats on this matter. By the end of 1945, Robert was starting to realize that scientific achievement could be more burdensome than failure, particularly if it provided humans with capabilities that their moral development and wisdom had not equipped them to manage responsibly. The boy who had once pondered his place in the universe was now struggling with the fact that he had helped create a world in which that universe might not have much more time to reflect. Following Los Alamos, Robert learned something that many successful people learn too late. Fame can be a trap that alters your perception of yourself as well as how other people perceive you. Now, one of America's most famous scientists, the bashful professor, who had been happy to lecture small groups of graduate students about quantum mechanics, was expected to have views on everything from nuclear policy to the fate of human civilization. Imagine being asked to comment on political decisions you're not qualified to make, invited to every significant meeting on subjects you have never studied, and treated as an authority on matters that are well outside of your actual area of expertise. This was Robert's life in the late 1940s, and he managed it with his usual wits and a naivete about public relations and politics that would lead to major problems down the road. Robert was offered a new position by the Atomic Energy Commission that seemed to be a perfect fit for his background in science and his wider interest in culture. Director of Princeton's Institute for Advanced Study. One of the most prominent places in American intellectual life, it allowed the brightest minds in the world to focus on basic research without being sidetracked by administrative or teaching responsibilities. Along with other titans of 20th century mathematics and science, Einstein worked there. In the late 1940s, Princeton was a haven for scholars, where serious thinkers could ponder the most profound issues in their disciplines. With the same fervour he had brought to Los Alamos, Robert threw himself into this work, but this time the urgency was intellectual rather than military. He sought to ascertain whether there were more profound ideas that might bring together our knowledge of matter, energy, space, and time, as well as whether the theoretical insights of quantum mechanics could be expanded upon. However, Robert was unable to fully escape the public role that his wartime accomplishments had given him. He testified before Congress on nuclear policy, served on government advisory committees, and delivered lectures to audiences who were more interested in hearing from the father of the atomic bomb than from a theoretical physicist tackling abstract quantum field theory problems. Robert was exposed to political forces through these public activities that followed rules very different from those he'd learned in academic and scientific circles. Although there may be disagreements over ideas, most people in universities respect one another's right to have differing views. Ideological disagreements in politics, particularly in the early years of the Cold War, could easily turn into personal assaults and inquiries about loyalty and patriotism. Politicians and journalists searching for proof of disloyalty among high-profile Americans suddenly turned Robert's previous affiliations with communist and leftist groups, which had seemed inconsequential during his academic career and had been disregarded during the war because his services were needed, into ammunition. They dusted off and looked for evidence of subversive activity in the same FBI files that had been put aside during the Manhattan Project. Ironically, Robert had never been a particularly political individual. In the 1930s, his engagement with leftist groups was driven less by a methodical political philosophy and more by intellectual curiosity and social justice concerns. Although he had attended meetings and given money to causes that seemed deserving, he had never been the type of activist who sought to overthrow the US government or advance Soviet objectives. However, context and subtlety don't translate well into political headlines, and Robert's multifaceted personality and wide range of intellectual interests made him a prime target for those who wished to paint scientists as dishonest and possibly treacherous. The man was now being questioned about his dedication to American security after spending 3 years of his life developing weapons that helped win World War II. Robert's search for meaning and purpose in research that was unrelated to immediate practical applications was reflected in the scientific work produced during this time. He was working on issues in elementary particle physics and quantum field theory that might not be useful for decades, if at all. With the weight of knowing how quickly theoretical insights could be turned into game-changing technologies, it was like going back to the pure intellectual pleasure that had initially drawn him to physics. Robert's lectures during this time show someone attempting to understand the meaning of science, in a world where scientific advancements could have such far-reaching effects. He discussed the need for scientists to consider the wider ramifications of their work, the responsibility that came with discovering nature's secrets, and the relationship between scientific knowledge and human values. For Robert, these were urgent personal issues that kept him up at night, not purely philosophical debates. The man was now struggling with the ethical implications of scientific knowledge, whereas previously he had delighted in the pure intellectual beauty of quantum mechanics. When knowledge of the natural world could be abused, how do you seek it out? How do you strike a balance between citizens' duty to advance human welfare and scientists' duty to pursue the truth? Those who had ever expressed sympathy for leftist causes or supported international cooperation in nuclear policy faced growing hostility in the political atmosphere of the early 1950s. Politicians like Senator Joseph McCarthy were advancing their careers by disparaging fellow travellers and suspected communists, fostering an environment where affiliation with divisive ideologies could ruin reputations and lead to career termination. Robert's position became more and more vulnerable. Politicians seeking to prove their anti-communist credentials naturally targeted him because of his notoriety as a scientist and his prior affiliations with leftist causes. At the same time, he disagreed with political and military leaders who supported a more aggressive strategy for Cold War competition with the Soviet Union because of his persistent support for international control of nuclear weapons and his opposition to the development of hydrogen bombs. For Robert, the hydrogen bomb controversy was especially challenging. The physics that had enabled the atomic bomb was extended in the theoretical work needed to develop fusion weapons, but the potential destructive power was orders of magnitude higher. As weapons so destructive that they could have no logical strategic use, Robert contended that hydrogen bombs were both morally and militarily unnecessary. Critics, however, saw his resistance to the hydrogen bomb as proof that he was either unaware of Soviet intentions or deliberately trying to undermine American nuclear capabilities. In a political climate that favoured straightforward classifications of loyalty and disloyalty, it was challenging to convey the nuanced viewpoint of someone who opposed some types of nuclear weapons but supported nuclear deterrence. Robert became more and more excluded from the policy debates where his scientific background could have been most useful as the 1950s went on. He was now distrusted by the same government that had trusted him to plan the Manhattan Project. Decisions about the development and deployment of America's nuclear arsenal were routinely excluding the man who had contributed to its creation. This time period had a huge personal cost. Robert had based his career on the belief that reasonable people would respect and acknowledge scientific integrity and intellectual honesty. He was learning that moral complexity was frequently misunderstood as moral confusion, and that these traits could be viewed as weaknesses rather than strengths in the context of Cold War politics. The scene was being prepared for a confrontation that would put not only Robert's fortitude to the test, but also the balance between political power and scientific knowledge in American democracy. The boy who had once read Sanskrit and collected rocks was about to encounter the most challenging task of his life, a political trial that would decide whether or not intellectual independence and public service could coexist in Cold War America, rather than a scientific issue that could be resolved with careful consideration and innovative thinking. Robert was a well-respected scientific advisor until he received a letter in December 1953 that would make him a symbol of the conflicts in Cold War America between national security and intellectual freedom. His security clearance was being revoked by the Atomic Energy Commission, the same agency that had depended on his knowledge for years, due to concerns about his dependability and loyalty. Have you ever had the depressing realization that people you trusted have been gathering evidence of your alleged wrongdoing and assembling a case against you behind your back, all the while smiling and seeking your advice? That was the case for Robert when he discovered that FBI records spanning decades of his contacts' discussions and actions had been assembled into a case to bar him from any government employment involving classified material. The charges included both specific allegations and broad questions regarding Robert's moral fibre and discernment. His prior ties to communist groups were cited as proof of his betrayal. His resistance to the hydrogen bomb was seen as possibly driven more by outside pressure than by ethical and scientific considerations. His wide range of intellectual interests and complex personality were somehow turned into proof of his unreliability. Robert had to make a decision that would affect the rest of his life. He could quietly accept that his security clearance had been revoked, go back to working only on academic projects, and escape the publicity that would accompany a legal battle, or aware that this would produce a public spectacle that would subject specifics of his personal life and political affiliations to hostile scrutiny. He could insist on a hearing. Robert's choice to contest the charges demonstrated his faith in his own moral character, as well as his ignorance of the procedure he was about to undergo. He felt that reasonable people would realize that his service to the nation had always been driven by patriotism rather than disloyalty if he could clearly explain his actions and motivations. He didn't realize how much the political landscape had changed since the war years, when his contributions had been accepted in spite of suspicions about his affiliations. With the exception of the legal protections that defendants typically enjoy, the hearings, which started in April 1954, had all the features of a criminal trial, despite being formally referred to as an administrative review. In addition to being unable to cross-examine hostile witnesses and view the evidence against him, Robert was also unable to see the case's key classified documents because his attorneys lacked security clearances. The extent to which Robert's life had been monitored by the government for years was made clear during the proceedings. FBI agents had gathered comprehensive reports on his personal relationships and political activities, monitored his conversations and looked into his friends and co-workers. The man who had dedicated his life to government service during the war was now discovering that during his most productive time, the same government had been considering him a possible security threat. According to the testimony given during the hearings, Robert did not look like the person his friends and co-workers knew. He was characterized by witnesses as conceited, untrustworthy, and possibly disloyal. someone whose resistance to specific weapons programs may be driven more by outside pressure than by sincere ethical and scientific concerns. The sophisticated, introspective physicist who had constructed Los Alamos was reduced to a cartoon villain whose every move could be seen as proof of subversive intent. According to Robert's own testimony, he was being methodically humiliated by a procedure that appeared to be more intended to ruin his reputation than to ascertain the truth about his loyalty, and he was fighting to keep his dignity. He responded to inquiries about personal details, described relationships and conversations from decades past, and attempted to explain his nuanced stances on complex policy issues to those who seemed intent on misinterpreting them. The testimony of former co-workers and friends who'd been coerced into testifying against Robert was the most upsetting part of the hearings. Testimonies regarding his character, judgment, and dependability were requested from government officials who had consulted him, scientists who had collaborated with him at Los Alamos, and close friends who had confided in him. Others gave him the kind of carefully qualified testimony that hurt him, while preserving their own security clearances, while others bravely stood by him. Given the political atmosphere and the way the proceedings were set up, the final decision, which was made public in June 1954, was inevitable. The hearing board came to the conclusion that although Robert was most likely loyal, his character and judgment were questioned, making him unfit to have access to classified material. His position as a government advisor was essentially terminated when his security clearance was revoked, and many Americans began to view him as a security risk. Both personally and professionally, Robert suffered greatly in the immediate wake of the hearings. Many in the government and defense establishment now viewed the man who had once been one of America's most eminent scientists as a pariah. Former co-workers were reluctant to associate with someone who carried the stigma of having their security clearance revoked. Speaking invitations were withdrawn and job opportunities vanished. However, the hearings also had wider ramifications for democracy and science in America. Other scientists were warned by Robert's treatment that moral complexity and independent thought were dangerous traits in anyone wishing to work on matters of national significance. The case showed how easily political factors could override expertise and how easily the demands of ideological conformity could compromise scientific integrity. Robert was starting a new chapter in his life that would put his fortitude to the test and require him to re-evaluate his identity and mission as he walked out of the hearing room for the last time, having lost both his security clearance and his position as a government advisor. In a democratic society under pressure, the young man who had constructed atomic bombs and the boy who had gathered rocks now represented the strength and fragility of intellectual independence. Robert was placed in a strange form of exile following the security hearings. He was not exiled from the nation, but he was essentially cut off from the government work that had provided the greatest practical value to his scientific expertise. It was similar to being a master craftsman who was abruptly informed that his abilities were no longer required for the most important projects, abandoning him to work alone on his craft while others made the choices that would determine the course of events. Both practically and psychologically, the change was abrupt. Robert had been at the forefront of America's most significant scientific and policy debates for over 10 years. He had grown accustomed to receiving calls from government representatives, requests for advice on nuclear weapons policy, and invitations to high-level meetings. For the first time since before the war, the man who'd been one of America's most consulted experts found himself with extended periods of unbroken time when the phone abruptly stopped ringing and the invitations stopped coming in. The Institute for Advanced Study at Princeton served as a haven during this trying time. Because of the Institute's culture of intellectual independence, Robert's political issues had no bearing on his reputation there, and his colleagues still respected him for his scientific accomplishments. Even in this safe haven, though, Robert found it difficult to understand the new meaning of his life and work. You know how losing something significant can occasionally reveal sides of yourself that were hidden or ignored while you were preoccupied with it? Robert's exile from government service compelled him to rediscover aspects of himself that his work as a nuclear policy advisor had obscured. With new vigour, he went back to his physics studies, tackling quantum field theory problems that were intellectually demanding but wholly unrelated to military uses. During this time, Robert produced some of his most imaginative and ambitious scientific work. He could now focus on the kinds of fundamental questions that initially drew him to physics, freed from the pragmatic concerns that had dominated his thinking both during and after the war. Whether the theoretical framework of quantum mechanics could be expanded to offer a cohesive understanding of all the fundamental forces in nature, what physicists now refer to as a theory of everything, was of particular interest to him. However, Robert also started to approach the relationship between science and society and the wider ramifications of scientific knowledge in a more methodical manner. He had a unique perspective on how scientific advancements could be used to gain political and military power, as well as how scientists could be torn between their civic duties and their dedication to the truth, thanks to his experiences during the Manhattan Project and the security hearings. Robert became one of the first well-known scientists to write thoughtfully about what is now known as the social responsibility of science as a result of these reflections. He maintained that scientists could not merely seek knowledge for its own sake without considering the potential applications of that knowledge. He also cautioned against the perils of permitting political factors to obstruct free speech and scientific investigation. During this time, his writing and speaking demonstrated a mind still struggling with the basic issues that had captivated him since he was a young boy, but now bearing the burden of experience from witnessing the transformation of intangible concepts into revolutionary technologies. The young man who had pondered the nature of reality had grown into a man who recognized the dangers that could arise when people were able to alter reality at its most basic levels. In addition to a lingering sense of loss and dislocation, Robert's personal life in the 1950s and 1960s was characterized by a slow recovery from the trauma of the security hearings. He continued to be close to his children and stayed married to Kitty, who had been there for him during the ordeal. However, friends noticed that he was now warier than before, that the world was more hostile and unpredictable than he had previously realized. Over time, the scientific community's reaction to Robert's treatment changed. At first, a lot of scientists were hesitant to support him, because they were worried that doing so would harm their own careers. However, more scientists realized that the attack on Robert was actually an attack on the independence and integrity of science itself, as the political landscape started to shift in the late 1950s and early 1960s. During this time, Robert's writings and lectures drew audiences interested in his viewpoint on the ethical and political issues confronting contemporary society, as well as his scientific discoveries. His experiences had given him a unique authority to speak about the relationship between power and knowledge in the modern world, making him a sort of elder statesman of American intellectual life. Ironically, Robert's exclusion from government policy discussions occurred just when his insights could have been most useful. The risk of nuclear war was becoming a constant aspect of international relations. The nuclear arms race was speeding up, and new weapons were being developed that made the atomic bombs of World War II seem almost archaic. The man who had contributed to the creation of this predicament was now barred from participating in attempts to control or remedy it. However, Robert's influence during this time came from his work as a public intellectual and teacher, rather than from his direct involvement in policy decisions. His writings and speeches influenced a generation of scientists' perspectives on their roles, and his example showed that intellectual integrity could be upheld in the face of strong political pressure. As the 1960s went on, Robert started to get credit for his scientific contributions without openly criticizing the way the government treated him. He was invited to deliver significant lectures, won prestigious honors, and was progressively restored to his position as a respected member of American intellectual life. But in exchange for the recognition, he agreed to stay out of the circles that made the most significant decisions regarding nuclear weapons. When the nuclear age he helped create continued to unfold in ways that exceeded even his most pessimistic predictions about the dangers of nuclear weapons and fulfilled some of his worst fears, the man who had once stood in the New Mexico desert and watched the first atomic explosion was now watching from a distance. The boy who had once gathered rocks on Long Island beaches had transformed into something Robert could never have predicted as he approached his last years. A living representation of the ethical dilemmas that occur when political power and scientific knowledge collide. The whole story of humanity's journey into the nuclear age, from the theoretical discoveries that enabled atomic weapons to the political fallout that was still being felt decades later, was etched in the mind of the elderly physicist strolling through the peaceful streets of Princeton. You know how sometimes the most significant life lessons are revealed only near the end, when all of the different experiences and decisions can be viewed as a part of a greater whole. Growing awareness of what his remarkable life had shown about the opportunities and risks faced by any society that depends more and more on scientific knowledge for its security and prosperity characterized Robert's later years. As the political landscape shifted and more Americans started to doubt the excesses of Cold War hysteria, Robert's reputation started to slowly recover in the 1960s, but quickly gained momentum. Scientists who had kept quiet during his ordeal started to openly discuss how unfair his treatment was, Government representatives who had supported or taken part in the security hearings started to privately apologize for their involvement in what was becoming viewed as a disgraceful chapter in American history. The government's highest award for contributions to nuclear science, the Enrico Fermi Award, was given to Robert by President Lyndon Johnson in 1963. The ceremony was meticulously planned to honor Robert's scientific accomplishments without specifically criticizing how the Eisenhower administration handled him. However, the symbolism was clear. Robert was being honored for his contributions to American science by the same government that had labeled him a security risk. Robert's acceptance of the award demonstrated the elegance and nuance that had defined his whole professional life. He could have taken the opportunity to be resentful of how he was treated, or to attack the political forces that had almost ruined his career. Rather, he discussed the ongoing difficulties that society and scientists face as they consider the ramifications of nuclear technology and other significant scientific advancements. Robert's later scientific endeavours demonstrated his continuing interest in basic issues, as well as his developing realisation that he was running out of time to make significant contributions. He kept considering the most profound issues in theoretical physics, but he also started to devote more of his time to instructing and guiding the next generation of scientists who would continue the work he had started. During this time, his lectures were masterworks of scientific communication that blended technical mastery with the kind of wide-ranging cultural perspective that had always been a hallmark of his thought. During these lectures, students and colleagues frequently commented that they felt as though they were watching someone who had accomplished a unique synthesis of philosophical understanding, scientific knowledge, and hard-won wisdom about human nature. Robert's impact on American science went well beyond his involvement in the Manhattan Project or his particular research contributions. He had contributed to the development of the idea that a scientist should be a public intellectual who could explain difficult scientific concepts to a wider audience, and who had an obligation to consider the social and political ramifications of scientific advancements. As science and technology shaped modern society more and more, this model would become more and more significant. During his time at Berkeley, Robert trained a generation of physicists who would go on to make important contributions to American science. Perhaps more significantly, though, they continued his method of conducting scientific research, which placed a strong emphasis on teamwork, intellectual diversity, and the significance of comprehending the larger context in which scientific work is conducted. The Berkeley School of Theoretical Physics served as a model for the structure and methodology of cutting-edge scientific research. In his later years, Robert's interpersonal relationships were characterized by a greater understanding of the familial ties and friendships that had supported him during his darkest moments. With those closest to him, the man who had occasionally come across as distant and intellectually intimidating became more approachable and emotionally transparent. Friends observed that, in ways that his prior emphasis on academic success may have obscured, his experiences had taught him to value loyalty and real human connection. Some of the most profound observations on science and society ever written by a scientist were found in Robert's last years of life. He wrote about the need for wisdom to keep up with human technical capabilities, the beauty and horror of scientific discovery, and the responsibilities that come with knowledge. Future generations of scientists would consider their work and its implications differently as a result of these lectures and essays. When Robert's health started to deteriorate in the late 1960s, he approached his impending death with the same blend of emotional nuance and intellectual curiosity that had marked his approach to all of his other significant life challenges. He did not seem to see death as a tragedy to be avoided at all costs, but rather as another mystery to be pondered. At 62, Robert Oppenheimer passed away from throat cancer on February 18, 1967. A legacy as complicated and difficult as the man himself was left behind by the passing of the boy who had collected rocks, the young man who had learned Sanskrit, the teacher who had revolutionized American theoretical physics, the scientific administrator who had planned the Manhattan Project, and the public intellectual who had wrestled with the moral implications of nuclear weapons. Think about this as you go to bed tonight. Intelligent people are still awake today because of the questions that kept Robert Oppenheimer up at night during his most trying times. How can we strike a balance between seeking knowledge and being concerned about its implications? What obligations do professionals have to society, and what obligations does society have to uphold intellectual freedom? How do we make informed choices about technologies that have the potential to drastically alter human civilization? There are no simple answers to these questions in Robert's life, but it does offer something perhaps more valuable: an example of how a thoughtful individual can wrestle with moral complexity without slipping into either naive idealism or cynicism. The man who assisted in the development of nuclear weapons spent the remainder of his life attempting to comprehend and explain the ramifications of his actions, never escaping responsibility, but also not letting guilt stop him from making further contributions to the welfare and knowledge of humanity. Robert contributed to the creation of the atomic age, which is still developing today. Although nuclear weapons continue to pose a threat to human survival, nuclear technology also produces carbon-free energy and life-saving medical treatments. The same scientific techniques that uncovered the mysteries of atomic structure are still producing new types of problems that we haven't yet learned to predict, or that may provide answers to humanity's biggest problems. Many of the same problems that Robert and his colleagues faced during the Manhattan Project still face scientists today, who are developing genetic engineering, artificial intelligence, and other game-changing technologies. How do you continue potentially useful research while being aware of its risks? How can one uphold scientific objectivity while admitting moral obligations? How do you explain complicated technical matters to the public and political leaders who have to decide how these technologies should be developed and governed? Robert's example implies that although there are no easy answers to these questions, anyone who chooses to work at the boundaries of human knowledge cannot avoid them. Conducting scientific research in a vacuum, apart from social and political influences, is not a morally neutral endeavour. It occurs in human communities, is supported by human institutions, and generates knowledge that can be applied to both positive and negative human goals. The young man who gathered rocks out of natural curiosity grew up to realise that curiosity, no matter how pure its original motivation, always leads to power, and that power always raises issues of responsibility. Perhaps the most distinctive feature of the contemporary scientific endeavour is this shift from naive awe to moral complexity. But Robert's life also shows that despite circumstances that could be used as an excuse for pessimism or hopelessness, it is possible to preserve human decency and intellectual integrity. He never lost faith in the value of seeking the truth, even if doing so resulted in knowledge that was dangerous. Even when his efforts were misinterpreted or dismissed by political authorities, he never gave up on applying his knowledge to advance human welfare. According to the Sanskrit texts Robert had read as a young man, wisdom is the result of realizing how everything is interconnected and the obligations that follow from that realization. He explored those ancient insights and applied them to contemporary scientific knowledge throughout his career. In a way, humans who acquire the ability to control these connections take on responsibilities that go well beyond their immediate goals. The universe that physics reveals is, in fact, interconnected at the most basic levels. As you fall asleep, you may have a dream about a slender young man standing on a mesa in New Mexico, witnessing the first artificial sunrise over the desert and realizing that everything has changed forever. Or, years later, you might dream of that same person strolling through Princeton in the evening light, still thinking about issues of responsibility and knowledge that have no definitive answers but require constant consideration from anyone concerned with the future of human civilization. Even though Robert Oppenheimer passed away more than 50 years ago, the issues he brought up are still relevant today. Our world is shaped by technological advancements and scientific discoveries that would have seemed magical to earlier generations. The decisions we make about how to use these advancements will determine the kind of world we leave for future generations. The legacy of the boy who gathered rocks and went on to become the man who helped discover the secrets of the atom is not a list of solutions, but rather a dedication to continuing to ask the right questions with wisdom, bravery, and humility. Remembering Robert's example of how a thoughtful person can engage with moral complexity while maintaining both intellectual honesty and hope for human wisdom is crucial as we grapple with the implications of artificial intelligence, climate change, genetic engineering, and other transformative technologies in our own time. Rest easy, knowing that somewhere tonight someone is sitting at a computer or working in a lab, pushing the limits of human knowledge while grappling with issues of accountability and consequence that bind them across decades to a theoretical physicist who once stood in the New Mexico desert and saw the world transform in a burst of artificial light. There are still questions. Each new generation takes on the duty of interacting with them in a thoughtful and brave manner. And the greatest hope for our future as a species may be found in that continuous dialogue between human wisdom and curiosity. Picture yourself standing in a field somewhere in northern France around the year 950. If you'd been there a century earlier, you'd be shivering in your woolen cloak, watching anxiously as late spring frosts threatened the barley you'd carefully planted. The growing season would have been short and unpredictable, a constant gamble against cold and damp that made every harvest feel like a minor miracle. But now something has shifted. You probably wouldn't notice it in any single year. Climate doesn't announce itself with fanfare or send advance notice. Instead, you'd gradually realise that your grandfather's stories about brutal winters and failed crops don't quite match your own experience anymore. The frost comes later each autumn. The spring thaw arrives a week or two earlier. Those precious growing days between the last frost and the first one stretch just a bit longer. This is how the medieval warm period arrived, not with drama, but with the quiet insistence of warmer ocean currents and shifting atmospheric patterns that nobody in medieval Europe could explain or even properly measure. They had no thermometers, no weather satellites, and no climate scientists publishing papers about Atlantic oscillation patterns. What they had were fields that suddenly seemed more generous, vineyards creeping northward into territories where grapes had never ripened before, and a gradual sense that nature had shifted into a more forgiving mood. The change began roughly around 900 CE and would last until about 1300, give or take a few decades depending on which part of Europe you called home. Scientists now estimate that average temperatures during this period were perhaps 1 to 2 degrees Celsius warmer than the centuries before and after. 1 or 2 degrees doesn't sound like much when you're adjusting your thermostat, but in agricultural terms, in an era when survival depended directly on what you could coax from the soil, those degrees might as well have been a gift from heaven. Imagine the old farmers of that era, men and women who had spent their lives working land that yielded just barely enough to survive. They must have noticed the patterns shifting. The wheat grew taller, the oats filled out more completely. Vegetables that had always been temperamental suddenly became reliable. And most remarkably, in regions where farming had always been marginal at best, communities found themselves with actual surpluses for the first time in living memory. The warming wasn't uniform, of course. Northern Europe felt the effects most strongly. Places like England, Scandinavia, and the northern reaches of the Holy Roman Empire suddenly found their climates becoming surprisingly hospitable. The Norse, those seafaring people we usually associate with cold and ice, discovered they could grow barley in Greenland. Think about that for a moment. Greenland, that massive island of ice and rock, once had farms producing grain. The name Greenland wasn't just Viking marketing. For a few centuries, parts of it actually were green. Meanwhile, the Mediterranean regions experienced their own transformations. Italy and southern France already had favourable climates, but the warmer period brought longer growing seasons and more predictable weather patterns. The olive groves flourished, wine production expanded. The entire rhythm of agricultural life adjusted to this new, more generous tempo. But perhaps the most significant changes occurred in places that had previously been on the edge of viability. The Scottish Highlands, those misty mountains where farming had always been a hard-scrabble affair, suddenly supported more extensive agriculture. Villages appeared in alpine valleys that had been too cold for permanent settlement. The tree line crept higher up mountainsides, and forests reclaimed areas that had been tundra just generations before. You have to understand, medieval people didn't think of weather as something variable and cyclical the way we do. They believed climate was essentially fixed, part of God's unchanging creation. When weather varied, they attributed it to divine will or moral causes. A harsh winter meant God was angry. A good harvest meant their prayers had been answered. The idea that global temperature patterns could shift over centuries without any supernatural cause would have been almost incomprehensible to them. So when the weather improved, medieval Europeans didn't see climate change. They saw a blessing. They interpreted the warmer temperatures and better harvests as evidence that God was pleased with Christian civilization. This wasn't just wishful thinking, it was the only framework they had for understanding why their world was becoming more abundant. The timing of this climatic shift coincided with other changes in European society. The chaos of the early medieval period, those centuries after Rome's fall when various kingdoms rose and fell, when Viking raids disrupted coastal communities, when central authority was more aspiration than reality, was gradually giving way to more stable political structures. The warming climate didn't cause this stabilisation, but it certainly helped. It's much easier to build a civilization when you're not constantly worried about starving. As you lie there tonight, consider how differently medieval people experience seasons compared to us. You probably interact with weather primarily as an inconvenience, traffic delays, cancelled plans, and wardrobe decisions. For medieval Europeans, weather was existential. A bad growing season didn't mean buying more groceries. It meant hunger, possibly starvation. A mild winter didn't mean lower heating bills. It meant livestock survived, fuel wood lasted longer, and people made it through to spring, when temperatures rose by those 1 or 2 degrees, when growing seasons extended by a week or two, the effects rippled through every aspect of life. More food meant better nutrition, which meant healthier people, which meant more workers, which meant more land could be cultivated, which meant even more food. It was a virtuous cycle, the kind of positive feedback loop that drives historical change in ways that are only obvious in hindsight. The forests of Europe, which had been slowly recovering since the Roman period, now faced a new pressure. Warmer weather meant more people, and more people needed more farmland. The great medieval deforestation began in earnest during this period, as communities cleared woodland to create fields, pastures, and settlements. The primeval forests that had once covered most of Europe began their long retreat into the pockets of wilderness that survive today. Settle deeper into your blankets now and imagine you're walking through a medieval village during harvest time in the year 1150. The smell of cut grain fills the air, that dusty, slightly sweet scent that only comes when wheat or barley is being gathered. You hear the rhythmic sound of scythes through stalks, the voices of workers calling to each other across the fields, and somewhere nearby, someone is singing a work song whose melody has been passed down through so many generations that nobody remembers who first composed it. What you're witnessing is an agricultural revolution that happened without anyone planning it. Without any government program or conscious innovation, the medieval warm period created conditions that allowed medieval Europeans to finally move beyond subsistence farming into something that resembled actual productivity. The key crop in this transformation was wheat. Before the warming period, much of northern Europe relied on hardier but less nutritious grains like rye and oats, which could survive in poor conditions but didn't provide the same caloric value as wheat. Wheat is fussier. It needs more warmth, better soil, and more careful timing. But when conditions are right, wheat yields more food per acre than almost any other grain crop available to medieval farmers. As temperatures rose, the wheat line moved north. Fields in England that had grown rye for generations were replanted with wheat. French estates that had struggled with mixed grain crops found they could specialise in wheat production. The difference wasn't just agricultural, it was nutritional and economic. Wheat makes better bread, stores longer, and commands higher prices at market. Communities that successfully transitioned to wheat farming found themselves with both better diets and more valuable crops to trade. But the real revolution came from the combination of warmer weather with several farming innovations that happened to emerge around the same time. The heavy plough, which could turn the dense soils of northern Europe far better than the light Roman scratch ploughs, became widespread during this period. The three-field system of crop rotation, where you plant one field with winter crops, one with spring crops, and let the third lie fallow, allowed farmers to keep more land productive each year. These innovations weren't new inventions during the medieval warm period, but they became practical and widespread because the climate now supported them. A heavy plough is only useful if your soil is productive enough to justify the investment. Three-field rotation only makes sense if your growing season is long enough for both winter and spring crops to mature reliably. The warming temperatures turned agricultural theory into practical reality. You'd see other changes too, subtle ones that transform daily life in ways that medieval people probably didn't fully appreciate. Kitchen gardens became more productive, providing vegetables that added variety and nutrition to diets that had been monotonously grain-based. Fruit trees that had been temperamental now produced reliable crops. Herbs for medicine and flavouring thrived in the extended growing seasons. Beekeeping expanded dramatically during this period, and if you've ever tasted real honey, you'll understand why this mattered. In an era before sugar was available to anyone but the wealthy, honey was the only sweetener most people would ever taste. More temperate weather meant longer flowering seasons, which meant bees could produce more honey. Monasteries in particular became centres of beekeeping, and the demand for beeswax candles ensured that honey production was both spiritually and economically valuable. The warming period also made livestock farming more feasible in northern regions. Cattle, sheep and pigs could be supported in larger numbers because winter fodder lasted longer and animals didn't need to burn as many calories just staying warm. This meant more meat, milk, cheese and wool, all the products that made medieval life slightly more comfortable and substantially more prosperous. Dairy production particularly benefited from the climatic changes. Medieval people didn't drink much fresh milk. It spoiled too quickly without refrigeration. But they were masters of dairy preservation. Cheese, butter and fermented milk products provided crucial protein and fat during winter months when fresh food was scarce. Better weather meant healthier livestock, which meant more milk, which meant communities could produce larger stores of preserved dairy products. The expansion of sheep farming in England during this period laid the groundwork for the medieval wool trade that would eventually make England wealthy. Sheep are remarkably hardy animals, but they do best in moderate climates where they can graze year-round without exhausting themselves fighting cold. The medieval warm period created ideal conditions for large-scale sheep farming across northern England, Scotland and the Low Countries. If you could have spoken with a medieval farmer about these changes, and if they had the conceptual framework to understand your question, they probably wouldn't have described it as an agricultural revolution. They would have talked about how their lord had allowed them to clear more forest for planting, or how their village had pooled resources to buy a better plough, or how the harvest had been good for several years running. The systematic nature of the changes would have been invisible to them, obscured by the daily work of survival and the limited scope of their individual experience. But step back, take the longer view that historical distance provides, and you see something remarkable. European agricultural production probably increased by 50 to 75% between 900 and 1300. The same land, worked by similar methods, suddenly yielded dramatically more food. Some of this came from innovation, some from expansion onto marginal lands, but much of it came from those 1 or 2 degrees of warming that made everything just slightly easier. This abundance created possibilities that hadn't existed before. For the first time since the Roman Empire, significant numbers of people could be supported without directly working the land. You needed farmers to produce surplus food, but once you had that surplus you could support craftspeople, merchants, builders, scholars, and all the other specialists that complex societies require. The grain mills that dotted every medieval stream and river worked overtime during this period, processing the increased harvests into flour. The technology of water mills was ancient. Romans had used them extensively, but the medieval warm period gave medieval Europeans enough grain to make mills economically viable throughout the countryside. The steady splash and grind of mill wheels became the background music of medieval rural life. Vineyards expanded northward in one of the period's most visible changes. Wine production, which had retreated southward after the Roman period, now crept back into central France, the Rhineland, and even southern England. Medieval people discovering they could grow wine grapes in Yorkshire must have felt like residents of Alaska suddenly finding they could grow oranges. It was unprecedented, remarkable, and highly profitable. The expansion of viticulture wasn't just about alcohol, though medieval people certainly appreciated their wine. Vineyards represented long-term agricultural investment. You don't plant grapevines if you expect the climate to turn harsh in a few years. Vines take time to mature and require consistent conditions. The fact that communities were willing to invest in vineyards across northern Europe suggests a widespread, if unconscious, belief that the good weather was going to last. As you nestle deeper into your comfortable spot, let's visit a medieval village at the height of the medieval warm period, say around 1200. This isn't the grim, poverty-stricken settlement that popular imagination often conjures. This is a village experiencing something its residents might not have words for but can certainly feel: prosperity. The village sits in a valley, surrounded by fields that stretch farther than they did in your grandfather's time. The forest has been pushed back, replaced by cultivated land divided into the long strips of the open field system. Smoke rises from perhaps 40 cottages, twice as many as existed a century ago. The church, once a simple wooden structure, is being rebuilt in stone, a project that has consumed the village's surplus wealth for the past decade, but will stand as a testament to their success for centuries to come. You notice that people look different than you might expect. They're not the skeletal, malnourished figures of popular medieval stereotypes. Better nutrition over several generations has produced a population that's healthier, taller, and more robust. Children play in the village common, and there are many of them. The improved diet has reduced infant mortality and increased fertility. Population growth during the medieval warm period was substantial, with Europe's population roughly doubling between 1000 and 1300. The cottages themselves show signs of modest but real improvement. Thatched roofs are better maintained because there's labour and materials to spare for repairs. Some houses have actual chimneys instead of simple smoke holes, a technological advancement that might seem trivial until you've spent a winter in a smoke-filled room. Windows remain small, glass is still expensive, but shutters are more carefully fitted, and some households have even acquired oil lamps to supplement their rushlights and tallow candles. Inside these homes you'd find possessions that suggest a level of comfort unknown in earlier centuries. Iron pots and pans, wooden plates and bowls, ceramic jugs for storing ale or cider, and perhaps even a few pewter items for special occasions. These aren't wealthy people by any means, but they're no longer living at the absolute edge of subsistence. They have small margins of safety, tiny buffers against disaster that make life incrementally more secure. The village market held weekly has expanded from a simple exchange of local goods to a genuine commercial event. Farmers bring surplus produce, vegetables, eggs, cheese, wool, and the products of their land and labour. Travelling merchants offer goods from distant places, salt from coastal evaporation ponds, iron tools from regional forges, cloth from Flemish weavers, and pottery from specialised ceramic workshops. The fact that these markets can sustain regular trade indicates that people have enough surplus to buy things they don't strictly need for survival. Money circulates more freely than it did in earlier centuries. The feudal economy hadn't disappeared. Peasants still owed labour services to their lords, and agricultural production was still organised around manorial estates. But increasingly these obligations could be paid in cash rather than in kind. A peasant might pay a fee instead of working 3 days a week on the lord's land, creating a primitive but functional labour market where people could sell their time for money. This monetisation of the economy might sound dry and technical, but it represented a fundamental shift in how medieval people experienced daily life. Money creates options. With cash, you could hire someone to repair your roof, buy a piglet to raise for winter meat, or save toward a dowry for your daughter. Without money, you were locked into a barter economy where everything you needed had to be produced locally or acquired through complex webs of reciprocal obligation. The Lord's Manor, visible on its hill overlooking the village, has also improved. The old wooden palisade has been replaced with stone walls. The great hall has been expanded, and rumour says the Lord's wife has ordered glass windows for the solar, the private family quarters where the nobility retreated from the public life of the hall. These improvements aren't just displays of wealth. They're investments made possible by increasing agricultural revenues from lands that now produce reliable surpluses. But perhaps the most significant change is harder to see directly. The slow shift in legal status and social relationships that surplus wealth enables. When everyone is barely surviving, social structures remain rigid because there's no room for negotiation or innovation. When there's a surplus, things become fluid. Some peasants are accumulating enough wealth to buy their freedom from feudal obligations. Others are specialising in particular crafts, becoming the village's acknowledged expert in carpentry or smithing or leatherwork. A few particularly successful peasant families are even beginning to differentiate themselves from their neighbours, acquiring more land, better tools, and the kind of resources that mark the beginning of a rural middle class. The son of one such family has been sent to the monastery to learn reading and writing, an investment in education that would have been unthinkable when every pair of hands was needed for basic survival. The village priest, often the only literate person in the community, has become more than just a spiritual authority. He's an administrator, a record keeper, and sometimes a teacher for promising children whose families can spare them from farm work. The church building itself serves multiple functions: a place of worship on Sundays, a meeting hall for village assemblies, and a secure storage space for important documents and valuable items. Market towns began sprouting across Europe during this period, growing up at crossroads, river crossings, and other strategic locations where trade naturally concentrated. These towns occupied a space between the rural villages and the established cities, serving as commercial hubs where local agricultural surplus could be converted into goods, services, and opportunities. In these market towns, you'd find the beginnings of specialised medieval crafts. Blacksmiths who once made everything from horseshoes to cooking pots now focused on specific products, achieving levels of skill and efficiency that generalists never could. Weavers formed guilds to control quality and training. Tanners, despite the noxious smell of their work, became essential suppliers to the leather goods trade. Bakers ran ovens large enough to serve dozens of families, operating on scales that made economic sense only when populations were large and prosperous enough to support them. The prosperity wasn't evenly distributed, of course. Life in a medieval village, even during the best of times, was still life without modern medicine, sanitation, or personal liberty as we understand it. People worked long hours at physically demanding labour. Disease remained ever present. Women died in childbirth with frightening regularity. Children grew up expecting to follow their parents' occupation, with little opportunity for social mobility beyond what the church might offer to particularly bright or devout individuals. Yet compared to the centuries before and after, the medieval warm period offered something that medieval Europeans had rarely experienced: a sense that life was getting better rather than worse, that the next generation might have it easier than the current one, and that the world was expanding rather than contracting. This optimism, born of full granaries and healthy livestock, created a psychological climate as important as the physical warming that made it possible. Let's drift now from the villages of continental Europe to something more adventurous. Though don't worry, we'll keep things suitably peaceful and contemplative. Picture the coast of Norway around the year 1000, where the warming climate was creating opportunities that would have been unthinkable just a century earlier. The Norse, those seafaring people we often call Vikings, had always been masterful sailors, but the medieval warm period gave them something they'd never had before: ice-free seas for longer parts of the year. The Arctic ice that normally choked the northern Atlantic retreated just enough to open routes that had been impassable, creating maritime highways to territories that had been legends or rumours. Eric the Red's colonisation of Greenland around 985 represents one of the most remarkable episodes of the medieval warm period. Greenland, that massive island that's mostly ice even today, had coastal areas that became remarkably habitable during the warming centuries. Eric and his followers, families seeking new opportunities, second sons with no inheritance, people fleeing feuds or seeking fresh starts, established settlements that would endure for nearly 500 years. Imagine sailing from Iceland toward Greenland in an open boat, your worldly possessions packed around you, livestock lowing nervously in the hull, and children huddled against the spray. You'd navigate by sun and stars, by the flight patterns of birds, and by the colour and temperature of the water. After days at sea, you'd finally spot the high mountains of Greenland rising from the ocean, their peaks white with permanent snow, but their lower slopes surprisingly green. The Norse Greenlanders settled primarily on the southwestern coast, where fjords cut deep into the island and provided shelter from the North Atlantic's ferocious storms. They built turf houses, thick-walled structures of stone and sod that could withstand Arctic winds while conserving precious warmth. These weren't temporary camps but permanent homesteads, complete with barns for livestock, storage rooms for hay and supplies, and all the infrastructure of agricultural settlement. And they farmed. This detail always surprises people who imagine Greenland as an eternally frozen wasteland. During the medieval warm period, Norse settlers grew barley for bread and beer. They raised cattle, sheep, and goats that grazed on surprisingly lush summer pastures. They hunted seals and caribou for meat and skins. They cut hay in summer and stored it for winter fodder. They even exported walrus, ivory, and polar bear hides back to Europe, luxury goods that commanded premium prices in continental markets. Life in Norse Greenland was never easy, even during the best climatic conditions. Winters remained harsh, growing seasons stayed short, and the settlers lived at the absolute edge of where medieval agriculture could function. But for several centuries it worked. Archaeological evidence shows that the Greenlanders maintained trade contacts with Europe, imported timber for construction, acquired iron tools and weapons, and participated in the broader medieval economy despite their extreme isolation. From Greenland, Norse explorers pushed even farther west, reaching what they called Vinland, the northeast coast of North America. Leif Erikson's voyage around the year 1000 brought Europeans to the Americas 5 centuries before Columbus, though his settlement didn't last. The temporary camp at Lonso Meadows in Newfoundland stands today as evidence of this remarkable voyage, proof that medieval Europeans briefly touched American soil before retreating back to Greenland and Iceland. The warming climate also opened up new possibilities in the North Atlantic itself. Iceland, which had been settled by Norse colonists in the 870s, flourished during the medieval warm period. The island's livestock populations expanded, its fishing grounds became more productive, and its position as a way station between Scandinavia and Greenland made it a crucial link in northern trade networks. But the Norse Atlantic adventure wasn't just about exploring westward into new territories. It was also about the quotidian reality of living in these remote settlements, maintaining connections across vast stretches of ocean, and building communities in environments that tested human resilience in ways that more temperate regions never did. Consider the logistics of the Greenland colony. Almost everything made of wood, timber for buildings and boats, barrel stays for storage, firewood for warmth, had to be imported from Iceland or Norway. Greenland had virtually no trees, so every plank represented a successful trading voyage across dangerous seas. Iron was equally precious, and skilled craftspeople who could work metal were valued community members. Church bells, glass windows, communion wine, and countless other items required regular trade contact with distant Europe. The Greenlandic Norse maintained their European identity despite their isolation. They built churches modelled on Scandinavian designs, buried their dead in Christian graveyards, and maintained bishops who reported to ecclesiastical authorities in Norway. This connection to broader Christendom mattered deeply to them. They didn't want to be forgotten outposts, but recognised members of the European civilization, however remote their location. The warming period also affected Norse activities in more traditional waters. The waters around the Faroe Islands became more productive. Norwegian fishermen could venture farther north along the coast, accessing cod grounds that had been too dangerous or icebound in earlier centuries. Trade routes across the Baltic expanded as ice-free periods lengthened, connecting Scandinavia with the emerging cities of northern Germany and Poland. In a delightfully mundane way, the medieval warm period made sea travel less immediately terrifying. Medieval ships were remarkably seaworthy. The Norse Nar, the primary cargo vessel of the North Atlantic, could survive conditions that would sink more modern ships. But they were also open to the elements, uncomfortable and dangerous in ways that modern travellers can barely imagine. Warmer waters meant marginally less hypothermia risk for sailors, who inevitably got soaked by spray. Longer ice-free seasons meant extended trading windows. Reduced storm frequency, a debated effect of the warming, but suggested by some climate reconstructions, meant fewer shipwrecks and lost crews. The climatic optimism that allowed the Norse to attempt Greenland colonisation also influenced exploration closer to home. The development of permanent fishing stations in Iceland, the expansion of seal hunting operations, and the growth of Arctic trade in furs and walrus ivory all reflected confidence that the favourable conditions would continue. Let's turn now from the adventures of seafaring Norse to something equally ambitious but more stationary: the extraordinary cathedral building boom that swept across Europe during the medieval warm period. Get comfortable. We're going to spend time thinking about stone, faith, and what it means when a society has enough surplus wealth to invest in structures that take generations to complete. Around the year 1000, something remarkable began happening across Europe. Communities that had been making do with modest wooden churches decided to rebuild in stone. But they didn't just replace one building with another of similar size. They built upward and outward, creating structures of unprecedented height and ambition. The Romanesque and then Gothic cathedrals that rose during the medieval warm period represented engineering achievements that rivaled anything since the Roman Empire. The cathedral at Santiago de Compostela in Spain, begun in 1075. Canterbury Cathedral in England, rebuilt after a fire in 1174. Chartres Cathedral in France, with its magnificent stained glass, was largely constructed between 1194 and 1220. Notre Dame de Paris started in 1163. Cologne Cathedral, begun in 1248. These buildings and hundreds like them represented not just religious fervour, but economic capacity. You don't build cathedrals when you're worried about starving. Imagine the construction site of a major Gothic cathedral in, say, 1200. The scaffolding rises impossibly high, wooden structures that sway alarmingly in the wind but somehow support teams of masons working at heights that would make modern safety inspectors faint. Stonecutters shape blocks with hammer and chisel, producing edges so precise that mortar becomes almost unnecessary. Carpenters construct the complex wooden centering that will support stone arches until the mortar sets. Glassmakers craft coloured windows that transform sunlight into divine revelation. The organisation required for these projects was staggering. Quarries had to be opened or expanded to provide suitable stone. Transportation networks were needed to move massive blocks from quarry to construction site, sometimes across dozens of miles. Skilled craftsmen, masons, carpenters, glaziers, metalworkers had to be recruited, housed, and paid. Raw materials from across Europe had to be acquired: lead for roofing, iron for reinforcement, gold leaf for decoration, and precious pigments for painting. All of this required surplus wealth on a scale that hadn't existed in Europe since the Roman period. The agricultural abundance made possible by the medieval warm period created the economic conditions for cathedral construction. But the decision to actually build these massive structures reflected something else: confidence in the future. Think about what it means to start a building project that you know won't be finished in your lifetime. When a community broke ground on a cathedral, they understood that their grandchildren might see it completed, or their great-grandchildren, or possibly never. They were investing resources that could have been spent on immediate needs: better housing, more food, stronger defences, in favour of a permanent monument that would serve generations not yet born. This long-term thinking was itself a luxury made possible by climatic stability. When harvests are unreliable and survival uncertain, you focus on immediate needs. When conditions are favourable and predictable, you can afford to think in terms of centuries rather than seasons. The Gothic architectural revolution that occurred during this period, pointed arches, flying buttresses, ribbed vaults, and all the technical innovations that allowed buildings to soar higher and admit more light, wasn't just artistic development. These innovations solved practical problems of building tall stone structures that didn't collapse under their own weight. Medieval masons were rediscovering structural engineering principles that Romans had known and that had been largely forgotten during the early medieval period. But if you asked a medieval master mason why his cathedral needed to be so tall, he wouldn't talk about engineering principles. He'd talk about reaching toward heaven, about creating a physical manifestation of divine glory, and about light streaming through stained glass as a metaphor for divine grace illuminating the human soul. The Gothic cathedral was theology rendered in stone and glass, a three-dimensional argument about the nature of God and humanity's relationship to the divine. The stained glass windows deserve their own moment of contemplation. Imagine standing inside Chartres Cathedral as afternoon sun streams through the famous blue windows, transforming ordinary daylight into something that seems to come from another world. Medieval people believed these windows served an educational purpose. They told biblical stories to an illiterate population, but they also created an atmosphere that felt genuinely transcendent. The craftsmanship involved in medieval stained glass was remarkable. Glassmakers had to produce coloured glass by adding metallic oxides during the glass-blowing process. Each window required thousands of individual pieces, cut to precise shapes and fitted into lead cames, then assembled into enormous compositions depicting everything, from Bible stories to saints' lives to the trades and professions of the town. The major rose windows, those enormous circular windows at the ends of transepts, contained enough individual glass pieces that cataloguing them all could take weeks. The social organisation of cathedral construction created its own culture. Master builders, the medieval equivalent of architects, moved from project to project, bringing teams of skilled masons with them. These master builders often signed their work. Surviving cathedral designs show remarkably detailed architectural drawings that demonstrate sophisticated understanding of geometry and structural mechanics. The workshops attached to major cathedrals became centres of craft training where skills were passed from master to apprentice. A young man hoping to become a stonemason might spend years learning the trade, starting with simple tasks like mixing mortar and gradually advancing to more complex work. The lodge, the workshop building attached to the construction site, developed its own culture, customs, and even primitive union-like organisations. Cathedral construction also created demand for specialised trades beyond the core building crafts. Sculptors decorated facades with biblical scenes and grotesque figures. Painters created enormous frescoes on interior walls. Metalworkers produced decorative ironwork for doors and windows. Woodcarvers crafted choir stalls, rood screens, and elaborate altarpieces. Each cathedral became a focus point for every artistic trade in medieval Europe. The economic impact of a major cathedral project on its surrounding region was substantial. Construction might employ hundreds of workers directly, while secondary effects, feeding workers, housing them, providing materials, supported hundreds more. Towns with major cathedral projects effectively had a permanent jobs program that could last for generations, providing employment and circulating money through the local economy. Monasteries and abbeys went through similar building booms during this period. The Cistercian order, founded in 1098, established hundreds of abbeys across Europe during the 12th and 13th centuries. These monasteries weren't just religious centres, but agricultural innovators who applied systematic thinking to farming, livestock breeding, and land management. Cistercian abbeys often sat in remote valleys where the monks had cleared forest and drained wetlands, creating productive farmland through organised labour and engineering. The architectural style developed by the Cistercians, austere, elegant, emphasising proportion, and light rather than decoration, created some of the period's most beautiful buildings. Fountains Abbey in Yorkshire, Fontenay Abbey in France, and Poblet Abbey in Spain. These structures combined spiritual purpose with practical design in ways that still impress visitors today. As you drift towards sleep, consider the ambition it took to build these structures. Medieval people lacked power tools, steel reinforcement, modern cranes, or computer-aided design. What they had was time, skill, faith, and the economic surplus created by a climate that had decided for a few centuries to be unusually cooperative. Let's spend some time now in the medieval countryside during what we might call its golden age. Those decades in the middle of the medieval warm period when the benefits were clearest and the eventual ending still felt impossibly distant. Find that perfect spot in your blankets and imagine you're experiencing a full year in rural medieval Europe, watching the seasons turn in a world where nature seemed more generous than usual. Spring arrives in early March, earlier than your grandparents remembered. The last snow melts quickly, leaving fields muddy but ready for ploughing. You'd see teams of oxen or horses pulling ploughs through heavy soil, opening furrows that will receive this year's crop. The plough team is the most valuable asset a village owns, 8 oxen working together, guided by an experienced ploughman who can keep his furrows straight by eyeballing landmarks in the distance. The ploughing takes weeks, and everyone has opinions about how it's going. Some fields are being opened for the first time, form a forest that was cleared during the winter, and now needs to be brought into cultivation. Other fields are returning to service after a year lying fallow, and you can see how the soil is recovered. Thick with earthworms and surprisingly friable, despite its clay content. Once ploughing finishes, planting begins. Spring wheat or barley goes into the ground, each seed pressed into the soil by hand or broadcast across the field, in that ancient motion that farmers have used since agriculture was invented. Children follow the sowers, using sticks to cover seeds with soil, simultaneously protecting them from birds and giving them better contact with the earth. It's tedious work and your back would ache from the constant bending, but there's satisfaction in seeing the neat rows taking shape across the field. Between planting and harvest, there's constant work. Weeding, monitoring for pests, repairing fences to keep livestock from trampling the crops, and maintaining drainage ditches to prevent waterlogging. Medieval farming was labour-intensive in ways that modern agriculture hasn't been for centuries. But there are also moments of relative leisure, times when the crop simply needs to grow and there's nothing to do but wait and hope. Summer brings the hay harvest, one of the year's crucial tasks. Hay provides winter fodder for livestock, and the amount you can store determines how many animals will survive until spring. You'd see entire villages in the meadows, cutting grass with scythes in synchronised rows, turning the cut hay to dry, then gathering it into haystacks that tower over the workers like rustic monuments to agricultural effort. The rhythm of scything is almost hypnotic. The long sweep of the blade through grass, the step forward, the next sweep. Experienced mowers can work for hours with barely a pause, their movements so practiced they seem effortless. Behind them come the women and children, raking the cut grass into windrows, then turning it regularly so all sides dry evenly. If rain threatens before the hay is completely dry, there's a frantic scramble to get it under cover, because wet hay can mould or even spontaneously combust in the stack. The extended growing seasons of the medieval warm period meant hay harvests were more abundant than in previous centuries. Meadows that once yielded 1 cutting per summer now produced 2, sometimes even a third late-season harvest. This surplus hay meant villages could support larger herds, which meant more milk, more meat and more oxen for ploughing. It was another of those virtuous cycles where better conditions created opportunities that reinforced the benefits. High summer settles over the countryside like a warm blanket. The grain crops are growing tall now, transforming fields into seas of green that ripple in the breeze. Barley and oats head out first, their bearded tops catching the sunlight. Wheat follows later, its seed heads heavy with developing grain. Walking past these fields, you'd hear the constant whisper of wind through stalks, punctuated by bird song and the distant sounds of village life. This is the season of relative plenty, when gardens are producing vegetables and everyone's diet improves. Fresh peas and beans appear on tables. Onions and garlic are pulled as needed. Herbs grow thick in every dooryard garden, sage and thyme and rosemary, used for both cooking and basic medicine. The village might have a few beehives humming with activity as bees work the wildflowers in the meadows. Livestock are out on pasture, supervised by shepherds or cowherds who spend long days in the fields with their charges. It's lonely work, but not unpleasant during good weather. You might see a young shepherd sitting on a hillside with his sheep scattered across the slope, practicing his carving on a piece of wood or simply watching clouds drift across remarkably blue skies. August brings the grain harvest, the year's defining event. This is when everything comes down to weather and timing. Harvest too early and the grain hasn't fully ripened. Harvest too late and a storm might flatten the crop, or rain might ruin it in the field. Medieval farmers had to judge the perfect moment by experience and instinct, reading signs in the wheat heads and watching the sky with the intensity of meteorologists who knew their lives depended on getting the forecast right. When the harvest begins, it consumes the entire community. Everyone who can work does. Men cutting the grain with sickles or scythes, women binding the cut stalks into sheaves, and children gathering the sheaves into shocks to dry. The work continues from dawn to dusk, and sometimes beyond when moonlight allows. There's a desperate urgency to get the crops safely gathered before weather or accident can destroy months of agricultural labour. The sound of harvest is distinctive. The swish of blades through stalks, the rustle of grain being bound, and the rhythmic thump as sheaves are set upright into shocks. People call to each other across the field, coordinating work, warning about obstacles and maintaining the social cohesion that makes group labour possible. Songs help pace the work, and someone usually knows dozens of verses about harvesting, some ancient and some improvised for the occasion. Once the grain is cut and shocked, it needs to be transported to the village and stored in barns until threshing can begin. This is where you'd see the harvest carts, sturdy wooden vehicles pulled by oxen, loaded so heavily with sheaves that they seem impossible to move. The trip from field to barn is slow and careful, because losing a cartload of grain to an overturned wagon would be a minor disaster. Threshing begins after harvest finishes, and it continues through autumn and into winter whenever weather permits. The sheaves are spread on a prepared threshing floor, usually just beaten earth in a barn or courtyard, and beaten with flails to separate grain from chaff. It's exhausting, repetitive work that produces clouds of dust and leaves everyone coughing. The rhythmic sound of flail striking grain provides the soundtrack for autumn in every medieval village. After threshing comes winnowing, where workers toss the threshed grain into the air so wind can carry away the lighter chaff, while heavier grain kernels fall back down. It requires a certain knack to get the tossing motion right, and it only works when there's enough breeze but not so much that you lose grain. Watching skilled winnowers at work has its own aesthetic. The graceful arc of grain through the air, the shower of chaff drifting downwind, and the steady accumulation of clean grain in baskets. Autumn is also time for the pig slaughter, one of the year's major events. Pigs, which have spent the summer growing fat on food scraps and forest mast, are killed and butchered in a process that transforms them into the preserved meat that will sustain families through winter. Everything from a pig is used. The meat is salted or smoked. The fat is rendered into lard. The blood is made into sausages. The intestines become sausage casings, and even the head is boiled for brawn. The work of butchering and preserving is skilled and communal. Families help each other, knowing their turn will come and they'll receive the same assistance. The smell of smoking meat hangs over villages in autumn, a scent that means security. You have food stored for the lean months ahead. Late autumn brings different tasks. Root vegetables are harvested and stored in cool cellars. Apples are picked and pressed for cider, or stored in straw-lined boxes, where they might last until spring. The last grazing is finished, and livestock are brought into barns or closer pastures, where they can be monitored during winter. Firewood cut during the summer needs to be split and stacked close to houses, where it will stay relatively dry. Winter in the medieval warm period was milder than in centuries before or after, but it was still winter. You'd see less outdoor work and more indoor tasks: weaving, tool maintenance, food preparation, and craft work. This is when the social life of villages turned inward, when people gathered in the relative warmth of halls or large houses, and when storytelling and music passed the dark evenings. The Christmas season brought its own traditions: the Yule log, carefully selected and brought to the hearth with ceremony. Special foods were saved for this celebration, perhaps a goose or even beef if the harvest had been good. Evergreen decorations to remind people that life persists even in the darkest season. Mystery plays performed by village amateurs, retelling biblical stories with enthusiasm that compensated for any lack of professional polish. Throughout all these seasons, you'd notice the background presence of the church marking sacred time alongside agricultural time. Saints' days provided regular interruptions to work, creating a rhythm of feast and fasting that structured the year religiously and socially. The liturgical calendar told medieval people where they stood in salvation history, even as the agricultural calendar told them where they stood in the annual cycle of planting and harvest. The medieval warm period didn't eliminate the hardships of rural life. People still worked incredibly hard, still faced dangers from disease and accident, and still lived within narrow social and economic constraints. But it softened some of the harshness. Harvests were more reliable, winters were less brutal, and the margin between sufficiency and starvation widened just enough to make life feel less desperate. In the evenings, when work finally finished, you might see people sitting outside their cottages during the long summer twilights, simply enjoying the warmth and the relative prosperity. Children play games that have been passed down through generations. Adults repair tools or spin thread, the kind of light work that can be done while socialising. Someone might have a simple instrument, a pipe or a small drum, and provide music for impromptu dancing. These moments of leisure, these spaces where life was about more than mere survival, were the real gift of the medieval warm period. The climate didn't just provide food, it provided time, energy, and psychological space for medieval Europeans to build something beyond subsistence. The cathedrals and market towns and manuscripts all flowed from this fundamental surplus of resources and confidence. As you settle even deeper into comfort, preparing for the final stage of sleep, let's contemplate something more melancholic. How the medieval warm period ended, and what its fading can teach us about climate, resilience, and the fragility of even seemingly stable conditions. The end of the medieval warm period wasn't dramatic or sudden. There was no catastrophic event, no volcanic eruption or meteor impact that clearly marked a transition. Instead, around 1300, temperatures began to gradually decline. Growing seasons shortened, year by year, so incrementally that no single year felt definitively different from the one before. Imagine being a farmer in the year 1310, noticing that the last frost came a bit earlier this autumn than usual. Then the next year, spring seemed to arrive late. Then a summer that was unusually cool and wet, with rain at harvest time that ruined part of the crop. Individually, these were just weather variations of the sort that every agricultural society experiences. But they were accumulating into a pattern that would eventually be recognised as the onset of what historians call the Little Ice Age. The Norse colonies in Greenland felt the changes most acutely. Those settlements that had thrived for 3 centuries found their growing seasons becoming shorter, their pastures less productive, and their hunting territories shrinking as ice returned. The last definite record of the Greenland settlements dates to the early 1400s, after which they simply vanished from history. Whether the inhabitants died, were evacuated, or assimilated with the Inuit people who had moved into the territory remains uncertain. The fate of these Greenland colonies offers a sobering lesson about the relationship between climate and settlement. The Norse Greenlanders had built an entire society based on conditions that turned out to be temporary. Their farms, their churches, and their way of life all depended on a climatic window that gradually closed. When conditions changed, they lacked the flexibility to adapt. They couldn't transform their agricultural settlements into hunting societies like the Inuit, couldn't abandon their livestock-based economy, and couldn't or wouldn't change the fundamental patterns that had worked for generations. Archaeological evidence from the abandoned Greenland settlements is haunting. The last inhabitants had eaten their dogs and cattle, suggesting desperate hunger. But they hadn't adopted Inuit hunting techniques or diet, even as those indigenous people thrived in the same environment. Cultural identity, it seems, can be both a source of resilience and a fatal limitation. Back in Europe, the cooling climate created stresses that contributed to what historians sometimes call the crisis of the late Middle Ages. The Great Famine of 1315 to 1317 struck a population that had grown to levels sustainable only during optimal climate conditions. 3 years of cold, wet weather ruined harvests across northern Europe, and millions died of starvation or diseases that thrive when populations are weakened by malnutrition. The Black Death, arriving in 1347, found a European population already stressed by decades of deteriorating climate and periodic food shortages. Whether climate change directly contributed to the plague's spread remains debated, but there's no question that the warming period's end had weakened medieval Europe's resilience to catastrophe. Yet the story isn't simply one of decline. Medieval Europeans proved remarkably adaptive in many ways. Agricultural practices evolved to suit shorter growing seasons. Communities diversified their crops, relying less on wheat and more on hardier grains. Fishing became more important in coastal regions where farming became marginal. Trade networks adjusted to new realities. The cathedral building boom slowed but didn't entirely stop. Some projects were completed even as conditions deteriorated, a testament to institutional momentum and the importance people placed on these structures. Other cathedrals remained unfinished for centuries, their incomplete towers standing as monuments to interrupted ambition. The end of the medieval warm period reminds us that climate isn't a static backdrop to human history, but an active force that shapes what's possible and what's difficult. Those 1 or 2 degrees of warming that characterised the medieval warm period had allowed European civilization to expand and flourish. The return to cooler temperatures constrained that expansion and forced adaptation. Modern climate science gives us tools that medieval people lacked. We can measure temperature changes precisely, model climate systems, and predict future trends with reasonable accuracy. We know that the medieval warm period was primarily a regional phenomenon. It affected Europe and the North Atlantic strongly, but other parts of the world experienced different patterns. We understand that it was driven by natural variations in solar output and ocean circulation, not by any human activity. But we also know that our current warming is different, faster, more global, and driven by human greenhouse gas emissions rather than natural cycles. The medieval warm period offers both hope and warning. Hope because it shows that societies can thrive during warming periods and adapt to climate changes, and warning because it demonstrates that populations and economies built for one climate regime can face serious disruption when conditions shift. The medieval experience suggests that climate change creates winners and losers, and that the impacts are never evenly distributed. The Norse benefited enormously from warming that opened the North Atlantic, while other regions experienced different effects. When cooling returned, those same Norse settlements that had flourished during warm centuries were among the first casualties. Perhaps the deepest lesson is about the human tendency to assume that current conditions will persist indefinitely. Medieval Europeans who planted vineyards in England or established farms in Greenland weren't being naive. They were responding rationally to conditions that had persisted for generations. But those generations were a blink in climatic terms, a temporary window that felt permanent, only because human lifespans are so brief. As you drift towards sleep, consider how the medieval warm period changed everything for medieval Europeans without them fully understanding what was happening. They experienced the benefits: better harvests, expanding populations, ambitious building projects, without knowing they were living through a climatic anomaly. They built their world around conditions that seemed normal but were actually unusual. The cathedral at Trondheim in Norway, begun in 1070, still stands today, nearly 1,000 years later. The Norse settlement at Brattahlid in Greenland, founded around 985, is now just archaeological ruins slowly disappearing under advancing ice. Both were products of the same optimistic era, both built by people who believed they were creating permanent institutions. One survived climate change, the other didn't. These outcomes weren't inevitable. They resulted from countless individual choices, institutional structures, geographical advantages, and sheer luck. The medieval warm period didn't determine medieval history, but it shaped the space within which that history unfolded, creating opportunities and imposing constraints that influenced everything from agriculture to architecture to exploration. As sleep draws closer and your breathing settles into its nocturnal rhythm, let's take one last quiet moment to reflect on what those warm centuries mean for us, viewing them from the comfortable distance of 700 years. The medieval warm period stands as a reminder that Earth's climate is never truly stable, that the normal conditions we experience are actually temporary states within longer patterns of variation. Medieval Europeans couldn't have known this. They lacked the scientific tools and historical perspective to see their time in context. We have no such excuse. We can look back across centuries and see how profoundly climate shapes human possibilities. Those medieval farmers who brought new land under cultivation, the Norse sailors who colonised Greenland, and the master builders who designed soaring cathedrals. They were all responding to opportunities created by climatic conditions they didn't understand and couldn't predict. Their successes and failures offer a strange kind of comfort. Humans have always lived with climate uncertainty and have always built civilizations on foundations that turned out to be more temporary than they imagined. The surplus wealth that made medieval cathedral culture possible came ultimately from soil and sun, from the interaction of human labour with environmental conditions that happened to be favourable. When we admire a Gothic cathedral today, we're looking at frozen climate data, evidence of what humans can achieve when nature provides an extra margin of resources and time. But we're also looking at ambition, creativity, and the human desire to create something that transcends the immediate moment. The medieval builders knew their cathedrals would outlast them, and they were right. Chartres and Canterbury and Cologne still stand, still inspire, and still serve purposes their creators would recognise. Climate made these structures possible, but human vision and effort made them real. The village prosperity of the medieval warm period, modest by our standards but real by theirs, shows how relatively small environmental changes can cascade through society. An extra week of growing season meant more food, which meant healthier children, which meant more workers, which meant new land could be cleared, which created opportunities for specialisation, which enabled market towns, which facilitated trade, which distributed wealth more widely. Small causes, large effects, and when conditions deteriorated, the process reversed. Shorter growing seasons meant smaller harvests, which meant less surplus, which meant reduced trade, which meant economic contraction, which meant social stress. The medieval warm period's end didn't destroy European civilization, but it certainly tested it, exposing vulnerabilities that had been masked by favourable conditions. Tonight, as you sleep in a climate-controlled room, your comfort maintained by technologies medieval people couldn't have imagined. The story of the medieval warm period offers perspective. We have capabilities they lacked. We can predict weather, control indoor climate, transport food globally, and adapt to environmental changes with resources they never possessed. But we also face challenges at scales they never encountered. With climate changing faster than natural systems can adapt, affecting populations far larger than medieval Europe ever supported, the optimism of the cathedral builders, believing they were creating permanent monuments for a stable future, echoes in our own assumptions about tomorrow. We build cities on coastlines and in deserts, plan for futures that assume conditions won't change dramatically, and invest in infrastructure designed for climate patterns that may already be shifting. Perhaps medieval experience offers a gentle warning. Assume less permanence, build more flexibility, and remember that favourable conditions don't last forever. But there's also inspiration in those medieval centuries. Humans adapted, survived, and occasionally thrived through climate changes they couldn't measure or predict. We have better tools, but face larger challenges. Medieval Europeans worked within their constraints and created remarkable things. We can do the same, hopefully with more foresight about the foundations we're building upon. The fields that medieval farmers cleared during the medieval warm period still feed us today. The churches they built still shelter congregations. The market towns they established still serve as centres of commerce and community. What they created during those warm centuries outlasted the climate that made creation easier, proving that human achievements, carefully designed and solidly built, can endure through changing conditions. As you drift into sleep, let the story of the medieval warm period settle into your thoughts like snow accumulating slowly on a winter field. Quiet, gentle, covering everything with a layer of perspective. Those medieval farmers and sailors and builders were people like you, practical, ambitious, trying to make the best of conditions they inherited, hoping to leave something valuable for those who came after. They succeeded more than they probably imagined. 7 centuries later, we still study their lives, admire their achievements, and learn from their adaptations and their failures. The climate that shaped their world has changed again, and is changing still. But the essential human story of working with what nature provides, adapting when conditions shift, and building toward futures we hope for but can't guarantee, continues. Sleep now, warm and comfortable, and perhaps dream of those medieval summers when growing seasons stretched just a bit longer, when harvests filled barns to overflowing, and when communities looked at empty hillsides and saw opportunities rather than challenges. Dream of cathedral builders measuring stone by hand and eye, creating structures that would outlast not just their own lives, but the climate that made their work possible. The medieval warm period ended, but its lessons remain. Climate shapes history without determining it. Humans adapt, build, create, and endure through changing conditions. The margins between success and failure can be measured in degrees of temperature and weeks of growing season. And what we build during favourable times must be solid enough to survive when conditions shift, because shift they always do. Tomorrow you'll wake to your own climate, your own challenges, and your own opportunities. The medieval warm period is gone, but its story connects you to an unbroken chain of humans who have always lived with climate uncertainty, always built despite it, and always hoped that what they created would endure, and sometimes wonderfully it does. Imagine a sea of grass that goes on forever, beyond every horizon you can think of. This is the Eurasian steppe, a huge area of rolling grasslands that makes the American Great Plains look like a lawn in a suburb. Here, where the ground curves away into nothingness and the sky seems close enough to touch, lived people who would eventually change the whole world. But when they woke up each morning to milk their horses, they had no idea what they were doing. You wouldn't call the Mongol steppes prime real estate. There are no fertile river valleys like the Nile in Egypt, no protective mountain ranges like the Alps in Switzerland, and no forests like those that covered Europe in the Middle Ages. Instead, you had grass that never ended and changed colour with the seasons like a living carpet. In the spring it would turn green so bright that it hurt your eyes. In the summer, waves of golden grain rippled in the wind all the time. In the fall it turned copper and bronze, and in the winter snow and ice covered it, which could kill a traveller who wasn't ready in a few hours. But if you knew how to read this landscape, if you knew its rhythms and respected its harsh beauty, the steppes could give you things that farming communities might never understand. The grass fed a lot of cows, sheep, goats and horses. People got everything they needed from these animals: milk for drinking and making cheese, meat for protein, hides for clothes and shelter, and wool for warmth on those cold winter nights when the temperature could drop so low that your breath froze. Before it left your mouth, the people who lived in this difficult landscape were nomads, but that word doesn't do justice to how advanced their way of life was. Instead of thinking of them as homeless people who were wandering around, think of them as highly specialised mobile communities that had mastered the art of living in harmony with their surroundings. They didn't just wander around the steppes. They followed old migration routes that had been improved over time. They moved their herds to new pastures with the same care that farmers do when they rotate their crops. A typical Mongol family owned maybe 100 different kinds of animals, and taking care of this mobile wealth required skills that would impress a modern rancher. You needed to know which grasses were best for different animals at different times of the year, how to find water in a place where rivers were hard to find, how to guess what the weather would be like, and how to protect your herds from both people, who wanted to steal them, and wolves that followed the migrations like shadows. The gur, which is what people today call a yurt, was the best building for this way of life. Think about a house that could be put together or taken apart in less than an hour, moved by a few camels, and keep a family of 6 warm and dry in both the heat of summer and the cold of winter. The gyr was like a small house that could be moved around. It was about the same weight as a small car and could stand up to winds that would flatten most modern tents. The inside of a gyr was set up like a well-designed yacht, with everything in its right place. The fire pit, which provided heat, light and a place to cook meals, was in the centre. When you walked in, men's things were on the left and women's things were on the right. This arrangement showed how each gender had its own important but different role in nomadic society. The back of the G, which was directly across from the door, was the place of honour where important guests sat and family treasures were shown off. But maybe the most interesting thing about life on the steppes was how it changed the people who lived there. Imagine growing up in a world where your backyard was literally endless, where you learned to ride before you could walk well, and where you had to be able to read weather patterns and clouds and find your way across grasslands with no tracks using, only the stars and your knowledge of the land's subtle contours. Mongol kids learned skills that would seem like superpowers to people who live in the suburbs today. They could ride horses bareback at full speed and shoot arrows with deadly accuracy. They could live for days on just mare's milk and dried meat. They could find water in places where others only saw grass that went on forever. And they could travel hundreds of miles of land that looked the same without getting lost. This wasn't just a way to get in shape. It was also a way to get your mind in shape. Living on the steppes taught you that the world was big, that there were always new places to go, and that you had to be able to change quickly to stay alive. It taught you to be independent, but it also taught you to value the strong ties of family and tribe that could mean the difference between life and death when winter storms hit or enemy raiders came. The steppes also taught you something else, that borders were made up, that the grass didn't care about the claims of sedentary people, and that being able to move around was more important than any fixed fortification. When the tribes of the steppes finally found a leader who could bring them all together into one terrifyingly powerful army, these lessons would be very important. But that's not the end of our story. For now, picture those thousands of nomadic families living on the vast grasslands, each following their own old paths, each keeping their own relationships with neighbouring tribes, and each living a life that was both free and limited, harsh and beautiful and simple and very complex. The steppes were like a huge school where students learned how to survive, ride horses, predict the weather, care for animals, and fight. Everyone who grew up there learned skills that would have taken European knights years to learn, if they could learn them at all. And every now and then, one of these scattered graduates would come along who could see past the normal tribal boundaries. This person could picture bringing all the people of the Grass Sea together into something bigger and stronger than any kingdom that stayed in one place. Someone like that was about to be born, but anyone watching would not have thought it was a good thing. He would be born into a harsh world that had already shaped many generations of nomadic children. But the skills and points of view that landscape taught him would help him build the biggest empire in history that was all connected. The steppes were ready, they just didn't know it yet. In 1162, on what was probably a normal spring morning in the heart of Mongolia, a child was born who would grow up to scare half the world and bring the other half together. His birth name was Temujin, which means iron worker in English. This was a practical name for a practical people, but it didn't suggest that this baby would grow up to make anything more important than horseshoes or arrow points. The chapter headings in Temujin's early life story are very harsh, like those in a medieval survival guide. Yasugei, his father, was a minor tribal leader. You could think of him as the head of a small family business in an industry where most business problems were solved with arrows. When Temujin was about 9 years old, rivals poisoned his father, leaving the family in a dangerous situation like sheep without a shepherd in a land full of wolves. What happened next was the kind of childhood that could either completely break someone or make them incredibly strong. Temujin's family was basically kicked out by their former allies and left to fend for themselves in a society where being alone often meant death. Imagine a family that suddenly has no home or friends in a world where your neighbours might think you were more useful as a slave than as an equal. During these tough years, young Temujin learned lessons that would change the way he led and built his empire for the rest of his life. He learned that loyalty based on blood or tradition could go away as soon as things changed. He learned that being able to make new friends with people who may have been enemies yesterday was often the key to staying alive. Most importantly, he learned that the traditional tribal system was deeply flawed because it had endless fights, strict hierarchies, and couldn't unite against common threats. During these years in the wilderness, Temujin also learned something else. He had a special ability to get people to follow him, even when they didn't have a good reason to do so. Even when his family had to eat roots and catch fish with their hands, he still managed to get people to follow him who thought he was worth betting their futures on. It was the kind of charm that you couldn't learn or pass down. You either had it or you didn't. Temujin had a lot of it. It was like watching someone climb a mountain while everyone else was still arguing about which way to go. He went from being an outcast to being the leader of his tribe. Temujin built a coalition of followers through alliances, victories, and shared goals. These followers were not tied together by traditional tribal loyalties, but by something new. shared ambition, and mutual benefit. Temujin knew something that most leaders on the steppe didn't. The old way of fighting all the time between tribes wasn't just wasteful, it was also harmful to the tribes themselves. The sedentary kingdoms around the steppes were getting stronger and more united while the Mongol tribes fought each other over old grudges and grazing rights. The Jin dynasty ruled northern China, the western Xia ruled the Silk Road corridors, and different Central Asian powers were spreading their power into areas where nomads used to live. Temujin thought the answer was to do something that had never been done before. Bring all the tribes together under one leader who could direct their combined military power outward instead of inward. It was like suggesting that every small family business in a troubled industry come together to form one well-run corporation. But the negotiations were done with swords, and the final agreements were made with blood oaths. It took decades of political manoeuvring that would have impressed Machiavelli to bring the two sides together. Temujin formed alliances with former enemies, broke promises when he needed to, took useful ideas from tribes he had defeated, and slowly built a military and political system that went beyond the usual steppe groups. The decimal system of organising the military was one of his most important new ideas. Temujin didn't organise his troops along traditional tribal lines, which would have kept old loyalties and feuds alive. Instead, he broke his army up into groups of 10, 100, 1,000, and 10,000 warriors from different tribes who swore new oaths of loyalty to him personally. It was like getting rid of all the old high school cliques and making new ones based on common goals instead of past friendships. There were many great things about this system. It kept any one tribe from getting too strong in the larger group. It made warriors from different tribes work together, which slowly broke down old tribal prejudices. It was most important because it made a new identity, Mongol, that went beyond the old tribal divisions and made everyone feel like they were part of the bigger project. Temujin had done something that had never been done before in the recorded history of the steppes by 1206. He had brought almost all of the Mongol tribes together under his own leadership. At a big meeting called a Kurultai, the tribal leaders formally recognized him as their supreme leader and gave him a new name that reflected his unprecedented achievement, Genghis Khan, which means universal ruler, or ruler of all. It was like watching a small-town business owner become the CEO of a multinational corporation, except this corporation's business model was to conquer new markets and grow into every available market. The tribes that lived on the steppes had come together to form a single military force that could project power over long distances with a speed and efficiency that would change the way wars were fought. But Genghis Khan didn't just bring the Mongol tribes together. After he fixed the problem of division within the group, he quickly turned his attention to threats and chances from outside. The same strategic thinking that had helped him bring the steppes together was now focused on the sedentary kingdoms that were next to his new empire. If the Mongols were stronger when they were united than when they were split up, then they would be even stronger when they conquered their neighbours. The change was complete. The boy who had once caught fish with his bare hands and lived on the streets had become the leader of the most powerful army in the world. Settled people had long seen the steppes as a place where annoying barbarian raids happened. Soon, they would be the starting point for a series of conquests that would change the political map of Eurasia. The Grass Sea had found its captain, and the winds were good for a long trip. Imagine the first time Genghis Khan looked past the steppes at the settled kingdoms that had always seemed so far away and safe behind their walls. It must have felt like a small business owner who was doing well suddenly realizing that their local market was just the beginning, and that there were huge, untapped opportunities waiting just beyond their current horizons. In this case, though, the business would grow through cavalry charges and siege engines. The Mongols' first big target was the western Xia kingdom, which ruled over the Silk Road trade routes that went through what is now northwestern China. This decision showed how smart Genghis Khan was. Instead of attacking the strongest neighbours right away, he started with a kingdom that was rich enough to be worth conquering, but not strong enough to threaten his empire's existence. For an army that had mostly used mobile tactics before, the Western Xia campaign was like a graduate-level course in siege warfare. The Mongols learned that their usual hit-and-run tactics, which worked well against other nomadic foes, didn't work as well against cities with high walls and supplies for long sieges. So, like all successful businesses do when they face new problems, they changed, learned, and came up with new ideas. The Mongol army changed from being a nomadic force to something more like a modern combined arms military in just a few years. They hired engineers from lands they had taken over, learned how to use Chinese siege methods, and learned how to use catapults, battering rams, and other specialized tools. It was like seeing a motorcycle gang suddenly gain the logistical skills of a professional army, while still being able to move and be aggressive. The Mongols didn't just use the same military tactics as everyone else, they made them better. Their siege operations became famous for how quickly and effectively they worked. European armies might take months to break down a single fortress, but Mongol forces could sometimes take whole cities in just a few days by using both traditional siege tactics and new engineering and psychological warfare methods. The Mongol army's full range of skills was shown when they took over the Jin dynasty in northern China. This wasn't a small border kingdom like Western Xia. It was one of the most advanced civilizations in the world, with the Great Wall protecting it and armies that had been perfecting their skills for hundreds of years. The Jin dynasty ruled over land that was home to millions of people, protected by hundreds of fortified cities and backed by economic resources that were much bigger than anything the steppes could produce. But the Mongols methodically tore down this old kingdom, just like mechanics take apart a complicated machine they know how to fix. They attacked from directions that the Chinese didn't expect, which let them get around the Great Wall. They also used captured Jin engineers to improve their own siege techniques, and a mix of military pressure and diplomatic manoeuvring to slowly cut off Jin defenders from their possible allies. People living at the time couldn't believe how quickly these conquests happened. Within a few years of the Mongols' arrival, kingdoms that had been around for hundreds of years would be gone. It was like watching someone play a video game at a faster speed, but the results were real and would last forever. The Mongol war machine had done something that military theorists would spend hundreds of years trying to figure out. It had the perfect mix of speed, firepower, organisation, and flexibility. At the same time, on the Western Front, Mongol troops were moving into Central Asia in the same methodical way. The Mongols' conquest of the Khwarezmid Empire, which ruled over a lot of what is now Iran, Afghanistan, and Central Asia, showed another side of their strategic thinking. They could run multiple campaigns at the same time over long distances while keeping widely separated forces in sync. A diplomatic incident that turned into a full-blown war started this Western campaign almost by accident. The Khwarezmid Shah made a big mistake when he killed Mongol trade envoys. This was like declaring war on what was already the most dangerous military group in the world. Genghis Khan's answer was quick, clear, and completely devastating. In just 3 years, the Khwarezmid Empire was completely destroyed. Its cities were in ruins, and its people were either spread out or taken in by the growing Mongol system. What was so impressive about these conquests was how the Mongols were able to keep control of such large areas while still expanding. Most empires in history have hit natural limits where the costs of expansion were higher than the benefits. However, the Mongols seem to have solved this basic problem by combining flexible administration with effective military action. The Mongols usually used and changed local government systems instead of trying to force a single system of government on all of their lands. Chinese territories were still run by modified versions of traditional Chinese bureaucracy, and Central Asian regions kept their own cultural and religious practices under Mongol rule. It was like running a multinational company, where each regional office could keep its own corporate culture, while making sure that all of the company's strategies worked together. This flexible administration went along with a communication system that was very new for its time. The Yam was the Mongol postal system. It built a network of relay stations that could send messages across the empire faster than any other system of communication. It used to take months for a message to get from Mongolia to Eastern Europe, but now it only takes weeks. This made it easier for the central government to keep control over areas that were thousands of miles apart. The psychological consequences of these conquests were possibly more significant than their military implications. The Mongols showed that distance was no protection against a well-organised and motivated force, that new tactics could break through traditional fortifications, and that people whom sedentary societies had thought were primitive barbarians could conquer entire civilizations. The Mongol Empire was bigger than the continental United States, and growing quickly by the time Genghis Khan died in 1227. It stretched from Korea to the Caspian Sea, but this was only the start. Genghis Khan's successors would continue to grow the system he had built, eventually creating an empire that stretched from Eastern Europe to the Pacific Ocean and changed the course of human history. The Great Expansion changed not only the political map of Eurasia, but also what people thought an empire could be. The Mongols showed that nomadic societies could not only compete with settled civilizations, but they could also be better at military effectiveness, administrative efficiency, and controlling territory. The Grass Sea had turned into an ocean, and its waves were crashing against shores that had never felt their power before. Imagine waking up one morning to find out that your city, your region, or even your whole country had been taken over by the biggest empire in history almost overnight. During the 13th and 14th centuries, millions of people in Eurasia lived like this. Surprisingly, for many of them, it wasn't as bad as you might think. At its peak, the Mongol Empire was less like a typical conquest state, and more like an ancient version of a multinational corporation with very good management. The Mongols figured out how to keep central authority while allowing local flexibility, how to bring together different cultures without losing what made them valuable, and how to make systems that were both efficient and adaptable. These are things that many modern organisations still have trouble with. Most people's daily lives in the empire went on as they had before the conquest, but there were some big changes that anyone who was paying attention would have noticed right away. Trade was safer and more profitable than it had been in hundreds of years. With the Mongol postal system, news, ideas and new things could travel across huge distances at speeds never seen before. Instead of relying on the arbitrary decisions of local rulers, legal disputes could be settled through standardized procedures. The famous Silk Road, which had connected east and west for centuries, but had often been interrupted by warfare and banditry, became under Mongol protection what we might think of as the world's first truly international highway system. Merchants could travel from Venice to Beijing more safely than a medieval European could travel from one city to another in their own kingdom. This commercial security had a big impact on how people lived every day in the empire. Chinese silk became available in Europe at prices that the new middle class could afford. Islamic astronomical tools made their way to Mongol courts, where they changed the way people navigated and kept track of time. The first information revolution happened when European metalworking techniques moved east, and Asian printing technology moved west. But the Mongol Empire's attitude toward religious and cultural diversity was probably the most interesting thing about life under their rule. Medieval governments often required people to follow the same religion in order to be loyal to the government. The Mongols, on the other hand, practiced what we now call multiculturalism, long before the idea was even thought of. Nestorian Christians, Muslims, Buddhists, Confucians, Taoists, and adherents of traditional Mongol shamanism all occupied positions within the imperial framework. This tolerance wasn't just a nice idea, it was a practical need. The Mongol Empire was so big and so different that it would have taken resources that even the Mongols didn't have to try to make everyone follow the same religion or culture. Instead, they made systems that let different groups keep their own traditions while also taking part in the larger imperial project. It created a kind of cosmopolitan culture that didn't come back until the modern era. Persian poets could work with Chinese engineers, Islamic scholars could argue philosophy with Buddhist monks, and European merchants could learn advanced math from Arab mathematicians in Mongol cities. It was like living in an old-fashioned version of an international university town, but the campus was half the world. Architecture during Mongol rule exemplified this cultural amalgamation. Buildings mixed parts from different styles to make completely new styles. Islamic arches could support Chinese roofs, Persian tilework could decorate them, and European silver could pay for them. These weren't just random combinations, they were carefully thought out integrations that showed how different styles of art could work together to make each other better instead of worse. The Mongols also changed the way people ate. The traditional nomadic diet of meat and dairy was improved by adding foods and cooking methods from all over the empire. Mongol kitchens started using Chinese spices, Persian fruits, European grains, and cooking methods that had been used in isolation for hundreds of years, but were now mixed together to make completely new ways of cooking. The Yasa was the Mongol legal system. It was a complete and flexible way to get justice. The Mongols usually didn't force a single legal code on all of their territories. Instead, they let local legal traditions continue while setting up general rules that made sure important things stayed the same. It was like having a constitution that protected basic rights, while letting states keep their own rules and traditions. Compared to most other civilizations at the time, women had a relatively high status in Mongol society. Mongol women could own land, trade, and even sometimes make political decisions. When the empire took over areas where women had fewer rights, Mongol influence often led to slow improvements in their legal and social status. The Mongols supported education and scholarship because they knew that running such a large empire required advanced knowledge systems. They built libraries, helped people translate between languages, and paid for scholarly exchanges that sped up the spread of knowledge across cultural lines. Arabic translations of Chinese medical texts, Persian translations of Islamic mathematical treatises, and European astronomical observations added to Asian star charts. This cross-cultural exchange was shown in the art of the Mongol period. Painters started using techniques and subjects from different traditions, making works that would have been impossible without the mixing of cultures that the empire made possible. Musicians tried out different instruments and scales from all over the world, creating new ways to express themselves that were based on many different musical styles. Historians now agree that the Mongol Empire set the stage for the first truly global economy. This is perhaps the most important thing it did. Ideas, products, and new ways of doing things could travel farther than ever before. This economic integration meant that things happening in one part of the empire could have effects right away, in places thousands of miles away. This was the first time this kind of economic interconnectedness happened. For the average person living under Mongol rule, these changes may not have been immediately apparent in their daily lives, but their cumulative impact was transformative. You were more likely to find foreign goods in your local market, hear news from faraway places, meet people from different cultures, and get ideas and new things that had come from far away. The Mongol Empire built something that had never been done before in human history. A civilization that was truly cosmopolitan, connecting cultures that had been cut off from each other for a long time. It was an early version of globalization, run by people who had always thought that the whole world was just grass, sky, and the occasional tribe next door. The Mongols learned to think about big areas and long distances in the steppes. Now they had used that point of view to build a political and economic system that made the world smaller and more connected than it had ever been before. The signs of trouble in the Mongol Empire started out small, like clouds slowly covering up a perfect spring day. But they grew into a storm system that changed the weather patterns for good. By the end of the 13th century, the empire that had seemed unbreakably strong under Genghis Khan and his immediate successors was starting to show signs of stress that would eventually cause it to break apart like ice on a river that was warming up. The first problem was one that every successful family business has to deal with. What happens when people who weren't involved in making the vision have to carry it out? Genghis Khan's grandsons and great-grandsons received an empire, but they also had the impossible job of keeping unity across lands so large that it took months for messages to get from one end to the other. It was like trying to run a modern business with medieval communication tools, but each part of the business had its own army and its own ideas about how to move forward strategically. The empire's structure, which had been brilliantly adapted to rapid growth, turned out to be less useful for long-term management. The Mongol system worked great when there were new lands to conquer and new resources to share among the different branches of the imperial family. But when expansion slowed down, partly because they had run out of neighbours who were easy to conquer, the empire started to have the same kind of internal competition that it used to have against enemies. Imagine a family that got rich by always expanding their business into new markets. Then, all of a sudden, they found themselves in a situation where they had taken over all the markets. The energy that had once gone into growing the family business now turned inward, and different family members started fighting over who would control the resources that were already there. The Mongol Empire was basically going through the biggest family business fight in history, but the family members were in charge of land the size of modern countries, and had professional armies to back up their arguments. As the empire grew, fights over who would take over became more bitter and complicated. Genghis Khan was able to get people to do what he wanted because of his strong personality and military success, but his descendants had to compete for loyalty among subordinates, who had their own regional interests and cultural identities. It was like seeing the corporate culture that a charismatic founder had worked hard to build slowly fall apart as different regional managers started to follow their own goals. As the Mongol military campaigns became less effective, the famous unity that had made them so effective began to break down into a patchwork of competing interests. The Yuan dynasty in China, the Ilkhanate in Persia, the Golden Horde in Eastern Europe, and the Chagatai Khanate in Central Asia all said they were under the Great Khan's rule in Mongolia. But in reality, they acted more and more like independent powers with their own foreign policies and military goals. Sociologists now call the process that made this political fragmentation worse cultural accommodation. This means that the Mongol rulers slowly adopted the customs and views of the people they ruled. The Mongol Khans in China started to think and act like Chinese emperors. The ones in Persia started to act like Persian court members, and the ones in Russia started to run their countries in ways that were similar to how things were done in their own countries. It was a natural change that made them better rulers of their own areas, but it also made them less Mongol and less dedicated to keeping the empire together. Changing religions was a big part of this cultural change. Some Mongol rulers followed the main religions in their areas, such as Buddhism in some places, Islam in others, and Christianity in still others. At first, the empire's religious diversity was one of its strengths. However, as different branches of the imperial family developed different religious beliefs and cultural identities, it became a source of division. The empire's economy was also starting to show signs of stress. The Mongol system relied heavily on tribute from conquered lands and money made from trade over long distances. But as political unity broke down, trade routes became less safe, and collecting tribute became harder and more expensive. Local officials, whether they were Mongols or locals, started keeping more of the money they collected for themselves instead of sending it to the central treasury. Changes in technology and the military also hurt the Mongols' advantages. People who lived near the Mongols and their subjects slowly started to use the new ideas in siege warfare and military organisation that had made the Mongols unbeatable in the 13th century. Gunpowder weapons, which had first given Mongol troops a big edge, became more common and advanced. The military strategies that were once only known to the Mongols became known to everyone, making the playing field more even between nomadic and sedentary forces. The Mongols began to feel the effects of empire building on their population, which was perhaps the most important thing. When Genghis Khan started his conquests, the original Mongol population was probably no more than 1 million people. Even with the help of allied tribes and hired helpers, ethnic Mongols were still a small group in their own empire. As time went on, intermarriage and cultural assimilation made it harder and harder to define or keep a Mongol identity. Climate change also contributed to the empire's slow decline, but its effects were small and took a long time to show. The medieval warm period, which had made it easier for steppe nomads to live during the empire's growth phase, was ending, and the weather was getting cooler and more unpredictable. These changes made it harder for nomads to live their traditional way of life, and the grasslands that used to support large Mongol populations and their herds became less able to support them. Natural disasters and disease outbreaks put even more strain on the empire's administrative systems. The Black Death, which killed millions of people in Eurasia in the 14th century, hit Mongol lands especially hard because the trade routes that had made the empire rich also helped spread the disease. The plague outbreaks that killed so many people in the empire made it harder to keep political unity at a time when it was getting harder to do so. By the early 14th century, the Mongol Empire, which had once been a single entity, had split into 4 separate khanates. These khanates still had diplomatic relations with each other, but they didn't work together on military or economic issues anymore. It was like seeing a successful multinational company slowly break up into separate regional companies that had the same corporate history but different business plans and market goals. The change didn't have to be bad for the people who lived in areas that used to be Mongol. Many areas continued to do well under their new Mongol-descended ruling classes. The empire's cultural exchanges and technological advances continued to shape growth across Eurasia, but the political unity that had made the empire's most amazing accomplishments possible, safe, long-distance trade, the quick spread of new ideas, and an unprecedented mixing of cultures, was slowly fading away like salt in water. The steppes, which used to be the starting point for world conquest, were slowly returning to their traditional role as the home of nomadic tribes. The big test of building a nomadic empire was coming to an end, but its effects would last for hundreds of years. It wasn't like watching a building fall down when the Mongol Empire fell apart. It was more like watching a huge river system slowly change course, with some channels drying up and others cutting new paths through different types of land. By the 14th century, the political unity that had once stretched from Korea to Hungary was breaking up into smaller, easier-to-manage parts. Each part was changing to fit the needs and opportunities of the area, which would have been unthinkable during the empire's expansionist phase. The Yuan dynasty in China had problems that showed how Mongol rule didn't work in societies that were settled. The Mongol Khans had inherited the world's most advanced bureaucratic system, but they were still different from the Chinese people they ruled in terms of culture and ethnicity. It was like being the CEO of a company whose culture you respected but never fully understood, and you were in charge of people who knew much more about how the business worked than you did. The Yuan rulers tried a lot of different things to stay in power and do their jobs well. Some people, like Kublai Khan, embraced Chinese culture so much that they became Chinese emperors with Mongol ancestry. Some people tried to keep Mongol traditions and identity while using Chinese ways of running things. Others tried to rule by keeping Mongol and Chinese elements separate but still connected to each other. None of these methods worked perfectly in the long run. The Mongol rulers looked less and less like real heirs to Genghis Khan's legacy as they got used to Chinese culture. The more they insisted on keeping Mongol culture separate, the more they pushed away the Chinese people whose help was needed for good governance. It was a classic problem of imperial rule that didn't have a perfect answer. In 1368, the Ming dynasty overthrew the Yuan dynasty, which ended Mongol political control over China. However, Mongol influence on Chinese culture and institutions did not end. The Mongol period brought about changes in Chinese military organization, administrative practices, and even building styles that are still seen today. The new Ming rulers were against Mongols, but they quietly used many of the same government methods that had worked well for the Yuan. In the western parts of the old empire, on the other hand, different patterns of decline and adaptation were happening. The Ilkhanate in Persia fell apart in the 1330s, breaking up into many smaller kingdoms and city-states. But Persian culture, which had been greatly shaped by Mongol ways of running things and tastes in art, kept growing in ways that showed this mix of cultures. The Mongol period left a lasting mark on Persian miniature painting, architecture and literature. The Golden Horde, which ruled over a lot of Eastern Europe and Russia, lasted longer than some other parts of the empire. This was partly because its lands were better suited to a traditional nomadic lifestyle, and partly because it didn't have to deal with as much pressure to assimilate culturally. But even the Golden Horde slowly changed from its original Mongol identity. It became more Turkic in language and Islamic in religion, but it kept some of its traditional nomadic political systems. The fate of Mongolia itself may have been the most powerful symbol of how the empire changed. The country that started the biggest conquest in history slowly went back to its old ways of organising tribes and moving around with the seasons. The big cities that had been built to run the empire, like Karakorum, the capital, and others, were either abandoned or turned into small trading posts. The administrative system that used to coordinate activities across half the world was cut back to only managing the affairs of small nomadic groups. But calling this process decline might be misleading because it makes it sound like something valuable was lost. In a lot of ways, what was happening was more like a natural evolution, where the empire's best ideas were kept and changed, and its less useful parts were allowed to fade away on their own. For a long time after the Mongol Empire fell apart, its postal system continued to have an effect on communication networks across Eurasia. The decimal military structure that Genghis Khan had established became the norm for armies across China and Europe. The legal principles found in the Yasa still had an effect on the law in many of the states that came after it. Trade networks and cultural exchanges that thrived under Mongol protection created patterns that lasted long into the modern era. The time when the Mongols ruled Russia, which later Russian historians called the Mongol yoke, actually helped Russian power grow and become more centralized. When Russia started its own imperial expansion, the Russian princes who acted as middlemen between the Golden Horde and the local people learned a lot about how to run a government, fight wars, and make deals. The strategies and organizational methods that Ivan the Terrible used to take over Mongol successor states in the 16th century were first used by the Mongols themselves. It was like watching a successful business model slowly spread through an industry. The company that came up with the new ideas might be bought out or replaced by competitors, but the ideas themselves would still have an effect on how the whole industry worked. The Mongol Empire's political system was too ambitious to last forever, but its changes to government, the military, and the economy became permanent parts of Eurasian civilization. The empire changed a lot because of disease, but not always in the way you might think. The Black Death, which killed about 1/3 of the people in many parts of Eurasia in the 14th century, messed up the usual social and economic ties in the areas that used to be part of the Mongol Empire. But it also made it possible for people to move up in society, and for institutions to change in ways that might not have been possible if things had been more stable. The plague years caused a demographic disaster in many areas, which led to a lack of workers. This gave the workers who survived more power to negotiate and move up in society. Old hierarchies became less rigid, new economic ties formed, and political systems changed to fit the new situation. The combination of Mongol innovations and changes brought on by the plague permanently changed the rigid social systems that had been common in many societies before the Mongols. The Mongol Empire's effects on the environment also had long-lasting effects that went well beyond its political life. The Mongol Empire's growth brought about big changes in trade routes, land use patterns, and population movements. These changes had long-lasting effects on the environment. Some areas that lost a lot of people during the conquest period stayed sparsely populated for many years, which let forests grow back, and animal populations recover in ways that affected later patterns of settlement and development. Most importantly, the Mongol period set up ways for people to talk to each other over long distances and share their cultures that are still important in world history today. The notion that innovations, artistic styles, religious concepts, and commercial practices could disseminate swiftly over extensive distances, an idea that was groundbreaking in the 13th century, evolved into a fundamental principle of global functioning. The Mongol Empire built what was basically the first global information network. Even though the empire itself fell apart, the networks it had set up kept moving ideas and new things across cultural lines. By the 15th century, the different successor states to the Mongol Empire were following their own paths of development that were influenced by their Mongol roots and the conditions in their own areas. The Timurid Empire in Central Asia mixed Mongol military customs with Persian cultural sophistication and Islamic religious devotion. The Crimean Khanate kept its nomadic political structures while adjusting to the changing political landscape of Eastern Europe. The Northern Yuan stayed in charge of Mongolia, keeping the traditional culture of the steppes while adapting to having less land to control. These successor states weren't just weak copies of the original empire, they were successful changes to the way things were. Each had figured out how to keep the most important parts of the Mongol culture, while also learning new skills that helped them do well in their own environments. It was like seeing a big company successfully break up into smaller parts that then became successful businesses on their own. The slow change in Mongol identity mirrored these larger trends of adaptation and growth. By the 15th century, the term Mongol had evolved into a cultural and political concept, in addition to its ethnic connotation. Individuals lacking direct biological ties to the original Mongol tribes could assert a Mongol identity if they embraced Mongol political customs, military practices, or cultural values. On the other hand, people of Mongol descent who had fully integrated into Chinese, Persian, or other cultural systems may no longer identify as Mongol in any significant way. One of the original empire's best features was its ability to change identity categories. This flexibility still helps Mongol successor states. It helped them get talented and loyal people from different groups while still staying connected to the famous Mongol legacy. It was a kind of cultural branding that lasted a long time and could change with the times. The long end of the Mongol Empire wasn't a tragedy. It was a natural change from one type of organisation to another that was better suited to new conditions. The empire had done what it needed to do. It had linked areas that had been cut off from each other, set up new ways for people to trade and share culture, and shown that nomadic societies could build and run complex governments across a whole continent. As you snuggle deeper into your blanket and think about how your own cosy home is an example of hundreds of years of improvements in building, heating, and furnishing that came from many different cultures, you might think about how the Mongol Empire's greatest achievement was not conquering the world, but bringing it together. 700 years ago, the Mongols built trade, communication, and cultural exchange networks across Eurasia. These networks laid the groundwork for the global interconnectedness we take for granted today. As you get ready for bed in a world where you can order things from halfway around the world with a few clicks, talk to people on different continents right away, and learn about thousands of different cultures, you are living with the consequences of choices made by nomadic herders on the Asian steppes 7 centuries ago. The Mongol Empire's impact on modern life is so deeply ingrained in our world today that we hardly ever think about it. Like background music that sets the mood of a room without drawing attention to itself, the most obvious legacy is the political borders and ethnic groups of today's countries. The vastness of Russia's land shows patterns of growth that started during the Mongol period. The borders of China today include areas that were brought together into a single state during the Yuan dynasty. The different cultures in Central Asian countries are a result of people moving around and settling there during the Mongol conquests. The Mongol Empire's legacy shaped even the United States, which didn't exist at the time. For example, the horses that changed Plains Indian culture were descendants of animals that nomadic people had bred and improved, and the transcontinental trade networks that European explorers found in the Americas were based on patterns that were first established along the Silk Road. The genetic legacy is just as strong. Modern DNA studies show that about 1 in every 200 men alive today has genetic markers that can be traced back to the Mongol Empire. The highest concentrations of these markers are in areas that were once part of the empire. This isn't just interesting from a historical point of view. It's proof of cultural integration on a scale that hadn't been seen before and wouldn't be seen again until the modern era. The Mongol Empire mixed people from different parts of the world who had been living apart for thousands of years. This made the first truly global gene pool. But the genetic mixing was only one part of a larger cultural blending that still affects everything from food to buildings. Mongol cities were the first places where Chinese, Persian, Central Asian, and European cooking styles met on a large scale. This is where fusion cooking, which mixes ingredients and techniques from different cultures, began. The architectural styles of many Asian cities still show design ideas that were developed during the Mongol period, when builders had to make buildings that could meet a wide range of cultural needs and tastes. The Mongol influence can be seen in the language itself. Hundreds of words in dozens of languages can be traced back to the Mongols or to the cultural mixing that happened while the empire was around. The Mongols came up with new ideas and institutions that are still used in military, administrative and trade-related language across Eurasia. Languages that were never directly under Mongol rule were still affected by the increased trade and cultural exchange that came with it. The Mongols' way of being tolerant of other religions set examples that still affect how we think about religious freedom and cultural diversity today. In the 13th century, the idea that political loyalty and religious belief could be separated was revolutionary. It is still controversial in some parts of the world today. The Mongol example showed that having different religions in a big political group can be a strength instead of a weakness. Mongol influences can also be seen in educational and intellectual traditions. The focus on practical knowledge, the blending of different scholarly traditions, and the translation movements that thrived with Mongol support created ways for scholars to share ideas that shaped the growth of universities, libraries, and scholarly networks across Eurasia. The Renaissance in Europe, the last flowering of the Islamic Golden Age, and the technological advances of Ming China all built on ideas that were made stronger by cultural exchanges between the Mongols and other cultures. The way modern militaries are organised still shows the effects of new ideas that the Mongol army came up with. The decimal system of military units, the use of different weapon systems and tactics, the focus on communication and mobility, and the use of psychological warfare techniques all became standard military practices that still affect how modern armies are organised and deployed. The way NATO organises its military forces is based on the same ideas that helped the Mongol Empire turn warriors from many different cultures into effective fighting units. The trade networks that the Mongols protected and grew are where the idea of a global economy that connects all modern nations comes from. During the Mongol period, it was shown on a continental scale that goods, services and information should be able to move freely across political borders, that economic relationships could cross cultural and religious lines, and that prosperity depended on keeping peaceful trading relationships. The principles that were first used in the Mongol commercial code are still used in modern international trade law, which focuses on standardizing procedures and ways to settle disputes. Mongol innovations even changed how we think about geography and maps. The maps that helped Europeans explore the Americas used geographical information that Mongol leaders had collected and kept safe. The age of exploration was made possible by advances in astronomy, navigation, and surveying that were built on intellectual foundations that were strengthened by scholarly exchanges during the Mongol era. The Mongol Empire showed that cultural diversity and political unity could work together instead of against each other, which is perhaps the most important thing. This lesson is especially important for today's multinational states and international groups that need to find a balance between local freedom and central control. The European Union, the United Nations, and other modern organisations face the same basic problem that the Mongols did: how to keep good government in places where people speak different languages, follow different religions, and have different cultural traditions. The Mongol solution, keeping central control over important tasks while letting local groups have some freedom in cultural and religious matters, still affects how modern organisations deal with this problem. Mongol administrators were the first to use these ideas on a large scale in federal systems of government, international law, and multinational corporate structures. The empire's methods for innovation and technology transfer set trends that still affect how new ideas spread around the world. The Mongols were the first to systematically transfer technology by actively looking for useful new ideas, adapting them to fit their needs, and spreading them across their lands. The Mongol period was the first time that people came up with ideas for research and development, international scientific collaboration, and the quick spread of new technologies around the world. As you drift off to sleep, you might think about how the pillow under your head is probably made of materials from many different countries, how the building around you is built using methods that were developed in many different cultures, and how the electronic devices nearby can connect you to people and information from all over the world. All of these modern conveniences are based on the same idea that led to the Mongols' expansion, that societies are stronger and more successful when they are connected to each other, instead of being cut off from each other. The Mongol Empire didn't last as a government, but its idea of a world where everything is connected did. We all live in the world that the Mongols dreamed of, A world where distance doesn't stop people from talking to each other, where new ideas spread quickly across cultures, where people from different backgrounds can work together to reach common goals, and where the resources and knowledge of different societies can be combined to make something better than the sum of its parts. Before you fall asleep, think back to those wide-open grasslands where our story began. Not the Mongolia of tourist attractions and modern cities, but the endless steppe where a few nomadic families used to live in harmony with rhythms that are older than written history. Think about how the endless grass moved in waves under a huge sky, and how that landscape changed the people who would later change half the world. It's very calming to end this story where it began, with the wind blowing through the grass and the feeling of endless space stretching beyond every horizon. The Mongol Empire came and went, conquered and fell apart, but the steppes are still very much like they were when Temujin first learned to ride. The grass still grows, the seasons still change from the harsh cold of winter to the short warmth of summer, and somewhere in that vastness herders still lead their animals along paths that have been used for thousands of years. But now you know that this seemingly empty landscape was actually the beginning of one of history's most interesting experiments in how people can work together. Those scattered tribes living in felt tents and following their herds across vast grasslands were able to create something new. A government that could bring together people from different backgrounds over long distances, an economic system that linked markets that had been cut off from each other, and a cultural framework that let different civilizations learn from each other, while still keeping their own identities. The story of the Mongol Empire is really about how people can connect with each other when there are no more barriers between them, and instead there are networks of exchange and cooperation. It's about the power of being able to move around in a world that often thinks stability is more important. The benefits of being able to change in societies that often value tradition over new ideas, and the idea that people from outside may have answers to problems that people from within haven't been able to solve. Historians today sometimes argue about whether the Mongol conquests were one of the greatest things that people have ever done, or one of the worst things that people have ever done. The answer is probably both, like with most hard historical questions. Cities were destroyed and people had to move, but new cities were built and new chances were made. Old ways of life were changed, but new ways of expressing culture came from the mixing of traditions that were once separate. Political systems fell apart, but new institutions that were more open and useful often took their place. It seems clear that the Mongol period sped up human progress in ways that still affect our world today. The cultural exchanges, technological advancements, and institutional experiments that transpired during the empire's duration established paradigms that influenced the Renaissance, the scientific revolution, and the contemporary global economy. 700 years later, we are still dealing with the effects of decisions made in Mongol councils. The Mongol story teaches us that human societies can change and adapt more than we think they can. The same species that had spent thousands of years building isolated agricultural societies was able to build and run a continental empire that worked well over long distances and across cultures. The same groups that had been fighting and competing for what seemed like forever found that they could work together to reach bigger goals. This ability to change gives us hope for the problems we face around the world. If nomadic herders could figure out how to govern areas from Korea to Hungary, while respecting the cultural autonomy of hundreds of different groups, maybe modern societies can find ways to deal with climate change, economic inequality and political fragmentation that seem just as hard to deal with from where we are now. The Mongol Empire also shows us that some of the most important new ideas in history have come from places we didn't expect. It wasn't the urban elites of established civilizations who changed warfare, administration and international relations. It was nomadic outsiders who looked at the same problems from a whole new angle. This means that experts today might not be taking seriously the ideas and communities that could help solve today's problems. You might find comfort in the thought of that endless blue sky over the steppes as you fall asleep. It's the same sky that watched over Mongol herders 800 years ago, and the same sky that covers your own home tonight. That sky has seen the rise and fall of empires, the movement of people, the growth of technologies that have changed human life, and the slow growth of the connected world we live in now. But it has also seen quieter times, like families gathering around cooking fires, kids learning to ride horses, elders telling stories that pass down cultural knowledge from one generation to the next, and regular people making the small choices that, when added together, change the course of human history. The grand sweep of empires and conquests is important, but so are the small acts of bravery, creativity and kindness that make big changes in history possible. The Mongol Empire is no longer around, but its ideas about what people can do are still around. The Mongol period was when these ideas first took shape. That different cultures can enrich each other instead of threatening each other. That geographical barriers don't have to become social barriers. That innovation can come from both isolation and synthesis, and that societies can be organised in ways that benefit all their members instead of just their elites. These ideas continue to inspire efforts to make the world more fair and connected. Tonight, as you fall asleep in a world where Mongolian traditional music might be playing through your speakers, cashmere from Central Asian goats might be warming your shoulders, and the spices in your evening tea might have come from trade routes. First used by Mongol merchants, you're experiencing the everyday legacy of that amazing experiment in how to organise people that started on the steppes over 800 years ago. Sweet dreams of wide open spaces and endless horizons, of people realising they have more in common than they thought, and of how humans can always change, create, and connect with each other, no matter what barriers seem to be in the way. The story of the Mongol Empire is really our story. It's the story of how people learn to get along on a planet that belongs to all of us, sleep well under the sky that never ends. The first voice came not with thunderous clarity, but as a whisper easily mistaken for wind through the garden. I was 13, gathering herbs behind my father Jacques d'Arc's house in Domremy. Most people remember me describing the voice as appearing with blinding light at noon, but the truth differs. It was actually dusk, the hour when shadows transform into something else entirely. Jahan, it said, my name in the old tongue. It was familiar, not commanding nor frightening, like someone who had known me before I knew myself. I dropped my basket, herbs scattering across soil, still warm from the day's sun. No one had prepared me for this moment, even though our priest, Father Verfronte, frequently spoke about saints and visions. People imagine I was overcome with religious ecstasy, but my initial reaction was irritation. I had chores to finish before dark, and Mother would scold me for dallying. Only when the voice came again, 3 days later while I tended our sheep, did I begin to understand. It was Michael, the archangel, though he did not announce himself grandly. He simply began speaking as if he were continuing a long-established conversation. Our village existed in perpetual anxiety. The English and Burgundians raided regularly, forcing us to flee with our livestock to the nearby fortified island of Vaucouleurs. My father served as a village official, Dean they called him, and I watched how the weight of protecting others bent his shoulders. When he returned from burying neighbours killed in raids, he'd sit silently by our hearth, staring at nothing. This was the inheritance of every child in Lorraine, the knowledge that safety was temporary, violence inevitable. The voices, Catherine and Margaret joined Michael eventually, did not immediately speak of saving France. They spoke of me, how I must remain pure, how I must listen carefully. People think I was a simple girl, but simplicity was impossible in our border region, where language, loyalty and custom blurred. We spoke a dialect that was neither purely French nor German. We pledged allegiance to lords whose names changed with the seasons. You will recognise the Dauphin, they told me once, though I had never travelled beyond our valley and had never seen nobility save for occasional passing knights. How? I inquired, my ignorance weighing heavily on my mind. You will know, was all they answered. Mother taught me to sew and spin, not knowing these domestic skills would later serve me well in army camps. Father taught me to manage our few acres and to recognise when rain threatened the hay harvest. These mundane lessons proved as crucial as anything the voices imparted. I hid the voices from everyone, especially my dear friend Orviette. We gathered flowers for the church altar together, gossiped about village boys, and waded in the Meuse River during summer's heat. Normalcy became my disguise. When my mother spoke of arranging a marriage with the son of a nearby farmer, I neither agreed nor objected, though the voices had already commanded my virginity be preserved. I simply continued spinning wool, kneading bread, and appearing unchanged while something profound transformed within me. The summer I turned 16, English forces pushed deeper into our region. I watched refugees stream through Domremy, women carrying whatever possessions they could save, men with haunted eyes, and children too exhausted to cry. They brought stories of villages burned, of harvests destroyed, and of casual cruelties inflicted by mercenary soldiers who fought for coin rather than cause. One night while our family sheltered in the church during a raid, I watched a woman rock her dead infant, refusing to acknowledge the child had stopped breathing hours before. Something hardened in me then, a resolve that matched the voice's growing urgency. "It is time," Michael told me as autumn leaves fell, "as France bleeds. The king's son hides while the kingdom crumbles." "I am a girl who cannot read," I answered. "I've never held a sword." "Yet you will lead armies," Catherine replied. I laughed aloud at this absurdity, earning a questioning look from my brother Pierre as we gathered kindling in the forest. "You were chosen before birth," Margaret added, "not for your knowledge, but for your heart." As winter approached, Burgundian soldiers burned part of our village. I helped neighbours salvage what remained of their homes by digging through ash for cooking pots and for anything usable. The voices grew more insistent, speaking not just in quiet moments, but during daily tasks, during mass, and during rare moments of village celebration. "Go to Vaucouleurs," they commanded. "Speak to Robert de Baudricourt," I knew the name, the garrison commander, a gruff soldier loyal to the uncrowned Dauphin. What I didn't know was how a peasant girl might gain his audience, how I might convince him of the divine messages only I could hear. But the voices left no room for doubt. I would go, I would speak, I would begin this impossible journey. So I plaited my hair one final time before cutting it away, trading a daughter's life for something without precedent. My cousin Durand Lassois thought I was insane when I asked him to escort me to Vaucouleurs. A practical man with calloused hands and a perpetual furrow between his brows nonetheless agreed, perhaps out of curiosity about what had transformed his once quiet cousin into someone who spoke with unnerving certainty. 3 times you will knock on the captain's door, Catherine had told me. Twice he will refuse you. The 3rd time he will listen. During the January journey to Vaucouleurs, my feet became numb from wearing worn leather shoes. Frost glazed the bare trees like spun sugar, beautiful and bitter. I'd never travelled so far from home, a mere 20 miles that stretched like a pilgrimage. Durand filled silences with nervous chatter about his vineyard and about village gossip, carefully avoiding questions about my purpose until we crested the final hill. "What exactly will you say to him?" he finally asked as Vaucouleurs' stone walls came into view. The truth seemed both too simple and too extraordinary. Voices from heaven commanded me to seek an audience with the garrison commander, so that I could eventually lead the Dauphin to his coronation at Reims. Instead, I said only, "What God wishes me to say." Baudricourt's guards snickered at the sight of me, a peasant girl in a homespun dress requesting an audience with their commander. But something in my demeanour made them hesitate to simply turn me away. Perhaps it was the way I stood, as if inhabited by something larger than myself. They brought Baudricourt to the courtyard rather than admitting me to his quarters, a public humiliation intended to discourage further persistence. "The Heavenly Lord has messages concerning the welfare of France," I announced, borrowing formality I'd never needed in Domremy. Baudricourt, bearded, broad-shouldered, perpetually armoured even in peacetime, laughed. Not cruelly, but with the weariness of a man besieged by people claiming special knowledge in desperate times. "Return to your father, child," he said. "Learn to improve your thread-spinning skills instead of telling stories." I did not argue. The voices had prepared me for rejection. Durand looked relieved as we left, believing the matter concluded. But I remained in Vaucouleurs, staying with distant relatives, the kindly wheelwright Henri and his wife Catherine Leroyer, who took me in despite their confusion about my purpose. Daily I attended Mass at the chapel of Sainte Marie, kneeling on stone floors that bruised my knees. Townspeople began noticing the strange girl who prayed with unusual intensity. Some mocked me. Others, sensing something beyond ordinary faith, began asking for blessings, for prayers specific to their troubles. "I have no power to bless," I told a woman who brought her feverish child. "I am only a messenger." Yet I placed my hands on the child's forehead, feeling heat radiating through papery skin, and prayed anyway. When the fever broke 3 days later, whispers about me changed tenor. I was back at Baudricourt's door 6 days after my initial rejection. This time he received me properly in his chambers, curious about rumours circulating through his town. I stood before his massive oak desk, my shadow small against the stone wall behind me. "You claim heaven speaks to you," he said, not bothering with a greeting. "Not claims, truth." The steadiness in my voice surprised even me. "Today, near Orléans, our forces have suffered defeat. A skirmish near a place called Rouvray. The ambush targeted men carrying Lenten fish and provisions for the besieged. You will receive confirmation of the situation in days. I had not known these words would come from my mouth until they emerged. The voices had whispered to them moments before I entered his chamber. Baudricourt's expression changed from scepticism to guarded caution. "If the story proves true," he began. "When it proves true," I corrected, "you will provide me an escort to Chinon." He dismissed me without commitment. Messengers confirmed the Battle of the Herrings 4 days later. While my prediction was not particularly detailed, its verification startled Baudricourt into taking me seriously. On my third visit, he listened fully. "I must dress as a man," I explained. "The journey is dangerous, and I have been promised protection if I maintain my virtue." What I didn't say is that the voices sometimes revealed to me glimpses of what awaited. Roads crawling with Burgundian patrols, English archers in forest clearings, and rivers swollen with winter melt. A woman travelling would face dangers beyond enemy soldiers. The voices promised safety but required prudence. Baudricourt commissioned male clothing for me, a dark woolen tunic, leggings, and boots that needed stuffing at the toes. Baudricourt cut my hair even shorter, cropping it close to my scalp. When I dressed in these garments for the first time, the Le Royer watched with troubled fascination. Henri crossed himself. Catherine wiped tears. "You look," Henri started, unable to find appropriate words. "Like God's instrument," I finished for him, though I felt only like myself, simply clad differently. Jean de Metz and Bertrand de Poulengy, two of Baudricourt's men, volunteered to accompany me to Chinon. Both later claimed divine inspiration moved them to offer an escort, but I saw more earthly calculation in their eyes, curiosity about whether the strange girl might truly have heavenly favour, whether their fortunes might rise by proximity. The night before departure, Baudricourt summoned me once more. The chamber's single candle cast dramatic shadows across his face, deepening already severe features. "If you are deceiving us, if you lead my men into danger through false prophecy—" He let the threat hang unfinished. "I move only as directed," I answered. "Your men's safety is precious to heaven." He handed me a sword then, not ceremoniously, but with a practicality that acknowledged the dangers ahead. "Can you use this?" I had never held a sword before. Its weight surprised me, the pommel cool against my palm. "I will not need to," I said. "Others will fight. I carry the standard." This answer, so specific yet so odd, seemed to finally convince him. He nodded once, reclaimed the sword, and uttered words that would become famous, despite their lack of theatrical flair in their actual delivery. "Go then, and let come what comes." The following morning, February 23rd, I departed Vaucouleurs with my small escort. Townspeople gathered to watch, some touching my garments as if I were already a saint. A woman pressed a rosary into my hand. A blacksmith crossed himself as I passed. I did not look back at the town's gate, even though homesickness was already pulling at me, not for Domremy, but for a simplicity that I had now irrevocably lost. Ahead lay 11 days of hard travel through enemy territory, and beyond that challenges I could scarcely imagine. But Michael's voice accompanied me, steady as my heartbeat. "France's liberation begins with each step you take." The journey to Chinon tested faith more than physical endurance. We travelled mainly at night, avoiding main roads where English and Burgundian patrols sought travellers to rob or ransom. During daylight hours, we hid in abandoned shepherds' huts or dense woodland. Jean de Metz and Poulengy initially insisted I sleep separate from them to protect my virtue, but practicality soon dissolved such courtesies. We huddled together for warmth in February's biting cold, my male attire and their honour providing sufficient barriers. My companions' attitudes toward me evolved during our journey. Initial scepticism transformed into cautious reverence after we narrowly avoided a Burgundian patrol that should have intercepted us. "The wind shifted," Poulengy remarked, not connecting the sudden weather change to my silent prayer moments before. Later, when we reached a swollen river that maps showed no crossing for miles, a local boy appeared as if conjured, guiding us to a hidden ford. My escorts exchanged meaningful glances, but I knew these were not miracles, merely the everyday workings of divine guidance. "Will you truly recognise the Dauphin?" Joan asked one evening, as we warmed our hands over a small, carefully shielded fire. "They say he often hides among his courtiers to test visitors." "God will identify his anointed," I answered, though privately I wondered how this recognition would manifest. The voices remained frustratingly vague on practical details. We reached Chinon on March 6th, but 2 more days passed before gaining entrance to the castle. We lodged in the town below, where I endured the first of many examinations by church officials sent to determine whether my claims were divine inspiration, demonic influence, or simple madness. "How can we know God speaks through you?" demanded an elderly priest with yellowed fingers and breath sour from fasting. "By the signs that follow," I replied, remembering Catherine's coaching. "God does not ask for blind faith, but provides confirmation for those who truly seek. What signs have you performed?" "None yet. Signs are not tricks of the conjurer, performed on demand. They unfold as needed." He seemed satisfied with this answer, which surprised me. Later I learned he reported favourably on my orthodoxy, noting, "I answered questions about faith with simple clarity, rather than elaborate theological constructions that might suggest educated heretical influences." When I eventually gained entry to the castle, I faced a planned challenge. Charles, not yet crowned and increasingly doubtful of his legitimacy, had arranged for another man to sit on the throne while he stood among dozens of richly dressed courtiers. The great hall blazed with hundreds of candles, their light reflecting off jewelled fingers and golden threads woven through noble garments. The assembled court watched expectantly, many smirking at the prospect of a peasant girl's confusion. I had never seen such finery, such concentrated wealth. For a moment my confidence wavered. These were people whose everyday garments cost more than my family earned in years. What arrogance brought me here? Then Margaret whispered, not in my ear, but directly within my mind, "Remember your purpose. You are not sent to be dazzled by earthly riches." Without hesitation, I walked directly through the crowd toward a plainly dressed man standing among the courtiers. Kneeling before him, I said what the voices prompted. "God gives you life and glory, gentle Dauphin." Charles's face registered shock, quickly controlled. "I am not the king," he protested, maintaining the charade. "I did not call you king," I answered. "You are the Dauphin, but you will be king when properly consecrated at Reims, as is God's will." The court murmured. Charles gestured for seclusion, guiding me to a window ledge where we could converse discreetly. "If you truly come from God," he said quietly, "tell me something only divine knowledge could reveal." I repeated words Michael had given me during our journey. "You made a private prayer at All Saints last November, asking God for confirmation of your right to the throne, questioning whether your mother's reputation spoke truth about your birth. God answers now. You are the legitimate heir to France. Your suffering is seen, your doubts are understood, but you must claim what heaven has preserved for you." Charles paled visibly. He later confirmed that he had prayed this prayer in solitude, that I knew its contents convinced him when nothing else might have. Yet despite this private conviction, Charles remained publicly cautious. I was subjected to further examinations, including 3 weeks of questioning by theologians at Poitiers who probed for heretical beliefs or signs of demonic influence. They examined my body for witches' marks, questioned my insistence on male attire, and tested my knowledge of Christian doctrine. What history rarely records is the humiliation of these examinations and the indignity of learned men debating whether my virginity indicated divine protection or simply a lack of opportunity, as well as whether my voices were angels or clever demons. One elderly theologian suggested I might simply suffer from female hysteria due to my unmarried state. "Perhaps," I replied evenly, "but does hysteria typically predict military outcomes or recognize disguised kings?" During these weeks of examination I grew increasingly frustrated by delays. Orléans remained under siege, its situation deteriorating. The voices became more urgent, sometimes waking me from sleep with commands to move quickly. "Time slips away," Michael warned. "France's heart weakens with each passing day." I petitioned Charles repeatedly for action, facing resistance from his advisor Georges de la Trémoille, who viewed me as a threat to his influence. "The maid makes bold claims," he told Charles within my hearing, "yet prophecies are cheap while soldiers' lives are dear." "Prophecies may be cheap," I countered, "but the price of ignorance is the fall of your kingdom." Charles wavered between believing my divine mandate and fearing the consequences of following an unproven visionary. What finally convinced him was pragmatism. All conventional military strategies had failed. His treasury emptied while English territory in France expanded. What harm could come from allowing me to attempt lifting the siege at Orléans? Should I fail, my losses would be minimal compared to the daily losses already incurred. If I succeeded, the reward was incalculable. In late April, after nearly 7 weeks of delay and examination, Charles finally granted me my mission. I was provided armour made to my measurements, lightweight plates that nonetheless felt foreign against my body. The sword given to me was serviceable but ordinary, not the special blade I had described seeing in my visions. "There is a sword meant for me," I explained to Charles, "buried behind the altar at Sainte Catherine de Fierbois. It bears 5 crosses on its blade and has lain there since Charles Martel's time." Charles, still testing the limits of my strange knowledge, sent men to investigate this oddly specific claim. They indeed found an ancient sword buried exactly where described, its existence unknown to the local priests. This sword became my physical token of divine sanction. However, I primarily carried a standard instead of wielding weapons. The standard was my design, a white field adorned with fleur-de-lis, bearing the names Jesus Maria, and depicting God holding the world with angels at his side. This banner would precede me into battle, a visible reminder that our cause carried heavenly blessing. Before departing Chinon, I dictated a letter to the English commanders surrounding Orléans, warning them to depart France or face divine judgment. The scribe who recorded my words kept glancing up in disbelief as increasingly forceful language flowed from the peasant girl before him. "Surrender to the maid sent by God, the King of Heaven. You will not hold the kingdom of France from God, the King of Heaven, Son of St. Mary, King Charles, the true heir. Will hold it, for God wills it." When read aloud afterward, the words sounded strange to my ears, both mine and not mine, carrying an authority I'd never possessed in Domremy. The courtiers exchanged troubled glances, uncertain whether they witnessed inspired prophecy or dangerous delusion. However, Charles had chosen to support my journey. Charles had gathered equipment and assembled troops. The impossible campaign was about to begin. On the evening before our departure for Orléans, I stood alone on the castle ramparts, watching spring stars emerge. Homesickness washed over me unexpectedly, not for my village specifically, but for anonymity, for the peace of tending sheep on quiet hillsides. "Having doubts?" Catherine asked, her voice gentle within my mind. "No doubts," I answered silently. "It's simply a conscious understanding of what you can't take back." "The path narrows before you," she acknowledged, "but remember why you were chosen, not for skill with sword or strategy, but for perfect faith in God's plan." I nodded, though no human eyes witnessed this private exchange. Perfect faith. It was not blindness to danger nor an absence of fear, but a willingness to proceed despite both. With that understanding, I descended to prepare for departure, ready to transform from examined curiosity to battlefield commander. We departed Tours on April 27th with supplies and reinforcements for the besieged city, but conflict emerged immediately between military commanders and me, a teenage girl claiming divine guidance. The army's veteran captains, Jean de Dunois, La Hire, and Etienne de Vignoles, regarded me with open scepticism. They had weathered years of defeats and developed cautious strategies. Avoid confrontation, preserve remaining forces, and accept that Orléans would eventually fall like other strongholds before it. God did not send me to follow cautious men, I informed them during our first council. Orléans will not fall. We will not merely deliver supplies, we will break the siege entirely. La Hire, a notorious soldier known for creative profanity, stared at me in disbelief. With what? Divine wind to blow the English away? They outnumber us. They have secured their positions. They outnumber David against Goliath, I replied. Numbers mean nothing against God's will. These exchanges established our working relationship. They planned according to military experience, and I insisted on more aggressive action than conventional wisdom suggested was prudent. The compromise that emerged involved approaching Orléans from an unexpected direction, crossing the Loire rather than confronting the stronger English positions directly. This decision, portrayed in chronicles as my strategic brilliance, actually resulted from practical necessity combined with fortunate timing. Spring rains had made the river higher than usual, limiting crossing points but also focusing English defensive positions. My inspiration to approach from the east simply utilised terrain the English had deemed too difficult to defend heavily. We reached the Loire's southern bank on April 29th, where I dictated another letter to the English commanders, this one delivered by herald directly to their lines. You men of England who have no right in this kingdom of France, go away into your country in God's name. And if you do not do this, await tidings from the maid, who will come to see you shortly to your very great injury. The English soldiers who heard this message reportedly laughed, asking if the French had grown so desperate they now sent girls to fight their battles. William Glasdale, their commander, sent back a message threatening to burn me as a witch and hang those who followed me as heretics if captured. Fear clenched my stomach upon hearing this, not of burning specifically, but of failure, of leading others to death through misplaced confidence. That night I prayed longer than usual, seeking reassurance from my voices, who had grown somewhat quieter since my departure from Chinon. The English threatened fire, I whispered to the darkness of my tent. All human flesh fears flames, Margaret answered compassionately. But remember, the true fire is God's purpose burning through you. It consumes doubt and illuminates the path. On April 30th, we successfully transported supplies into Orléans via river barges, bringing desperately needed provisions to the city's defenders. I entered that evening during a rainstorm, soaked and physically exhausted but filled with strange exhilaration. Citizens lined the narrow streets despite the weather, reaching to touch my armour or standard as if I carried a tangible blessing. Jacques Boucher, the city treasurer, offered his home for my lodging. His daughter Charlotte, closest to my age among the household, helped remove my armour that first evening. She gasped, seeing bruises already forming where metal had pressed against my skin during the long ride. "Does it hurt terribly?" she asked, applying herbal salve to the worst marks. "Less than fear hurts this city," I answered. The truth was, I barely noticed physical discomfort. My focus had narrowed to a single purpose, fulfilling what the voices promised. The following days brought increasing frustration. Military commanders insisted on gradual approaches, small gains, and careful conservation of resources. I demanded immediate, decisive action against key English fortifications. Each war council became a battle itself, me against experienced soldiers who saw my urgency as naivete. On May 4th, while commanders deliberated yet another cautious plan, I napped briefly in the chamber. Within dreamlike moments, Michael appeared with unusual clarity. "They attack the eastern gate," he stated without preamble. "Now!" I woke instantly, calling for my squire to help with armour. Charlotte, who had been mending nearby, looked startled at my sudden urgency. "What happens?" she asked. "Eastern gate," was all I managed, while struggling through my padded undergarment. Fighting has begun. Indeed, while commanders planned, English forces had launched a surprise assault against Saint-Lô, one of the city's eastern fortifications. By the time I reached the area, French defenders were already retreating in disarray. Without waiting for formal orders, I rode directly toward the conflict with the standard raised high. Soldiers later described the events as miraculous, noting how retreating men turned back upon seeing me, and how their broken courage transformed into a determined advance. The reality was less mystical but no less effective. In the confusion of battle, a symbolic focal point, a distinctive figure on horseback with an unmistakable banner, provided a rallying point and renewed purpose. "Who retreats when heaven fights alongside us?" I called, my voice carrying surprisingly well across the din of combat. "Forward! God has delivered them into our hands." The battle turned. By evening, Saint-Lô had fallen to our forces. This victory, while modest in strategic terms, transformed perceptions. Soldiers who had doubted began viewing me with superstitious awe. Commanders who had dismissed my counsel became more willing to listen. Yet challenges to authority continued. On May the 5th, Dunois attempted to exclude me from councils, planning operations without my knowledge. Upon discovering this, I confronted him directly. "Do you believe you can conceal God's battle from his messenger?" I demanded, interrupting their closed meeting. "Why do you plot in shadows when heaven watches regardless?" Dunois, intelligent, politically astute, recognized the changing mood among troops. "We sought only to spare you the technical details," he offered diplomatically. "Spare me nothing," I countered. "I was not sent to be spared, but to lead." The following day, the assault on Saint-Jean-le-Blanc and the Augustin fortress took place. This incident was one of the key events that solidified my reputation among common soldiers. English defenders had positioned archers to cover the main approach. As our forces hesitated under the deadly rain of arrows, I rode forward alone, standards held high. An arrow struck her armour, witnesses later reported, yet she continued as if untouched. In truth, the arrow glanced off my shoulder plate, bruising but not penetrating. More significant than this minor miracle was the psychological effect of my advance. Soldiers, shamed by a girl's courage, surged forward. The fortification fell by evening. May 7th brought the decisive assault against Les Tourelles, the main fortress controlling Orléans' river crossing. Here my legend and reality most dramatically intersect. Historical accounts describe me taking an arrow to the shoulder, having predicted this injury the previous day. The wound was real, an English longbow arrow penetrating between neck and shoulder armour. But my prediction had been more general. Blood will be drawn tomorrow, but not all of it French. The pain nearly caused unconsciousness. I was pulled from battle briefly while the arrow was removed, not ceremoniously as depicted in romantic paintings, but with brutal efficiency by a field surgeon who feared wound fever would set in if the barbed head remained embedded. He poured boiling oil into the wound to cauterize the bleeding, pain that exceeded the original injury. "Wine," I gasped afterward. "Just a little." Instead of wine, they gave me consecrated bread, communion without formal ceremony, battlefield sacrament. The pain receded enough that I could stand again, though using my right arm remained impossible. Military commanders, seeing my condition, ordered a retreat for the day. The assault would resume tomorrow, they decided, without consulting me. I heard this decision while having my wound bandaged. "No," I countermanded, struggling back into partial armour despite Charlotte's protests. "We finish today. The English resolve dwindles with each passing hour. Returning to battle with the wound still fresh became the defining moment witnesses remembered. The injured maid refusing retreat. Standard transferred to my left hand while my right arm hung useless, rallying troops for the final push as daylight began fading. What's rarely recorded is how fever already began clouding my thoughts, how each movement sent waves of nausea through me, and how the voices seemed to speak from an increasingly enormous distance. Yet purpose carried me forward when physical strength should have failed. The English commander Glassdale, who had promised to burn me as a witch, died during this final assault when a makeshift bridge collapsed beneath him. He drowned in the Loire, weighed down by the very armour meant to protect him. Soldiers on both sides viewed his death as divine judgment, superstitious fear spreading through remaining English forces. By nightfall, Les Tourelles had fallen. The siege that had strangled Orléans for 7 months broke in just 4 days of concerted action. The following morning, May 8th, remaining English troops retreated from positions they'd held since October, abandoning equipment and supplies in their haste. Orléans erupted in celebration. Church bells rang continuously. Citizens who had expected either starvation or massacre instead found themselves liberated. They credited the maid, the peasant girl from Domremy who had promised deliverance and against all rational expectation delivered it. That night, fevered and weak from blood loss, I struggled to understand what had truly happened. Had God performed miracles through me? Or had my presence simply catalysed human courage that already existed, waiting only for symbol and purpose to crystallise action? "Both," Catherine whispered, as I drifted between consciousness and dream. "The greatest miracles work through natural channels, not despite them." Citizens began calling me La Pucelle d'Orléans, the Maid of Orléans, a title that would follow me through history. Yet alone in prayer that night, I remained simply Jeanne, aching, feverish, wondering what further price fulfilling heaven's commands might require. By nightfall, Les Tourelles had fallen. The siege that had strangled Orléans for 7 months broke in just 4 days of concerted action. The following morning, May 8th, remaining English troops retreated from positions they'd held since October, abandoning equipment and supplies in their haste. Orléans erupted in celebration. Church bells rang continuously. Citizens who had expected either starvation or massacre instead found themselves liberated. They credited the maid, the peasant girl from Domremy who had promised deliverance and against all rational expectation delivered it. That night, fevered and weak from blood loss, I struggled to understand what had truly happened. Had God performed miracles through me? Or had my presence simply catalysed human courage that already existed, waiting only for symbol and purpose to crystallise action? "Both," Catherine whispered, as I drifted between consciousness and dream. "The greatest miracles work through natural channels, not despite them." Citizens began calling me La Pucelle d'Orléans, the Maid of Orléans, a title that would follow me through history. Yet alone in prayer that night, I remained simply Jeanne, aching, feverish, wondering what further price fulfilling heaven's commands might require. Throughout this journey, I maintained my male attire and slept fully armoured most nights, surrounded by guards. This practice, later used as evidence of impropriety during my trial, served practical purposes beyond the voice's commands. Travelling with thousands of soldiers while identifiably female invited dangers obvious to any woman, divine protection notwithstanding. The armour provided a physical barrier against casual assault. Male clothing minimised unwanted attention during necessary activities. We reached Reims on July 16th. The city welcomed Charles without resistance, its citizens lining streets to witness what many had thought impossible months earlier. I wrote to Philip of Burgundy that same day, urging reconciliation with Charles, calling on him to make good peace that will last with the rightful king. This letter received no immediate response but represented my growing political involvement beyond battlefield leadership. The coronation ceremony on July the 17th exists in popular imagination as a triumphant culmination, the maid standing proudly beside her king as divine prophecy is fulfilled. Reality contained more nuance. I indeed stood near the altar holding my standard, but experienced the ceremony with complicated emotions. Initially, relief predominated. I had accomplished the primary mission the voices had given me. Charles knelt before the Archbishop, received sacred anointing from the Holy Ampulla, and rose as King Charles VII, his legitimacy no longer questionable. As the Archbishop placed the crown on his head, I spontaneously broke into tears. "Now God's work is accomplished," I told him afterward, during the celebration feast where I was granted a position of honour. "You are the true King of France by holy coronation as well as by birth." Charles, emotionally moved despite his typically reserved nature, asked what reward I desired for my service. Courtiers leaned forward, anticipating requests for titles, lands and wealth, the normal currency of royal gratitude. "Grant tax exemption to Domremy," I requested instead. "My people are poor and have suffered much from the war's passage." This modest request enhanced my reputation for saintly disinterest in worldly gain, as it cost the crown almost nothing and showed my lack of personal ambition. The voices never promised a personal reward for completing heaven's tasks. My future remained conspicuously absent from their pronouncements. That evening, alone in chambers provided within the Archbishop's palace, I experienced something unprecedented, silence from the voices that had guided me since age 13. I prayed for hours, seeking their familiar presence, but encountered only ordinary stillness. "Have I failed in some manner?" I finally asked aloud, desperate for a response. Catherine's voice, when it finally came, sounded distant, as if speaking across enormous separation. "The path divides before you. One direction leads to earthly glory but spiritual peril. The other is bodily suffering but heavenly triumph." Which should I choose? I begged, but received no answer. The voice's diminishing clarity troubled me deeply as we departed Reims on July 20th. For years they had provided unmistakable direction. Now, at the moment of greatest public acclaim, their guidance grew ambiguous precisely when political complexity demanded the clearest understanding. Charles and his advisers favoured consolidating recent gains, negotiating with Burgundy and avoiding confrontation with primary English forces. I advocated for an immediate advance on Paris, aiming to strike while our momentum remained strong and English authority appeared weakest. These divergent strategies reflected fundamental differences in perspective. Charles thinking in political terms of alliances and sustainable power, and me still operating from a divine mandate to drive foreign forces from France entirely. God did not deliver victory at Orléans so you could stop halfway to complete liberation, I argued during councils. Paris is the kingdom's heart, reclaim it and the English position collapses. What I couldn't share was my growing fear that time was running out, and that the fading of the voices signalled an impending end to divine favour. This created urgency I couldn't fully explain to military commanders accustomed to deliberate campaigns. As we travelled through recently liberated territories, common people flocked to see me, reaching to touch my armour, begging blessings for children, and offering tokens of appreciation. Women wept openly, seeing in me something that transcended conventional limitations placed on our gender. Men removed caps respectfully, as if in the presence of something holy. This veneration discomforted me increasingly. "I am not a saint," I told Charlotte d'Albret, a noblewoman who had joined our travelling court and attempted to collect my discarded garments as relics. I am only God's messenger, nothing in myself. Yet God chose you, she countered. That distinction itself makes you extraordinary. This growing cult of personality served immediate political purposes, rallying support for Charles, demonstrating divine favour for his rule, but created complications I was ill-equipped to navigate. Each miraculous attribution, each story embellished in retelling, placed me further from the simple girl who had left Domremy, believing heaven's instructions were straightforward. By late July, Charles had begun secret negotiations with Burgundy, seeking diplomatic resolution while publicly maintaining military pressure. This strategy made political sense, but contradicted the voice's increasingly sporadic instructions for complete liberation through direct action. The resulting tension manifested in council debates, where my previously decisive guidance now competed with experienced political advisors offering conventional alternatives. "You were not sent to negotiate half measures," Michael told me during rare communication. "We must fully cleanse France of foreign presence." Yet when I repeated such sentiments to Charles and his councillors, they increasingly regarded them as militarily unrealistic and politically naive. The maid had served her purpose in delivering coronation. Now practical governance required compromises heaven seemed unwilling to acknowledge. This divergence would soon lead to Paris, and decisions that would alter my path irrevocably. August found us advancing incrementally toward Paris while Charles simultaneously pursued negotiations with Burgundy. This contradictory approach, military pressure paired up with diplomatic outreach, created strategic confusion. Were we truly attempting to recapture Paris, or merely demonstrating military capability to strengthen Charles's negotiating position? The Duke of Bedford, English regent for their child King Henry VI, recognised our momentum and retreated from direct confrontation, reinforcing Paris while yielding smaller surrounding territories. On August 14th, Charles signed a 15-day truce with Burgundy, supposedly creating space for peace negotiations, while actually providing English forces critical time to strengthen Paris's defences. I opposed this truce vehemently, sensing opportunities slipping away. "While you exchange pleasant messages, our enemies rebuild walls and restore courage," I warned Charles. "The moment for decisive action passes with each day of delay." The voices, though less frequent, reinforced this urgency. "Paris must not remain in enemy hands," Margaret insisted during prayer. "The city's liberation will break English resolve completely." Charles wavered between my continued insistence on divine mandate and his councillor's emphasis on political reality. The compromise that emerged satisfied no one. Our forces would advance to Paris's outskirts but avoid full assault while negotiations continued. By late August, we established positions at Saint-Denis, within sight of Paris's northern walls. The city's proximity affected me strangely. After months of campaigning focused on this objective, actually seeing its towers and spires created an almost physical yearning to complete what the voices had promised. Daily, I rode reconnaissance along positions facing the city, studying defences, planning approaches, and praying for clear instruction that came with decreasing reliability. The truce with Burgundy expired without meaningful agreement. On September 8th, I convinced our commanders to attempt an assault against Paris's defences near the Saint-Honoré Gate, despite Charles withholding full support for the operation. This partial commitment meant attacking with insufficient forces against prepared positions, a military mistake justified only by my increasingly desperate insistence that heaven would provide necessary advantage. "God will blind their gunners," I promised troops assembled for the assault. "Divine protection covers us as we reclaim the kingdom's heart." The attack commenced at noon. Initial progress seemed to confirm divine favour. We reached the outer moat with minimal casualties and established positions within bow range of the walls. I led a contingent testing depth at the inner moat, seeking crossing points while carrying my standard forward as visible inspiration. Then reality asserted itself brutally. Paris's defenders had prepared thoroughly during the negotiation delays. Cannon and crossbow fire rained down upon exposed positions. The moat proved deeper than expected, its bottom studded with sharpened stakes invisible beneath muddy water. Men died attempting crossings that proved impossible without proper equipment we lacked. Near dusk, a crossbow bolt struck my thigh, penetrating deeply. Unlike the Orleans injury, this wound immediately incapacitated me. I continued shouting encouragement from where I fell, insisting the attack continue despite my condition. But commanders ordered retreat upon seeing the standard-bearer down. Soldiers carried me from the battlefield as darkness fell, our forces withdrawing in frustration rather than defeat. We had never established positions from which victory was possible. The wound itself, while painful, would heal cleanly. The spiritual injury proved more significant. For the first time I had promised divine intervention that failed to materialize. "Why?" I whispered that night while surgeons extracted the bolt using methodical cruelty necessary to prevent festering. Why was Paris denied to us when Orléans was granted? The voices remained silent through hours of pain. Their absence felt more painful than physical harm. Had they abandoned me due to some failure? Had I misunderstood heaven's intent all along? Charles, receiving news of the failed assault, ordered immediate withdrawal from Paris's vicinity. In my view, this sensible military decision represented a personal betrayal as it abandoned divine purpose in favour of political convenience. When I was finally permitted an audience 3 days later, I found that he was already reframing recent events for the courtiers. "The maid accomplished what God sent her to do," he explained smoothly. "Orléans liberated, coronation achieved. Perhaps heaven never intended Paris's immediate recovery." "You speak for heaven now," I challenged him, struggling to stand straight despite the pain in my bandaged leg. "The mission remains incomplete while Englishmen occupy French soil." Charles regarded me with a complex emotion. Gratitude for past service tempered by growing political inconvenience of my unyielding position. "France's restoration will require years, not months," he said gently. "Even heaven must recognize earthly limitations." This exchange marked a fundamental shift in our relationship. Where Charles had once needed my perceived divine sanction to legitimize his rule, successful coronation now provided independent authority. The maid remained useful symbolically, but increasingly problematic practically, as military campaigns transitioned toward diplomatic solutions requiring compromise and voices prohibited. Through autumn, I accompanied the royal court as it withdrew to safer territories along the Loire. My wound healed gradually while my position diminished subtly, still honoured ceremonially, but increasingly excluded from meaningful councils. Charles granted me noble status in December, providing arms depicting a sword supporting the crown beneath a fleur-de-lis, recognition that pacified my supporters while effectively sidelining me from direct military command. This period marked my most difficult spiritual challenge. The voices returned intermittently, but spoke with disturbing inconsistency. Michael demanded continued aggressive action, while Catherine counselled patience. Margaret sometimes suggested accepting a ceremonial role within Charles's court, but she also insisted that my work remained unfinished. These contradictions created profound doubt I had never experienced during the clarity of earlier missions. Had some of the voices I heard been false all along? Was I now mishearing divine instruction? Or was heaven itself divided on France's proper path forward? Christmas 1429 found me in ceremonial attendance at court celebrations, outwardly honoured but inwardly conflicted. I watched elaborate pageantry commemorating Charles's coronation, performances that already incorporated stylized depictions of the maid as a semi-mythical figure guiding France's resurgence. The actual Johanne, still bandaged, increasingly isolated, observed her transformation into a symbol with growing discomfort. That night, kneeling alone in the castle chapel long after formal services concluded, I experienced the voices with unusual clarity after months of ambiguity. "Your time grows short," Michael stated without preamble. "You must continue the fight while freedom remains yours." "The king no longer heeds my counsel," I protested. "Commanders follow his direction, not mine." "Then you must act independently, came the reply. "Better capture by enemies than surrender to comfortable irrelevance." Although troubling, this guidance offered direction that I had been lacking for months. As 1429 ended, I resolved to escape the increasingly gilded constraints of court life and return to direct action, even without royal sanction. This decision, tactically questionable, politically naive, would determine my fate in ways the voices never clearly revealed. The new year began with me effectively sidelined at court while Charles pursued diplomatic arrangements with Burgundy. I chafed at inactivity, sensing precious time wasting, while the voices grew increasingly urgent about continuing France's liberation. By March 1430, I could bear ceremonial confinement no longer. Without royal permission, technically desertion, though my status remained ambiguous, I departed secretly with a small company of loyal followers. We rode for Compiègne, a strategically vital town threatened by the Burgundian forces north of Paris. This decision reflected both military logic and the voice's insistence that action could not await royal convenience. My departure created political complications for Charles, who neither officially condemned nor endorsed my independent operation. This ambiguity proved ultimately fatal. Had I remained clearly under royal protection, subsequent events might have unfolded differently. We reached Compiègne in April, where the town's governor, Guillaume de Flavy, welcomed reinforcement despite its unofficial nature. Burgundian forces under Jean de Luxembourg had been methodically isolating the town, capturing surrounding positions. Our arrival boosted defender morale temporarily, but the strategic situation remained precarious. On May the 23rd, I led a sortie against Burgundian positions at Margny, initially achieving surprise. However, enemy reinforcements arrived quickly, forcing retirement toward the town. As our forces retreated across the single bridge into Compiègne, disaster struck. The drawbridge raised prematurely, stranding rear guard defenders, including my cive, outside the walls. Accounts of this moment vary dramatically. Some claim deliberate betrayal by Flavy, who supposedly ordered early closure knowing I would be captured. Others suggested simple miscommunication during confused withdrawal. The voices had warned of betrayal for months. Trust only heaven, not changeable men, Michael had cautioned repeatedly, but provided no specific protection against this development. Burgundian soldiers surrounded me, and after a brief battle, they pulled me from my horse. A minor nobleman, Lionel of Wandonne, claimed my surrender, technically capturing me by laying hand on my leg, according to contemporary accounts. My sword, raised to continue resistance, lowered upon recognition that futile struggle would only result in unnecessary deaths among my few remaining companions. I am worth more alive for ransom than dead, I told Wandon in a practical manner, even though I knew that the ransom would likely never materialize. The voices had never specifically predicted capture, but had indicated great suffering lay ahead as part of heaven's plan. Initially, captivity seemed relatively benign. Luxembourg treated me as a valuable prisoner rather than a criminal, housing me reasonably at his castle at Beaulieu. I made one escape attempt, nearly succeeding by squeezing between wooden bars, before being recaptured and transferred to more secure confinement at Beaurevoir Castle. There, Luxembourg's Aunt Jeanne and wife Jeanne Bonne treated me with unexpected kindness, providing female clothing and gentle encouragement to abandon male attire and military aspirations. Their compassion, the first feminine companionship I'd experienced since leaving Domremy, tempted me toward compromise I knew the voices would forbid. Why must I maintain a male appearance now that fighting has ended? I asked during prayer, receiving Catherine's uncompromising response. Your mission hasn't changed with capture. Male attire remains both practical protection and a visible sign of a divine exception to worldly constraints. News reached me at Beaurevoir that Compiègne's situation worsened daily. In desperation, I attempted a second escape in October, this time jumping from the tower window approximately 70 feet above ground. The fall should have proved fatal. That I survived with only bruising and temporary unconsciousness was later presented as either a miracle or evidence of demonic protection, depending on the interpreter. By November, political machinations surrounding my captivity clarified horribly. The English, recognizing my symbolic value, arranged a purchase from Luxembourg for 10,000 livres, a substantial sum indicating my importance to their strategy. Charles made no counteroffer, effectively abandoning me to the enemy's judgment. The English faced a dilemma regarding my disposition. Simple execution of a captured enemy combatant would risk martyrdom, potentially strengthening French resistance rather than weakening it. A more complex strategy emerged: systematic destruction of my divine claims through ecclesiastical condemnation for heresy. This approach would not only eliminate me physically, but, more importantly, delegitimize everything I represented, divine sanction for Charles's rule, and heaven's support for French resurgence against English occupation. In December 1430, they transferred me to Rouen, firmly within English-controlled territory. Conditions deteriorated immediately. I was placed in secular prison, rather than ecclesiastical custody normally accorded those facing religious charges, confined in iron shackles, and guarded continuously by common soldiers whose behaviour ranged from verbal abuse to attempted assault. Why does heaven permit such treatment? I asked during increasingly desperate prayers. What purpose does this suffering serve? Remember Christ before Pilate, Margaret answered. Truth remains truth, even when power condemns it. The trial officially began February 21st, 1431, under Bishop Pierre Cauchon, whose appointment revealed the proceedings' predetermined nature. He was a known English sympathiser with personal animosity toward me. Assessors and judges were carefully selected to ensure the desired outcome. Although it was technically an ecclesiastical court, the proceedings were entirely controlled by English authorities. Looking back now across time's distance, I see legal complexities I couldn't recognise then. My request for balanced representation from both English and French clerics was denied. My appeal to the Pope, technically my right under church law, was ignored. Most cruelly, highly educated theologians denied me counsel, twisting simple statements into heretical formulations. Do you believe yourself to be in God's grace? Cauchon asked early in the proceedings, a theological trap. Answering yes would imply a presumption that is condemned by church doctrine, while answering no would indicate an admission of guilt. If I am not, may God put me there, I replied, after a moment's thought. If I am, may God keep me there. This answer frustrated the interrogators, but I simply expressed my actual understanding, showing unexpected theological sophistication. Grace remained God's province, not mine to claim absolutely. For 5 months, interrogation continued, sometimes publicly before a full tribunal, sometimes in private prison questioning. My male attire became the central focus, providing tangible evidence of defiance against natural order. Voices were dissected endlessly. Were they angels or demons? Why did they speak to an uneducated girl rather than through the established church hierarchy? I recorded and examined each of my answers for inconsistencies and potential heresies. What records don't capture the physical deterioration during this period? Prison conditions, continuous shackling, poor nutrition, sleep interrupted by guards' harassment, gradually weakened a body already compromised by previous wounds and hardship. By May, I suffered recurring fevers, dramatic weight loss, and periods of confusion during longer interrogations. The voices remained present but changed character. Less commanding, more comforting. They spoke increasingly of heavenly reward rather than earthly victory, preparing me for an outcome that seemed increasingly inevitable. Will I burn? I asked directly during one night's prayer. The body is temporary, Catherine answered gently. What matters is truth maintained until the end. On May the 24th, I was taken to the Rouen cemetery, where scaffolds had been erected, one holding officials who would witness my anticipated recantation, another displaying instruments of execution should I refuse. Exhausted physically and isolated completely, I briefly wavered when presented with a document I was told contained a simple abjuration of male clothing and independent interpretation of voices. What I was unaware of was that the actual document contained a comprehensive admission of fraud, demonic influence, and heretical intent, completely repudiating everything I had experienced and represented. Unable to read, I trusted partial translations provided by clerics, whose deceptions served their predetermined purpose. I signed with a simple crossmark, unaware that I was giving my enemies exactly what they needed, an apparent admission that everything I had claimed about divine guidance was false. This temporary weakness, a product of extreme duress rather than a genuine change of heart, provided legal justification for what followed. Returned to prison rather than transferred to ecclesiastical custody as promised, I found myself still surrounded by hostile guards, still denied female companionship that would have made feminine clothing practically sustainable. When my clothes were taken while I slept and only male attire was left available, I faced an impossible choice: remain naked among male guards or don forbidden garments. The voices spoke with unusual clarity that morning. Better modest impropriety than immodest vulnerability. I dressed in male clothing, knowing this relapse provided the final justification enemies sought. When judges returned to document this transgression, I formally recanted my previous abjuration, stating clearly that voices were indeed divine, that the mission had been heaven-sent, and that temporary weakness had betrayed truth. I would rather do penance once, with death, than bear imprisonment suffering continuously, I told them with renewed clarity, despite knowing the consequence. On May the 30th, 1431, the final sentence was announced. Declared a relapsed heretic, I would face public execution by burning, the most painful death authorities could legally impose, deliberately chosen to create maximum suffering they hoped would produce a final public confession. That morning I made a final confession to a sympathetic priest and received communion despite being formally excommunicated, a small act of compassionate defiance by a cleric who recognised injustice unfolding. Wearing the traditional long white garment for heresy executions, a cart transported me through Rouen streets toward the old marketplace, where execution awaited. The crowd's mood surprised me, not triumphant but sombre, many openly weeping. These were not my French compatriots, but Norman subjects under English rule, yet something about my situation transcended political loyalty. Later accounts would claim English authorities grew concerned that sympathy might transform into riots, and that martyrdom was being created despite their careful legal manoeuvring. At the execution ground, officials had me a final opportunity to recant before tying me to a tall stake erected atop a substantial pyre. The method was deliberate. Slow death by suffocation and burning rather than quicker execution methods available. Jesus! I called repeatedly as flames were lit, no longer concerned with appearing strong before enemies, simply seeking comfort in the name that had guided my journey from its beginning. The voices spoke one final time as smoke began rising. Your suffering ends today. Your vindication begins. The physical agony that followed transcends description. Historical accounts claim my heart remained intact among ashes afterward, a symbolic detail probably invented by later chroniclers seeking miraculous elements for potential canonization. What mattered wasn't physical preservation, but the truth maintained until the end, that simple faith could withstand elaborate machinations of power, and that divine purpose worked through unlikely instruments. 25 years later, Charles VII, firmly established as France's legitimate king, would order an investigation that formally nullified my conviction, declaring the trial prejudiced and illegitimate. In 1456, a rehabilitation trial formally cleared my name of heresy charges. Yet full vindication waited nearly 5 centuries, until May 16, 1920, when the Catholic Church declared me a saint. Official recognition that voices condemned as demonic had indeed been divine. History remembers outcomes: Orléans relieved, Charles crowned, France eventually liberated from the English occupation. These visible victories obscure the internal journey that began with a garden whisper and ended in marketplace flames. The voices never promised earthly reward or personal glory. They offered only purpose, direction, and the chance to serve as an instrument for something larger than myself. They called me Maid of Orléans, dubbed me a miracle worker, labelled me a witch and a heretic, and eventually recognised me as a saint. Yet through all the transformations, I remained Johanne from Domremy, a simple girl who answered when voices called, who held to truth heard within more firmly than to comfort offered without. Perhaps that represents the most enduring legacy, that extraordinary purpose may inhabit ordinary lives, that divine participation in human history rarely follows expected channels, but instead works through unlikely vessels willing to say simply, "Here am I, send me."